Futures holding on to gains here this morning as we head into another busy Tuesday as far as the overall market is concerned, coming off another second straight negative showing on Monday. We got another steady stream of Fed officials coming through on Monday making comments regarding what is to come as far as interest rate increases. The last one of the year set to come in a couple weeks here. Second week of December, we'll get not only the next CPI reading, we'll get the next interest rate decision from the Fed. We get, count them, not 3, but 4 Fed officials coming through today, making comments again on what is to come. So the market has been very headline sensitive to these types of comments over the past couple of days. Just seeing Canadian retail sales out there at 8:30. A little bit worse than expected on a month-over-month basis. Not a number that will be of concern for the market overall. It's still holding on to positive gains for U.S. futures right now, which is good to see. As I said, back-to-back negative sessions. A number of individual movers to start things off this morning, including Best Buy. Nice report for Best Buy. They raised their full-year revenue forecast. Same-store sales as well, talking about very, very strong demand heading into not only the holiday season, but the end of the year and into next year as well. So good look for Best Buy. Zoom, on the other hand, ZM, not so much downside. They cut their full year forecast and missed right across the board. Ton to talk about this morning. It's Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. More positive numbers to have a look at this morning, including a nice bounce back down here. 2.6% right now for Bitcoin, 2% for Ethereum. Just notice back above 16,000 there for Bitcoin to start things off after another move lower yesterday, trying to retake some significant levels here for BTC currently. 1.6 there for crude oil as well. Back to the upside. Just a wild roller coaster of a day yesterday for crude. Down 5% at one point. It goes positive on the day, and then ends the session basically unchanged. A whole bunch of China-related headlines to get to. Hey, Arun's in this morning for Neil. Good to have Arun with us all the time. Yeah, a whole bunch of China-related headlines, guys. More COVID cases reported out of Shanghai. This time they're talking about November 24th. Travelers going into Shanghai going to be subject to stricter restrictions once again. So same old for China.
You never want to have stricter restrictions. That doesn't sound like a good one. I see you got a nice little beard game going on there. I noticed there. I like that.
Just rolling with it for now. We'll see how long it
lasts. I like that. The little Christmas beard there, action. Oh, well, wait a minute. Are you doubling as a Santa Claus this year? Or what? What do you?
I am getting closer to being gray. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you're like me soon here. But yeah, it's great to have Arun. Thanks for filling in for Neil today. Should be a good day again. We were just talking about sort of the light volume that we noticed there yesterday, and more of a flatter day, than expected. I mean, we do get moves intraday, but overall, I think the market will float around here. We're up today, so I'm going to say today is going to be a green day. We got some good retails numbers out, or not numbers, but reports out from ANF. I actually have ANF on the sticky note today. That's a kind of a rare one for me to have on there. Best Buy, as Brendan sort of started with, a good report as well. And I was pretty impressed with Amazon's move yesterday off the bottom as well. So yeah, I'm pretty positive today for retail. I'm not sure why, but it's Black Friday. So you know what? I should have done a Black Friday week. I should have done some research actually and figured out like if retail stocks rally when it's Black Friday week. But I mean, this is a completely different environment anyways that we're in right now, with inflation being pretty much out of control, pricing, spending higher. People have to spend more money now to get the same amount of goods. And then we already heard that there's going to be an 18% cut in holiday spending. We'll see if that comes through. But again, a great report from Best Buy. Abercrombie, I like it. I want to short Disney today. So that's what's sort of on my mind here. And yeah, it should be a good day.
I know, yeah, Brendan off the top was saying how retail sales fell in Canada. I mean, from what I saw, I understand why Best Buy is doing well, because I was actually at Best Buy. I actually spent some money twice on 2 separate occasions over the weekend.
Recently? Ooh.
Recently at Best Buy, so I get it.
Would you get some appliances or what?
No, just small stuff that they had. It was just like some gaming stuff and some computer stuff.
Nice.
But it's interesting though, is because from what I see, I mean, spending is supposed to be an issue, but a lot of people are spending some money there at Best Buy at least. So we'll see how this retail sales and how that goes into the spending season and how earnings come out from all these companies. Whether they're actually being able to match what they're expecting to do, right? So, or even beat. So here we are kind of trading as the market is nearing the top end of its range from yesterday. We'll see if we can actually maintain the strength here. I think we can get going to the upside, but keep in mind it's Tuesday. We got a 3-day week, 3.5-day week, if you really want to call it that, 3-day week, and it's a holiday. So majority of the volume is probably going to come in tomorrow in the afternoon. So take it with a grain of salt. We are looking to break out of a range, but how much extension we have depends entirely on the amount of volume we're going to bring in, and I don't really have that much hope. We'll see. Hopefully, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it's interesting how this earnings season, retail earnings specifically, or the tail end of retail earnings happen to fall on this week, heading into the holiday, heading into Black Friday as well. Wanted to show this to kick things off here. Here's Bitcoin on an hourly chart, trying to get back above that 16,000 once again and holding right now anyways. This was support going back to last week. So far, so good. Back to the upside. Convenient that this is happening, guys, on the first day of the bankruptcy hearing for FTX. So Bitcoin back higher here, trying to help some of these stocks. I mean, we talked a lot about Coinbase yesterday, just absolutely no bid whatsoever. All-time lows yesterday for coin. Trying to bounce here in the pre-market. Not a lot of volume on these either, but worth a note here as these coins are starting to move.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at Coinbase yesterday. Coinbase was destroyed pretty much yesterday. It was down to its lowest level. It was down about 9% there. It was down to its low 52-week low there on Coinbase. And we actually didn't get involved with it until, it's amazing. Like, look, I know you're busy in the afternoon, but we didn't even short Coinbase until the very end of the day when it was 3 o'clock. And even though we shorted that, we were still able to get out alive and make some money off that bottom. But it never did break that $40.60. So I'm going to say it didn't hold 41, but it did. I mean, if you're going to go down here to 40.60, that's pretty close to 41. So, nice little rally today up on that Bitcoin. I don't know if there's always news when it comes to Bitcoin. So I don't want to say it's up on no news. This is the thing about this screen. Like, I can't even see the part, like my face that's on there, which is probably a good sign. We have a new setup here. But I like the rally back, but if you look at it, we're not even back to where we were at the open yesterday. So I still like to fade this kind of a rally. I don't think Coinbase is really, I feel like it shouldn't be attached too much to the price of Bitcoin, but again, I get it. As confidence goes up in crypto space, confidence is going to go up for exchanges. Bitcoin has said that they don't have any contagion risk to FTX. They don't have any similar associated risks, meaning that they're 1-to-1, apparently is what they said, on their holdings versus their capitalization more appropriately. So I don't think that they're going bankrupt or anything in the near future, or that they have that same kind of risk. So I do like Bitcoin and Coinbase back up to the upside today, just flowing on sort of positivity in the space. But all in all, like this 44, if we can, this is a 20-minute here. So this 44, 45 area, I still think is worth a fade on Coinbase. We have free shorts now, so if it does rally too far today, I think that it's a good little level there. I mean, they're not a very well-run company. We've talked about that over and over again. You could see sort of the direction this stock has been in. This is October 26th. It was $77. I mean, Bitcoin, this is why I don't feel like you can really watch Bitcoin and Coinbase. Like from 78, let's call it $80, chopped in half in a month and a half for Coinbase. Bitcoin's not down half. So you sort of got to take the risks here on the exchange. At some point, you're going to get Cathie Wood. You're going to get all these traders coming in here and trying to talk it up a little bit to get it back into $50, $60. When that happens, we'll be waiting for a short. For me, Coinbase remains the same name, man. It's a short until something changes. And I just don't like the exchange business here for crypto. It's easy to buy them. There's a lot more people holding them in cold storage. it was something like 67% of the Bitcoins haven't moved in a year and a half or something, Arun. You can get that information off the blockchain. So if people aren't moving their coins around, I just don't see too much profitability here for some of these exchanges until trading comes back.
These lights aren't brighter, are they?
Lights are not brighter?
Are they? Are they brighter?
They feel like they're brighter?
Oh, my eyes are just going crazy right now.
I think they feel like they're brighter, but
maybe they are.
We have
Anyways.
Lucas is shaking his head.
No, he says no. So it's just.
It's because the light shines bright on you, my friend.
Okay, yeah, maybe with a balder head, but
Ouch.
going back to Coinbase. It's not a stock that I kind of get involved with too much, and this has been the case, especially with Mara and Riot as well with Coinbase. I really don't get involved with it unless it's a very, very clear trade to be made. And when I mean clear, multiple day consolidation and then a breakout of some sort. And the way it's moving right now, I mean, it's starting to find a base, but where's that clean breakout that I would want? On a stock like this that has like, they're just all over the place with Coinbase, or not Coinbase, with Bitcoin, and obviously Coinbase is moving along with that. So if it's not clear, I don't get involved, and I don't see any clear movement. I do see somewhat of a downtrend, so maybe a potential fade or something. But on a day like today, where the market I'm expecting to be somewhat quiet, the last thing I want to do is get involved in trades that aren't super clean. So I'm going to kind of back off of Coinbase. I do see the trend. Maybe a breakdown through 40, that's an option. But apart from that, I don't want to get too involved in Coinbase.
I just want to say one more thing here. The income, they were minus $1 billion. They have a market cap of 10 billion. So, I mean, they had sales of 5 billion, net income minus 1.2 billion. Until they get their whatever together, I don't see Coinbase being a profitable trade. So for me, it's a short, but I'm going to wait till 44, 45.
All right, let's talk about some earnings. I looked it up yesterday as well. I saw they have current holdings were 9,000 or thereabouts, 9,000 Bitcoin for Coinbase. Let's talk about some earnings, notable ones. Sean mentioned this one, Abercrombie. Yeah, surprise profit. They raised their forecast, better holiday quarter sales expected. Baidu as well, out overnight. Some movement, these Chinese ADRs anyways. Baidu coming through with 2% to the upside on revenue. A little bit better than expected on the forecast as well, but that revenue number was, I think, a little bit light depending on which analyst you want to read. But ANF, BIDU, here's Baidu back to basically flat. This was when that Shanghai note came out, so November 24th. They're going to tighten some restrictions in Shanghai. So back to the downside for all of these.
I actually wrote down ANF. So I just realized ANF's not even. We do have retail talked about it on our note here, but I put it on the sticky note just because of this beat. Like up 15% today for Abercrombie and Fitch, and talking about better wear for casual wear, better sales for the jeans. I don't know. Like, we can't start talking about like, oh, as people get back to work, as this happens, as that happens, there's going to be more of a rally in these spots. I think that there's been a lot of back to work talk already. But if you look here at the daily chart, you're running right up into this 2150 right now for Abercrombie. So this goes back to August when we dumped it out on their last report down here to $15. It's a nice surprise beat. They're well off the bottom of 15. But again, I wonder if it's too far too fast, but I don't actually worry that much about that. It's a nice move back up, and then I just want to think that it can fall back into $20 here. For Abercrombie, I wrote down surprise beat on earnings and a better forecast than expected. So the only note that I put on the sticky note, and again, thanks to Bear vs. Bulls, you can go there. We had over 100 likes, over 20 retweets yesterday on the sticky notes. So I want to give a big thank you. And by the way, hit the like button. Someone said we got the Black Mamba of Wall Street beside me over here. So people think you look like Kobe. I think you've probably heard that before, which is a compliment, I think.
I mean, it's a great compliment. It's just, I just
won
don't
an
see
Oscar.
it. I just don't see it.
I see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you'd be a brown Kobe, but I mean, you're not that dark. But I think it's the beard and everything. Later on, Kobe had a nice beard and everything. So I don't know. I like it, but just
I appreciate it though.
Exactly. It's more of a reason. Let's hit the bang. It's more of a reason for people to hit the like button. But okay, Abercrombie anyways, a nice beat here, 181,000 shares. What I wrote down was that we'd have a lack of liquidity. So I'm already bidding $20.20. So I'm thinking that it can come down here. We'll see what happens at this 1950 level if and when it does come down. But I like Abercrombie. So if you look here, also let's just call up one of our good, thanks to Luca for this, floatchecker.com. As you can see, I was looking up Zoom earlier. Zoom 7%. We'll get to that on the short short side of things, I just want to check out what A and F is at right now from a short side. You guys aren't going to be surprised, I hope. They've changed it. They put, I got to find out what that 2.6 is all about, but there it is. On average, 11s, 16s, 10s. I think Abercrombie has a chance to go. A lot of these beat-down names, especially when they reported so poorly last time, are going to get a little bit of slack here today. So I feel like nice move. The shorts will be wrong. They'll try to push it down. We'll get this back down to 20 bucks and then hopefully go long from there. If we don't get the long at 20, then we'll, maybe it's a 21 long. I'm not sure where we're going to go with it, but I do want to wait. We've talked about waiting for stock off open before. PBR, there's a dividend situation there. I don't see A&F on here. I do like Roblox. We shorted that yesterday, gave that up a little bit too early. We'll get a bang here for our friend Henry, because there's Palantir with the sell as well. Is that broke 7 yet? No, thank God that didn't break. Other than that, Disney, I'm going short on Disney. That's a bid. But yeah, no A&F on here. So I like it. We'll talk about Disney when it's time, but I like Disney on a fade today. Yesterday's bump up was a little too much.
Mr. Iger not wasting any time making some changes as far as executives go, as expected, but day two for Bob Iger. 3% here for DLTR, downside off of miss on their earnings as well. One more earnings note to keep in mind as we head towards the open here. Let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP of OTC Markets, to have a look at what's happening on a holiday week. Good to see you, as always, Jeff. Welcome back. It is, typically, seasonally, a quieter week on the markets right across the board as far as volume is concerned. We have seen, however, a number of individual OTC names popping up over the past week or so on heavier than volume. We talked about metamaterials the last time. It was back in play a little bit. Yesterday we noted as well, and it was, again, we discussed this last time we were on, but just different share classes, but still worth a note. Very active yesterday.
Yeah, so that is MMTLP. It's a preferred share of a listed company, right? So yeah, lots of activity in that name. Just looking at yesterday, a couple million shares traded. Decent opportunity, and that symbol MMTLP. And like I said, that's a preferred share of a listed company. And every once in a while these names pop up, and there's a decent amount of trading in them. Not so much in the pre-market, but definitely something to keep an eye on after the 9:30 open. Another name that we don't always talk about as well, too, that popped up yesterday, and actually I think we've talked about it in the past, is a symbol called NWBO. And so, it trades right around $1. It's Northwest Biotherapeutics. Said right now it's trading just above $1. It's 1.01 by 1.02. So maybe another name to kind of keep an eye on. Traded a few million shares yesterday, a decent amount of trades as well too. So that's symbol NWBO.
There's been a ton of headlines regarding crypto in general lately, but worth a note, Grayscale specifically with some headlines on their products coming out yesterday late in the day, talking a little bit about their positioning and what they have in the bank off of this, FTX mess that continues to play out even starting today with this bankruptcy hearing getting underway. Talk about the Grayscale products here on OTC. What do we need to know as far as volatility over the past couple of days here?
Thank you for pointing that out, Brendan. Yeah, so GBTC and ETHE, there's been a ton of volatility in these names, and I'm sure, as most of you know, right, they're trading at a pretty significant discount compared to where they should be in line with the actual coin themselves. So they're really good names to look at and trade right now. That's GBTC and ETHE. There are some other Grayscale products that we talk about from time to time in our marketplace, but these are the two very, very liquid ones that trade a lot in our marketplace. And then as far as where they end up and what happens to them, right? It's still, there's still a lot up in the air, right? I know that there's some pressure on them to show some type of proof of deposit at Coinbase, right? Not jump into that too much right now. as far as a trading from a trading perspective, right? I think there's lots of opportunity in those names.
A ton of liquidity again. I was watching a little bit of it yesterday. Unbelievable volatility, as you mentioned, and volume coming through on both of those. Let's talk a little bit about some Chinese-related stocks here, because we got more headlines this morning regarding the possibility of some lockdowns coming back into effect, stricter restrictions coming back into effect as well in Shanghai because of COVID. Are there some, I guess is the best way to put it, that are on your radar this morning near the top of the list? I saw Tencent was near the top of that list yesterday again.
Yes, so Tencent, TCEHY, it's always a big one in our marketplace. It's another one of those names where there's a lot of liquidity there and usually a decent amount of movement, and something to keep an eye on. Two others that we talk about frequently are Luckin Coffee, that's LKNCY. Same thing yesterday. Decent amount of movement and trading activity. And then another one, which has been on the marketplace for only a few months now, is DIDIY. That's Didi. So between those three names, definitely something to keep an eye on. Lots of exposure. I mean, obviously, lots of exposure to what goes on in China with those three names. So another thing too that's in common with all the names that we've talked about today is they're all tradable on our ECN, which is OTCX. You'll either see that or OTC or OTCN in your market data feed. Great source of liquidity. That's what the guys Sean and Neil use to trade a lot of these names. Right. Great way to get in and out and access some of that liquidity in the over-the-counter market.
Yeah, anyone in the Day Trade the World family as well, make sure you speak to your manager about that. Make sure you get that OTCX added as far as the data feed for trading OTC. Jeff, we won't get a chance to see you again before the holiday, so happy Thanksgiving to you and yours coming up this week. Enjoy Thursday, enjoy Black Friday as well.
Thank you, guys. And we are open on Friday for trading, so keep an eye out then too. But thank you, Neil, or thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, we will be here as well trading. So great stuff. Enjoy, Jeff. Great to see you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff, again, and happy Thanksgiving to you and yours as well. Good friend of the show and good friend of mine as well, Jeff Mendel, Cowboys fan. So being on a good run there, the Cowboys lately.
The other day,
and I did want to talk a little bit about the GBTC and his link, right? So the OTCX has been a great quote for us. You can even see right now, it's top of the book right here, OTCN. So, there is an ability to do that. They do have a good fee structure as well for that, the bidding and the offering here. So, if you are interested in getting some grayscale product into today. We don't quote it until 9:30. So right now you can see where it's up to. You got these quotes going 8:30, 8:40. We're going to just wait to see where it prints today. So good movement up for grayscale. And you also have the ETHE product as well for Ethereum. And then Tencent, Nintendo, Roche, Adidas, they're all there. So I'm a big supporter of the OTC market. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity in there, especially if you're trading with Day Trade the World and our competitive fee structure and our direct market access. So shout out to Jeff Mendel. And if you're ever looking for a sales guy, I've got you as well, because if this doesn't work out, maybe I go, you want to move to New York or what?
Interestingly enough, I'll be in New York in a few weeks.
Okay, there you go. So you got to go see. I want to go on the floor of the NYSE. I want to check out the OTC. I want to do all that kind of stuff as well. So are you having any plans on that? I can probably get you on the floor of the NYSE if you're around there.
I mean, to be fair, this is my wife's idea of seeing what New York's like during Christmas time.
Oh, okay, that's pretty beautiful.
I'm going to have to check with her on whether I'm allowed to go.
Let me know, because I have a hookup.
Okay.
So you let me know if you want to get onto the floor of the NYSE. I don't know what the rules are around Christmas. I mean, when are you going? The market will be open.
The week before Christmas.
All right.
Yeah. The week.
A couple days.
Yeah.
Weekend. Okay, cool. I've been to New York. That's actually where I proposed in Central Park. So, man, have that day back. No, just joking. That was a great experience. New York's a lovely. Have you been to New York?
No, this
lovely
is the first time
place, man. Lovely place. Bring lots of cash is what I can, or at least make sure your credit card is well funded. It's not the cheapest city, but New York, fantastic. I do want to go there I wouldn't mind going there for New Year's, but the thing is like I don't want to be part of that whole. Just to be jammed in there into Times Square, I can't.
No, I can't.
Like maybe in my youth, but not now. I know you're a big fan of the NYC there, Brendo.
Absolutely. Love New York City. Very, very smart choice, Arun. Always keep the wife happy. Let's talk about, just seeing a note here, guys, on, that's fine. Oil, moving around. Let's talk about some analyst moves here. Toll Brothers, top of the list as far as upgrades are concerned. It's tough to see. I got to zoom in here a little bit. That's Walgreens, WBA. Cowen, I saw with a positive note on WBA this morning. CVS on here, Agilent Technologies as well to the upside. Airbnb, yeah, a little bit negative here at pre-market this morning, a downgrade from Baird. Zoom, Dell, and Blackstone as well.
Blackstone. Blackstone's the price of Blackstone surprised me the other day. I had no clue that. Oh no, then what was I looking at? Was it Black Rock then? Yeah, it probably was Black Rock. Because I was like, wait, when did they become like $400 or something like that? Oh, 750. Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Way off there. But yeah, Blackstone, there's a bunch of names there. And if you're going to look for a potential trade, it's going to have to be in some of these names that are actually moving. As the market's picking up steam to the upside, there's a potential for a breakout. But if we are to complete this breakout pattern, I imagine the volume is going to come in very hard at the beginning. So the first half hour, then I can see it just kind of tapering off. On a day like today. So just, take breakouts with some caution there. And I am looking for some breakouts. With the market doing what it's doing, I am looking for potential trades there. Obviously, Blackstone trending down, so that's not a candidate to work with. So if we were up here at 93, 94, potentially, but down here in this trend, it's hard to find a name or to go after a name on the buy side when the market is going up, but the stock is going down. So it's a dangerous thing to do. And right now, you got to be aware of the environment you're in. It's going into a holiday environment. So don't try to get too fancy. Just stick with what's clean and easy. Take whatever money you can get there, and then just walk away. I was telling actually Sharif the other day. I was like, not the other day, earlier on today when I came in, we were just talking about stocks and whatnot. And I said, on weeks like this, the job isn't necessarily to make money, is to make sure you don't lose a ton of money. Because it's going to be difficult, right? It's easy when the market has volatility, but when the market's quiet like this, it's just way too easy to make the wrong decision and just overplay your hand. So just be careful as this market is looking to kind of, stabilize a little bit above these 75. We'll see how much extension we get after 9:30 in the open, but for now it does look somewhat positive as the market is up 0.5% on the ES, 0.47.
That's funny. I just write it to Bob here, LOL Bob. Sean pick up some flowers on the way home. That's hilarious. What were we? Did you just do your little futures roundup there?
No.
Okay, good. I was going to say I missed it because I was waiting to hear some of your thoughts on that one. But no, what were we just doing there? I was reading the chat. Oh yeah. Oh, the upgrades and the downgrades. Right. So we're going to get to Zoom. Zoom's one of the interesting names on there for me as well. And then Airbnb. This is a name that I've wanted to get into this. Like I remember talking about this thing like at 150 and thought that it was pretty good down at that level. Obviously now it's gotten a haircut. We've already seen some of these earnings. When this kind of stuff, and I'm just going to call them up here just to make sure that I get this right, because I don't think they're profitable yet. Oh no, they are. Okay, so they actually are profitable. What am I talking about? Right there. That's why I want to double check before I said it. But still, these are one of the names that I wanted to buy, but their PE, so it wasn't Airbnb. Their PE is still a little bit high, man. 39, 34, still a little bit high on that level, but they do have an income. Market cap still seems way too high to me, $61 billion. There's not too many companies that are even that high, and especially this is like a software for service base. I mean, I know that they don't own any of the properties, so essentially they're a software company, right? Just getting people on their app, taking a percentage back and forth on that. We already know what their business is all about, but they have a decent amount of cash, book values here. Everything is nice for Airbnb. Part of the problems to me is just their forward earning, right? What are they going to guide moving forward? They've already come out and reported. I think you got to get a little bit more steam off this stock before you go in there and buy it. But again, when you're looking at the day chart, this is what I'm saying. Like a lot of these names that I feel like are good businesses are still bouncing around near their bottom. So this name probably needs to be picked up, but if you can take off $10, get that PE under 30, then you're seeing a little bit more reasonable valuations for me on Airbnb. This was that 150 level right into here. It's actually 130, 135 that I thought you know, right here. Why isn't that building anything? Right into here, that was going to sort of have a chance to hold 135. We got up there, but since then it's kind of been a top. Hasn't been able to break 130. So now that you're down here to 94, 95, I think Airbnb is a long down here in your long-term portfolio when you get into the mid to low 80s, guys. So I'm going to be looking at Airbnb. It is one of those names that's on my shopping list, but as you just heard, needs to get a little bit lower for Airbnb.
Yeah.
Just going to mention True Trading Group, guys, bringing you the first segment of the show. As always, shout out to them. Come back this afternoon, 2:45. We're going to have the guys from TTG back on the show again. Going to be good to talk to them about what's happened going into the holiday and how the market will shape up before we get a couple of days off, or a day and a half. Anyways, here's a look at how the European market landscape is shaping up so far today. 0.73 there for England, or 1% already for Spain, trying to lead the way. But positive numbers right across the board for the most part. Good to see. Shout out to Jeff Mendel once again, because not one, but two of the stocks we just talked about on OTC making an appearance on this board today, including Luckin, LKNCY, negative sentiment on social so far. There's Metamaterials again, MMAT on the NASDAQ, or MMTLP on OTC markets. Mullins here, Tesla, this ONCS, tough to see down there, but ONCS, I want to talk about that because 768,000 shares in the float. I am not even paying for shorts just so I don't try and short it. So we'll talk about ONCS coming up here. There's Ape back higher. Disney on here once again, positive as well. Let's get a check maybe with Arun if we can on the overall markets. What do we need to know heading into a Tuesday here for the futures?
All right. This is the range that we were talking about, or I was referring to when I said, okay, if we get the breakout, there's a potential for the move, but we got to wait for volume and whatnot. So this is 75 area. We kind of got above there, and we're now stabilizing above there. So I'm thinking breakout long. But again, this is going to be dependent on volume at the open. So for now, we're going to say long, yes. But if there's some heavy sell side volume, that needs to hold up through these 70s. And if we lose the 70s, we're probably going to come on down. So 75 is going to be where I actually did take a long. So, I mean, here, you can see it on this chart. This is our position chart, or our internal chart. 76 is my long. It's 2.5 points up for now. But again, this means nothing right now because the trade is just getting started, right? So for now, we're long. Just above here, above these 75s, looking for the play, looking for some sort of action down through this zone to support a bid. And if we can get that, then the longs, I think, have enough to get going. But again, volume is going to be an issue, so it could just take all day to get done if that is going to go. So just be careful with that. You don't need to rush to get in right away. You probably will have second or third chances to get in. So for now, we're going to look for the breakout. And if we're going to look for the breakout on the S&P side, then we probably should be looking for strong names on the equity side. So that's what I'm going to do now, is I'm going to go through my list of names that I have in terms of stocks and find which ones are actually setting up to the buy side there. So I like to kind of put them all together. And if I'm going to be wrong, I'm going to be wrong trying to play one move or one specific direction. And for now, it's going to be the long. So we'll see how that one plays out. And guys, thank you guys for all the suggestions and tips in New York. I do have a question for you guys, if you guys can put that in the chat as well. I'm a food guy. I'm a big food guy. So where should I stay so I can get a taste of whatever food diversity, in terms of food diversity, I can get in New York? Where should I stay? Is that Midtown? Is there somewhere different?
You haven't booked your hotel yet?
I haven't booked my hotel yet. There's a lot of options.
Maybe Airbnb.
Oh no. No.
Okay. I was just
not for New York. I use Airbnb a lot, but not for New York. No.
Oh, you do use Airbnb a lot?
I do, but not for
New
New
York.
York.
What would scare you for New York then?
No.
You're just going to stay at the hotel, like just be safe and...
Not just that, but like they're tiny. These places are
wow,
just...
the hotel rooms, get used to it. They're not going to be so huge either. Oh man, I stayed at a pretty... Oh no, now I have to ask the wife what hotel I stayed at. Oh man, but the room was like a closet, to be honest with you. It's like... It was back, well, I mean, I proposed 12 years ago, so the money wasn't flowing as well. But we stayed at a great hotel. Oh, man, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it's small room, so get ready for that. But yeah, no, Chinatown, I mean, the thing about Chinatown is Toronto has a kick-ass Chinatown as well. So I did hear Brendan say Chelsea. There's going to be lots of Soho. There's going to be lots of... lots of opportunity for you, man, if you're a food guy. But yeah, get these guys. It's too bad they can't message you on Twitter, Arun. Then they could be sending you links and
Send me a pigeon. I'll be in New York. I'm sure I'll find one.
Like that, yeah. Little Italy, come on, man. In Toronto, we have the second outside of New York, the second largest population of Italians outside of Italy.
Damn.
Yeah. Outside of New York City, of course. You know, people don't understand that Toronto is the 5th largest city in North America. So.
I mean, given the amount of traffic I have to deal with on my way in, I understand why it makes sense for us to have, you know, be up there in terms of the top 5 cities.
Yeah,
but traffic is getting so much worse now. It is getting ridiculously worse on the highways coming in.
It's, you know what, you know why? Because I feel like the same thing's happening to me too. There's so many new builds. Like, well, on the highway would be a different story, but there's so much construction on these little side streets in Toronto because all these, you know, warehouses or homes or old townhomes and whatnot are getting torn down for new builds and condos and things like that. But that just goes to show you. I actually saw something in back to the market here a little bit. I saw Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac last week said that mortgage rates dropped the largest they have since 2008 last week in one single week. And so I feel like, I know mortgage rates are still out of control, but I feel like that's a good sign as well. And we'll have to look at the dollar strength, you know, to look at mortgage rates, interest rates, and some of these deflationary numbers starting to come back in a little bit. I feel like we've seen that peak inflation number already from CPI. We're going to see if that gets a little bit better coming here on the December read, which is December 13th. We have our next inflationary read there, followed by, Brendan, so the 13th we have CPI, then the 14th we have Fed. So, yeah, drink lots of caffeine and get ready for December 13th and 14th. I know the traders behind us will be super excited. That's 2 actionable days in a row there. We've been actually, I meant to ask you that. We'll go back over. Do you, I don't know if you were here. No, I don't think you were here because it was me and Neil. What, do you stay away from those numbers? Like when CPI, because I know the guys in the back really hit that pretty aggressively. So when the number comes out better than expected. So let's, like last time, what was it? 6.6 versus 6.8 or whatever it was last time on the core. So comes out better than expected. These guys slammed along.
Yeah.
My understanding of the way you trade is that's not really something that you would do.
You know what's funny is I used to trade jobs report numbers, so I understand. But the thing is, though, the more you do it, the more you understand what can go wrong.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And then that happens to you. And once that happens to you a few times, you learn your lessons. And then you get a little bit smarter about making those decisions. And until that happens, it's all good, right? So that's why I kind of just like, you know what, I do pay attention and I do trade, but not immediately. I'll get involved, but I won't get involved immediately. And it's just from experience. That's all it is. It's just, I know what can go wrong, and I've been in that kind of a position, so I just kind of avoid it because I don't need to put myself
It's like one of those trades where you go 4 for 4, but it's that 5th one that you increase your shares that it's like, whoops, there goes my last 4. But no, that's nothing to say that about. And again, everybody trades your own book. I just wanted to ask Arun that because there's so many different styles of trading, and that's part of why we love the community that we have here, because we get so many different ideas in our chat, and it's just so many different ways to trade. You're going to see some unique trading from me and Arun today on all of these names. So we're very, very much individuals, and we suggest the same thing for you guys. So we're going to be really excited for that next. I feel like December is going to be awesome for that. Just that week there, we're going to need some volume in December. And Brendan, that volume is going to come that second week there of December when we get those numbers. Third week.
Next week, guys. I mean, next week we get PCE, we get GDP, Q3 GDP, and non-farm payrolls. So next week even going to be exciting as well. So come back for that. Let's get into what you need to know here heading towards the open already under 30 minutes to go. Let's go to Zoom. They cut their annual revenue forecast specifically. Numbers, though, right across the board, not great for ZM. Downside this morning. They did point to a whole bunch of deals that they did this quarter, including the WeChat news that came out, Microsoft Teams they announced a deal with. There's Cisco, there's WebEx teaming up with Cisco. So Zoom guys, downside here, though, on this forecast primarily.
I don't know why. I mean, first of all, Zoom's fallen over 60% this year alone, which is crazy, but expected, right? I mean, it's just one of those names where there's so much competition in the space as well. We use Google Teams here. It's Microsoft Teams. It's Google Meet, I don't know what it's called. So, you know, in our organization, we do that. That's completely free. I know Zoom does have a free version as well, but there is an enterprise version, which is actually doing great. I mean, annual, like, they're expecting annual revenues to be north of $4 billion, $4.38 billion. That's huge. That's huge. I mean, that's amazing. And they do have a good, I'm just reading some of the notes right here, 20% increase there from high-paying enterprise customers. So I feel like they have the mojo to continue to be a successful look here. And today, down 7% on the guide. The quarter was great. We just talked about that. So I don't know. Better profit per share, 3.91 versus 3.94. But, you know, down here, let's see if they can keep it going. What I've suggested here for Zoom, I mean, when I wrote the note, we said long. I mean, it's right here on the sticky note. We talked, is my face up there? Yes, it is. We talked about that. I was going long on Zoom here today. Unfortunately, it's already starting to get back to the upside here. I honestly thought a 74 break would have been good. It's up to 75. I scratched off, like I had on here. I mean, maybe you guys can see it here on the sticky note, but I actually scratched off. Let me just pull this out here for a minute. I actually did, this was 74.50 long, but then I saw some support there and I was like, if we take 74.50 long, then we're going to have to wait probably and grab it in the pre-market and wait to see what happens off the open. So we didn't want to do that. So instead, what I indicated down here was this 71-72 area where we dipped back down in early November, and we've already seen that bottom there as well. So I feel like Zoom has a chance to get back down into that, especially if the market gives something up here off the open. Its 52-week low is that level, $70.50. So down here is a 52-week low. We just made it, and now you're off to the races a little bit. There's the bump up, and like you could see, I was looking at this 74 level, which is right into there, 74.50, the pre-market high. You'd be in the money about 50 cents, but the volume's not great. It's great for this. It's 740,000, so that's nice. But the spread, like if you're gonna put on 100 shares, this is gonna show you a round lot level. So just now it just moved up. So Arca, someone came here with 100 shares. But you know, other than that, the spread tends to be 30, 40, 50 cents. There it is. Someone takes that guy out for 100 shares, all of a sudden spread moves back down to 20 cents again. So I feel like it's a little too spready for me. I already have a bid down there near 71.50. If it does fall, let's try to catch a falling knife here and go long against that pre-market low and all-time low, not all-time low, but 52-week low of $70.50. So I want to be long Zoom. I'm just not sure of the levels quite yet.
And I have the same sentiment as Sean there, which is I do like the idea of a long. It's just, for me, you can see this on the right-hand side of my chart here. I've got this like bracket above 75 or below 72. So there's a trade for me on either side of this, whether we get above 75 and stay, or if we get underneath 72, I'll look for the breakdown, right? Right now, this market's trying, or this stock is trying to get through 75, but it's pre-market, so we're gonna wait for this. So 75 after the open, and if it can stay above 75, then potential longs. And if it runs, let's just say that it's a quick run and runs right to 78. I mean, it's fine, move on to another trade. This is gonna be one of those situations where you need to get the trade at the price, control the risk, and if you don't get it, you just move on, find something else, right? There's no point in trying to chase this. It could go easily back to 80, or it could just fail. Whatever it decides to do, I think is just a matter of getting the price that you want to make sure the risk is in check for a day like today. So that's what I'm doing here. Futures-wise, I am gonna look to get some more here. I kind of like what's going on. So we started with some 76 longs. We're gonna start adding into this a little bit more, see if you can play for this breakout as I was mentioning earlier. And like I said, in terms of stocks, I'm trying to find names that are also supporting the bid for looking for that upside move off the open. If we don't get it, then we're wrong. We'll move away from it. But for now, I am gonna look for the upside and see if we can't get that.
Just quickly, there's a note, I should say, on RIDE, R-I-D-E. Foxconn going to purchase nearly 27 million additional RIDE shares at $1.76. There was a note going back a month, I want to say ago, that they had taken a substantial stake in Lordstown there. So 26,855,000 additional shares going to be purchased by Foxconn for Ride. Let's talk about this one. Best Buy, nice report right across the board. Holiday forecast pointing to higher sales, still strong numbers for electronics. Even Arun shopping at Best Buy over the past couple of weeks. Here's one that is actually looking very strong, guys, getting back to 78, which is that high, and some of these levels from a month or two ago.
All right. Best Buy was already gone a little bit too much here in the morning for me so far. So, yeah, what's up to Jacqueline? Thanks for your nice messages there on Twitter. I hope you have a good trading day for sure. All right, so up to 77.50 right now for Best Buy. I mean, up 7%, now up 10%. Wow. These guys raise their forecast for sales. So when that happens, yeah, you're going to get a booming level there. I honestly thought that 77 could be a little bit of a problem. We've already been there about a week and a half ago. That does not seem to be a problem at all. Consumers need to go out there and spend money. And actually, it's funny that you were talking about you were looking at Best Buy or you were at Best Buy. I had the app open last night with my kid because he's looking to get a better computer. So we were looking to see if there's any nice Black Friday deals. There's a couple out there waiting for the actual day to see if there's some more. But full year comparable sales fall about 10%. Okay, so that's not great. But they were expecting a decrease of 11%. So that's better than expected. So full year sales still a little bit down, but better than expected. It expects forward 23 outlook, better than expected Q3, okay? Unchanged, reinstated its share repurchase program. That's great. So over $1 billion repurchasing their shares. So, all good for Best Buy. I feel like 10% is way too much for this company. I still feel like it's a capitalized business. They do have a nice dividend associated with them. A lot of people don't know that. So Best Buy could be something to get bought here unless they've changed the dividend and then I'm the one that doesn't know about that. But yeah, nice bottoms, well off the 50 period here. And if you're going to invest, I don't know if you want to buy strength right now, but if it does fall back, look at it supporting this $70, which is the 50 period, and you're breaking out. You're trying to break out, man. Like a 79 break takes you through that wick high of 77 and then tests this September high there. So I don't know. We talk about with Michael Noss that we like to trade smiley faces. This kind of looks like one right here on the daily chart. So we'll have to watch out for it. A pullback into this kind of a level, 76, where VWAP is on the 1 minute makes a little bit more sense. But for me, honestly, Best Buy, again, a little bit of a spread situation right now, opening up as the market goes. So I think I'm going to stay away from Best Buy. It's a New York stock. And as you can see, even on earnings day, there still is no imbalance for them whatsoever. So my play for earnings has been quite simple. Let the market settle down. I don't know if people are short or long right now. So when the market opens up, I wouldn't be a surprise if this thing blasts to 80 because there's people caught short and they want to get out. So that could be a surprise move there today. I think if you get to 80, you fade it. But until then, I'm going to watch Best Buy up 9% and just say congratulations to whoever's long this name because it just continues to make a move to the upside right now.
The issue with Best Buy on a chart like this is, especially when you know volume is going to be in the broad market, in the broad market sense, volume is going to be somewhat quiet. You're going to have to, on a chart like this, you're going to have to chase after it, right? And it's going to be hard to find the location to where your stop should be. Like, where do you put your stop? If you're going to take 78 longs, let's just say you go over for the 78 break to the upside, where's your stop on that? So that's where it's harder for me to figure out what to do on a stock like this that's already moved so much in the pre-market. So the easier trade obviously was down here. Unless this market decides that Best Buy is going to go up, start to go sideways, start developing some levels, and then make its move. At that point, it's easier to justify a trade. But on Best Buy for now, I think momentum trading is going to be where you're going to have to kind of be in terms of trades. You're going to have to rely on momentum trading because it's going to be hard to technically do a breakout because although you can look at the daily and be like, oh yeah, if we break 80, we can get going. The issue is this is not the market. This is not the market with the volume to support a daily breakout immediately. It may take all day. So in that time, you may have an intraday setup, and that's what I'm looking for, intraday setups on any sort of stock that's actually setting up for a breakout. And while I say that, I've also picked up some more longs here on the futures. So you see me here once, twice now, And we're just kind of playing that 75 support level, like I mentioned, right? We're going to play that 75 support level, or not so support, the 75 breakout level, see if we can get a move into the open and play the opening volume to the upside, if there is opening volume to the upside. So that's what we're looking for. So we'll see what we get after the open.
All right, let's go on to some of these Chinese ADRs moving around here in the pre-market. Once again, want to focus on Alibaba. There was this note this morning on Ant Group, this court case, I guess, if you want to call it. Finally, it looks to be coming to an end. Chinese authorities going to fine Ant Group and Jack Ma specifically $1 billion over this IPO and some of the dealings that went on surrounding that. This is going back over a year ago at this point. Alibaba was holding up a little bit better than the rest here in the pre-market, and then we got more COVID-related headlines coming out. The point of this story is simply, I think a lot of people were expecting this number to be way higher than 1 billion, but ends up being 1 billion, it looks like anyways, for Ant Group guys surrounding that IPO. We get COVID cases still on the rise coming out of Shanghai now specifically.
All right, so I like Alibaba here, but you know, you're down 1.6%. It's funny because Alibaba, or this is still Bed Bath & Beyond, hold on a second. It's funny because Alibaba is still, if I'm correct, still above its 50-period rate here. So there are a lot of stocks, like even Microsoft and some of these names that are hovering around their 50-period as well. So, you know, I do like the fact that you're gonna get, like once Alibaba in China sort of settles down a little bit, you're gonna get outsized returns. Like this stock, if China can get its, I just don't know. Like, there's too much political risk here. The COVID story, we talked about that yesterday, like 3 deaths in Hong Kong. Like when there's 3 COVID deaths, like I just feel like there's going to be 300. Like I don't see them getting it under control the way they want to. Either they're lying about the numbers, the truth is going to come out at some point. COVID is still an issue worldwide as far as I know. And I know even here, like our hospitals, just because a lot of it's not COVID related. There's RSV, there's some, you know, that's the respiratory, there's other issues, there's the flu and things like that when they come through. But if China's going to have such a strong stance on like viral issues, then I feel like there's more downside. But like on any kind of a turnaround, this name pops huge. Like we were just $60 not too long ago, popped to 85. Like you're talking about 2 weeks. This is going to soar at some point. I just don't know when it's going to be. But for today, you have to go short. Like as much as I like the name, you know, for again, just to get a little bit better alpha. Like it's going to outperform the market. I don't know if it's going to this year, but it's definitely going to at some point when China starts figuring itself out. Both Alibaba, JD, like legitimate companies, have a good chance to outperform. I'll leave it at that. But for today, look at the 20-minute. I'm actually looking at a nice little short opportunity breaking back down through 75 here that could come in. We really like that 75. I like these kind of even numbers like that, even though I know 75 is an odd number, but even levels, 75, 80, 85, things like that, to drop back down and then settle its head down here around 72. But the play for me right now is to grab a short in here, 77. So let's see, this is a 20-minute chart. Yesterday we had a problem breaking through 77. So as of right now, a new trading idea. Oh, that was supposed to be the ding thing. It was supposed to be this one. A new trading idea, short, and I'm going to tweet this out on the sticky note, just like we did with Carvana yesterday. I like to short Alibaba in and around 77 if we can get it. So I'm going to try to go short Alibaba 77. If we can get it, great. But that's the trade that I like right here as a new idea to come in for the short. So let's see if Alibaba can hold a 77 print to the downside. We'll probably, I mean, right now I have the offer at 76.80. Would like to get out if we break too much above 77 and then reevaluate. But if I get out at 77 and it goes to 78, I'll probably try the short again. So it could be a fun day or not on Alibaba, but I like the short here.
Yeah, I look at the chart on Baba and I'm like, nope. No, thank you. This is not the chart that's an easy trade to be made because it's just messy. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity there. It's just, I like easy charts, and I'm just going to go off topic here. Forget it, Baba. I'm looking at Amazon. Why? I think they're starting to break. I think they're going to take a move, make a move to the upside and break this trend. So that's just my play based on the way the futures market's moving. I could be wrong, but if I'm going to lose money, let it be on an easy chart that looks like it's going to do something versus something like, say, Baba, which is. Yeah, that's tough to play with. And if it was trading, I think it was trading a little bit higher into this gap here against these 80s. I think the trade could be a little bit easier to be, justified. But for now, you could argue for the low level support, but at the same time, it's a tough one. You're going to have to catch a falling knife with the market moving up. And if it's falling with the market moving up, the first question I ask is, why is it falling still? So a relative weakness might come into play. So I'm going to walk away from Baba and its charts, and we'll move on to the next one there.
I did. Before we go to Brendan, just real quickly, because we don't have Amazon on our board today, but I do also have it on the sticky note as my number one idea, and I'm really glad to hear Arun talk about that as well. Long Amazon. I thought it looked pretty strong yesterday off that 91 level. So follow me at Trader TV, Sean. Amazon up more than the market today. Unfortunately, this daily chart's going to look bad because we have that crazy wick there. I'll try to correct that after. But look at this move yesterday off that 91 bottom. Hit it twice, rallied to 92, came back 91.50, then took off into the afternoon, creating a nice little upside move here. So I'm liking Amazon as well. Trying to, look at it. Look at this on the 20-minute. Pretty clean there, and then it's running up into this 94. I like a 94 break long on Amazon. It's going to be my number one idea. I'm taking it on the break. Going to give it 50 cents or so back in. You'll probably give it more room. But let's see if it takes out 94. Normally, it's a short for me on Amazon, and we've been really, like yesterday, the short was, we had this short yesterday.
Nice.
That was a nice trade. That was a nice trade. Yeah, so we had that short yesterday. That was a good one. And then we did not have the long. We actually tried the short in here at 93 and got out of it. But we saw the strength yesterday in Amazon. I think it continues today. But yesterday's short, Amazon was a short for me. Life of a day trader, Brendan. How things change in just 24 hours.
It's the best part. I want to make sure we get to Disney here, but quickly, here's Tesla. If you zoom out on Tesla and look at the past couple of days, look at the volume yesterday. So lowest level since 2020 for Tesla yesterday on heavy volume. We are gapping up here a little bit. There was some Chinese registration numbers that came out overnight for Tesla that were a little better than expected, but worth a note here, Tesla trying to gap to the upside. And then this note on Disney, Bob Iger, as we mentioned, already in there, shaking things up with some restructuring, some executive changes to be expected. There was also a note on what he's going to get paid over the next 2 years, which is kind of surprising as well. $1 million a year salary and a potential for performance targets of up to $25 million for Bob Iger.
Yeah, salary at that level, it's not about the salary.
Exactly.
You want the stock options and you want other incentives because it's just better on the tax side of things, right? So, I mean, it's a great,
so much more upside
yeah,
too, performance based. That's what I like about trading. I mean, trading is performance based. You know what I'm saying? Like, you eat what you kill, and I got to say, respect to Bob Iger. The guy was running this company for over 20 years, made some great deals, man. I mean, Marvel, I think, worked out pretty good for them. I have no idea what the Star Wars franchise is valued at now, but that was a great play as well, I would think, anyways. But I'm not sure.
They're milking it, right? Marvel and Star Wars with all the shows that I keep hearing about on Disney Plus.
So, how much money do you think Disney Plus lost last quarter?
They lost? Disney Plus lost? They lost
pretty
money?
bad.
Oh, damn. Okay.
How about $1.5 billion?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so that's why. If you're looking at Disney stock here on a daily chart, man, we've just been getting absolutely hammered there. So yeah, Disney got crushed, obviously, off that report as well. But a nice little move to the upside on Bob Iger hiring. I don't think that he solves really anything as far as costs are concerned. So, I just think that they're not even going to be profitable, Arun. Like you were just, I know, I didn't mean to catch you off guard there, but they're not even going to be profitable until 2024 on the Disney Plus side of things. I think content is king, and to be honest with you, Netflix is the king. They have so much content there. It costs Disney so much money to make these movies, and then they're just releasing them, and some of them are quite frankly, are flopping. They're not doing the greatest there. I don't know what. It's funny because I really want to see that. Is it called Black Panther 2 or Wakanda Forever? I think it's
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. I think
so it's okay. So we're not going to be wrong in saying that, but I didn't hear that much about it. Now I don't know if it broke records or not, but I feel like I want to see it, and I've already got the Avatar 2 tickets. I don't know if I got the pre-go there because my kids would kill me if I didn't. So we did get that as well. But I'm thinking Disney's a fade here at 99. I want to go short Disney. I'm playing off that Bob Iger news. You saw it come out yesterday when he came back, and then basically it was faded all day. We had the short yesterday at 99. Let's see if we can do something again today with that. So right now, just as we're getting close to the open here, obviously, we have Abercrombie and Finch looking to go long on that name down near 20, but that is ripping and still going higher. So that's going to be a fun one to see. We have Alibaba looking to get that short as well near 77. I feel like that could come in. We have Zoom trying to go long on Zoom, but I just noticed that that was starting to go upside as well. So that's going to be a play. And then, of course, the aforementioned Disney looking to grab that short as well. And before I throw it back to you, Mullen with a nice bid. I don't really want to look at this until it's above 30 cents. Like every day this thing seems to tick down a couple pennies. Be careful if you are on Mullen. That has a direct line to pink sheets maybe, because you got to get above $1, right? So we're going to wait to see there. That's probably going to reverse split, and you don't want to be in a name that reverse splits. Other than that, I don't really see any names on here that are going to be too exciting, so we'll pass on all of that and just get ready to rumble with some of those names that we're looking at. Amazon, I see you there, Trade Smith. It's a long through 94, so I'm going to be waiting for that.
Yeah, I mean, the two positions I have, the Amazon and Netflix, they both just fell off, like in a big way here. Amazon fell off.
Did it go to the downside?
Yeah, in a big way. It's like Netflix is still going too. So I'm gonna have to wait for the open, but if this continues after the open, I'm gonna keep the futures position, cut the tech names, and see if we can't play the S&P long over the NASDAQ long. But anyways, for now, we've got two longs going into the open with 10 seconds left there.
We got the countdown. I hit the countdown. It's normally Neil's on the countdown, but today we got Randy on the bell, which is always nice. So Randy, get ready to ring that bell in 3, 2, and 1. All right, there it is, man. Let's just check out Amazon. Thank you, Randy, for that. Great bell ringing as usual. Randy on the bell. Yeah, Amazon, absolutely the other way right now. Nothing but hate for Amazon to the downside here early. So that market's coming back in as well as the NASDAQ. That's what I was sort of going to talk about. But maybe we get a 92 bid there. If I like the long, maybe we'll try it here. Oh, there we go. We got it. So now we have a new position right now, Amazon. Let's just see what it does. It just wicked bottomed at 92. Maybe we got something here. Let's see how high this one wants to go back up to the upside. Let's take a piece out if we get a little higher than this. Okay, I see you. All right, there it is right there. Let's see if, we missed it. We're waiting at 65. Let's see if Amazon can get back up to the upside. Take a 20% out for 30 cents. Amazon trying to go back upside right there. Bottom pick that one. Let's see if it holds that 92. If it doesn't, we gone.
Yeah, this is not getting much support here. I mean, I had the futures long there. We had it early on, and we're looking for that 80 break, and now 80 is failing. And if we're losing Amazon and we're losing some major tech names, we may not get the support that we need for this breakout. So I may have to readjust here a little bit. For now, though, Netflix is starting to stabilize a little bit here around these 84s, and then also Amazon around that 92.5. So waiting a little bit for this market to figure out what it wants to do next. But this is what happens when you go in the pre-market going into the open and you get a move like this, you're kind of stuck waiting, right? So this is, in a normal market, it's easy to fix this issue, but in a quiet market, you're kind of just stuck. Your hands are tied. You got to wait for this to all play out. Now is Amazon, Netflix starting to pick up some steam here and pick up some buy-side volume, maybe above 85. We'll see. But for now, it does look like whatever they need to do at the open has kind of been done. For the sell side, we'll see if we can get some buy-side action now to the upside. We're going to stick with this. The three names that I've got here, the futures and the Amazon and Netflix, that's all I'm going to stick with. Until I get more clarity on how this open's going to play out, I don't want to get into anything else.
Yep, I'm kind of with you. It looks like Amazon does want to fade out a little bit back down into 92 bucks. So I'm going to put just another bid down there, and if it does continue to break lower, then we will, of course, get out. But that was a nice little dip down. We should have bought some more Amazon down there when it did go back up to the upside. So Mullen has volume. Okay, we'll check out that. I also do see people talking about NIO. Of course, that's going to be a name for me to watch out for today as well. Neo's at 10. Neo does this stuff, man. It dances around at these even dollar levels. And then look at this nice move back up to the upside for NIO. When I'm looking at the chart, though, of this name, the market's starting to come down. I think we could get to zeros here on the NASDAQ today. We actually didn't turn that around. I want to put that guy into a bull, would be my call. But here we go. Neo now starting to break a little bit higher. Yeah, could take out this 1020 and start to move. There goes Amazon. We should have picked some up at the bottom. We did not. Let's see if we get some out at 65. That should be a good trade. Right over to my friend AMD here as that's starting to go go as well right now. But actually, no, the other way around. AMD still only 0.15 at that bottom of 72.50. Again, wow, AMD crushing to the downside here a little bit. This market can't figure itself out, Arun, and I know that's not what everybody wants to hear, but Amazon just went right to my level again of 60 and came back in. So I don't know, maybe there is a short here in this market today. Apple, are you still in your futures position?
Yeah, I've got my trade here on the futures until we lose. 55 is where I'm going to play this long off of, but we'll see. We should get some support in the next few points. We'll see if we can get that support. We might get a bounce, but again, this market doesn't look like it's going to catch a bid anytime soon.
Though,
I mean, Tesla's got a bid. If you really want a long, Tesla's your long. But right now, I'm kind of backing off the idea of the longs. For now, if we start to stabilize, I might pick some more up. But for now, we are going to kind of just stick with what we've got. If we need to take the hit on these, we'll take the hit on these and move on. But for now, this is it.
Okay, so unfortunately there, our Amazon, we just have a new position in Alibaba short. Our Amazon did come out there. It did break 92 there and came right to the end downside there as the market broke 11,600. It could not hold. But look what is going on now. Alibaba with a nice little winner here to the downside if we can capture it. It's not, isn't it even open yet? Yeah, Alibaba is open. And wow, there it is, man. We are making bank right now. This is a nice trade. We are short Alibaba at 76.79 right now. So a nice little short for us. Yeah, sir, I was bidding 12s right there. Let's go on that. Oh, okay, went to hit the bang there. Big trade here for me on Alibaba. We talked about this. We just added this to the sticky note minutes ago, and there it is, man. Nice little trade there for Alibaba. Just got some more out. Did I get that 90, Phil? Yes, we did. Alibaba right now, 75 cents in the money. And look, man, we just indicated that trade. So hopefully you guys had that. Just added it right now to our sticky note. That's yesterday's sticky note. Added right now to the sticky note today for Alibaba. Going to the short side right there 10 minutes ago. Let's go short Alibaba off 77. Now $1.10 in the money. So yeah, that was a good idea. Hit the like button for that trade. It's a one and done killer right now. Look at this Alibaba trade. We're going to get another piece out. Wow. Look, I put on some risk there, so I'm pretty happy with that trade as we're getting ready to rock and roll there. Who cares? No, just joking. That Amazon sucked, but this one looks to be a good trade there out of 40%. I'm going to put out a 50% right there if we can get one more fill on the downside. There it is, out of 50% of that trade. Alibaba given to you guys. Hopefully you had that. There it was, a nice little move there to the downside for Alibaba. Good trade from there. Brace yourselves for the bull, I see. Brace yourselves for Brendan. What up, B?
Big mover as well off earnings, guys. Burlington Stores, not one we mentioned in the pre-market. Very low volume, worth noting in the pre-market here, but a beat for them. Huge move, 20%. Already, this is a nearly $200 stock, so not a small deal. On huge volume for BURL.
Yeah, I got to find some names.
What is Zoom doing?
Man, it's been a while since a stock has taken me to the woodshed real quick. Netflix did that. That was bad. Okay, yeah, so Netflix done. We got along just above 86, got out just underneath 82, $4 hit there. And that's, like I said, I wasn't going to get into too much after this because of how the market was moving. I thought we had some stability just now when it bounced all the way to 76. If we can maintain some strength, doesn't look like it. So we're going to have to slow down a little bit on this long idea. Apart from, I just picked up some PG, but apart from that, I think we're going to back off here a little bit and just stick with the two names. PG, the reason I chose PG is because of this. It looked like with a pullback, with the pullback in the market, as much as it was, it never got below this 145. And they found some stability there. So I'm looking for the breakout on a pullback pickup. So with the market now back at 75 and change, I'm starting to see the support that I wanted in the futures. It's just that I'm not getting into Netflix. I'm not getting into the tech names. So clearly there's a big difference. What's the quick difference? Yeah, see, S&P's up 0.45, roughly where we were in the pre-market, but NASDAQ pretty much flat. So
Holy
NASDAQ
shit.
relatively weak, and that's where I'm getting screwed over trying to play both. So you know what? I'm going to focus on the futures and the New York names, and we'll see if we can back off the tech names and leave it up for later when the NASDAQ stabilizes. Brennan.
Early haul here, guys, for PALI was up on an FDA note. This thing has a ton of room above if it wants to get going. There was a decent level at 320 initially, but 70% now just halted to the upside for PALI.
We hit that alarm because right now we are just absolutely, we're $2 now in the money on Alibaba. I cannot believe the way this thing has fallen down here. It seems like it might be catching a couple bids here down low at like 74 mids right now. So I am debating getting one more piece out, but I look foolish now how many we got out earlier. But still a nice little move to the downside here. Let's see if it can continue for Alibaba. Wow. No real idea that was going to happen there for Alibaba. So, wow, amazing move to the downside here. We'll see if we can capture some more of that as the futures still want to make the move to the downside. But that was just came in there. If we can find maybe a level for Alibaba, what's going to happen next? I mean, that's a 74 area. I'm trying to get something out here, 74 mids. We might have just missed that opportunity. So let's see if that can come back in. Let's try to find some names that might be strong. Oops, we always go over to AMD for that situation. Amazon weak, man. Now it's down through 92 at 91.70. So that name, where's my AMD 1 minute? As that name continues to be pretty weak. The futures have just turned red, obviously on the NASDAQ as well. So that move has come back in. Not really looking to pick up any bottoms. Just want to find some stronger, relatively strength names there. AMD is 0.1. The market's 0.1. So this is not going to lead us to the promised land. But a little bit of a bump up. We do want to go back. Oh, man, we missed that very bottom on Alibaba. So that kind of sucks. What else is pretty strong here today, guys? Bed Bath & Beyond, JP Morgan's up to 134. Shopify's falling down. Roblox back down near that 30 level. So that's a name that I think I've traded with you before, Arun. Roblox back down here near 30. So that could be also a trade here, breaking out. But we had a nice rip in the afternoon yesterday for Roblox. So now this has come back in. Sometimes my charts are not all treated itself equally there. All right, 29, just bouncing off 30 right now for Roblox. I don't mind that as a take as well. We have a couple wicks down. That wick bottom 29.90 for a breakdown on Roblox. But again, some of these names are falling. Look at this market falling pretty dramatically now. Let's take an opportunity to get some out of Roblox this time if it does come in 80s. I'm going to put a bid at 80 right now. We were waiting at 70 last time and missed it. So we'll go 80 flat and see if we can get that for Alibaba.
Yeah, I'm looking at some names on the short side.
Disney.
I'm just like, okay, well, what happens if this market were to continue down? I'm going to have to start looking at some shorts. And some names that we were talking about earlier with Brendan, Dollar Tree, you brought that up. DLTR, okay, I have the alert at 158, didn't see it. It's gone now. It's already at 150. So Dollar Tree moving quite wide here. There could be an opportunity in Dollar Tree if it bounces back up into this 55, 56 area as this market continues and refuses to bounce back above 70. So here we are kind of waiting for the next move, the next leg of the move, because where the market is right now, it's just underneath 70. There should be some support going down to 65. We'll see if we get it. If we don't, we're going to have to definitely change gears here and start looking at the short. But for now, we're going to stick with the futures long. As you can see, Amazon also not helping because NASDAQ is negative while the S&P is positive. So that's the disparity we're working with right now. So all the tech names, all the tech longs are getting messed out. The one name that I have, the PG, that's a New York name. Yeah, it's doing well. It was doing well. Now it's down 8 cents. Oh, Tesla. Something about Tesla falling apart. Yeah, okay. This is a tech sell-off, if anything. We got to figure out what to do with tech here.
Yeah, I'm just tweeting this out about Alibaba because we just got that fill again as Alibaba makes it lower here. So that was a good trade for us there. Let's just check out. Someone said PALI. I apologize. I don't know if Brendan brought this news to us earlier, but it did halt. PALI up here. This is obviously, it's a $3 stock, so halted there on volatility. Moved to the upside now for PALI. So we'll wait. We'll address that when it does open back up again. Alibaba, good out though. It is retracing back upside now a little bit. I don't really know why, considering what this market is doing to be exact. But yeah, nice little downside move right now, guys, in the market. So there it goes. Let's just check out our friend Apple, as that's probably getting destroyed as well to the downside. So we'll see if that's going. Microsoft lower today as well. Now, yeah, there goes Microsoft. Wow, 147. That's really come off a little bit worse than the market. Microsoft Microsoft has just been so wild. Like some of the prints and some of the moves that you can get on Microsoft have been insane. So it's relatively strong today, only 0.13 versus what the market's doing. So we can see here on a 20-minute. This is what I've done, man. you could see the results. $2 in the money on Alibaba. So we're trying to hold things a little bit better and channel our inner Arun here, I guess. I always say that when you're on the show, but I am trying to get better at all of this. Microsoft, a nice little move to the downside right now as well. I mean, as some of these stocks go, we have some bad wicks, but look at this move. Nice move downside. Looking for something to break a little bit lower. Zoom was a stock that we talked about earlier today as well. I'm still waiting for 71.50. That's come off of a nice high there earlier. This is why I mean, watch out trading earnings plays early. Like a nice move to 76 and then straight down $4. So be careful with Zoom, maybe finding a bottom here as well. As I hear some individuals behind us starting to clap, I hope they're making some money. And I think that Tesla's been on everyone's radar lately. So that's a nice move down to 166. Really no love for Tesla, man. I mean, the 20 minutes, pretty disgusting. It's starting to break lower here again. So watch out for Tesla if you're looking short. Pretty happy with Alibaba, though. Just going to hold the rest of this, see where we go.
Yeah, I'm looking at this tech.
Beyond Meat going down, apparently.
Looking at this tech going, damn. Like clearly the top end of the tech side, in terms of
ES
weighting,
is up, you're right.
Yeah, ES is up. It's just tech is just falling off here. Amazon falling down. We were in Amazon and Netflix. Netflix is up down like $7 here. So how do you play this? Now that I've taken 2 hits there, PG up 20 cents, yay. I got to figure out how I'm going to play tech because I do think, let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ here. Because I got to figure out what, yeah. See, NASDAQ is down like 100 and almost 100 points there. Okay, let's see where NASDAQ's going to find some support. See if tech, yeah, it's just going to be low. That's the 60-minute chart. We could easily just fall through 11.5 and just keep going down. Okay, so that's a slippery slope to get involved with. So we're going to say no to that. I'm just going to let tech do its thing.
No to that, no to this.
Yeah, I'm just going to say no, let tech do its thing and we'll figure it out. But at least we're on the, in terms of strength, if you're going to play relative strength in a down market, it's going to have to be clearly coming from New York. So I'm going to stick with this PG trade, leave tech alone because tech is doing its own thing today. And we're going to let that figure itself out. Once it does, we'll get involved if there's a trade to be made. But for now, I'm going to stick with this here. So what I've got here, futures, longs, and I've got some PG longs, as you can see on the board. And that's it. We're just going to play this out and see how it wants to trade the rest of the day. If this move wasn't a breakout, then it was a attempted breakout that failed. And that's where you're getting that essential fallout here. So back to the bottom of the range. We'll see if we get the bounce. If we don't get the bounce, watch out below. That's all I can say.
I don't have much to say either, other than, okay, so we did get, I said I had an idea. I'm going to try to go AMD long. AMD is actually pretty strong today, only down 0.12 versus the market down 0.4. So if we do get a bounce back up here, I do like this long, and I am going to get more against the 72 bottom here. 72 bottom is not super clean. I mean, we have dipped down into 71.50. So if we do get a break, we'll get out. But then I don't want to get away from this stock. I want to wait to see what does happen at the bottom. If this fall down, if this ascent to the downside decline down to the downside. We did get a little nervous there. We only have 10% left of Alibaba, so Alibaba is going to be the only trade that we've won. While we're winning on AMD, it's great. We didn't lose that much on Amazon, guys. We lost about 30 pennies, which is pretty good considering what has happened right there on that 92 break. Long, bang, right down there. But look where Amazon is right now. It's hovering around 91. We've seen this bottom before. It goes all the way back to here. Again, I don't want to bottom pick these things. I think we got AMD in a decent spot, but we do have a bottom wick down there for Amazon. That's 90.90. That could signal a little bit of an upside pressure now, especially if the market does bounce. Amazon's down 1.5%. I think that's a little bit too much. I'm going to test along against 90.80. Sorry, what's up, Brendo?
More retail earnings, guys. American Eagle with a nice move to start things off here. They're up, actually more than that right now. Revenue beat right across the board. Nice look forecast as well. Decent 15% now here for AEO as well.
Yeah, that's, what's funny is that when Brendan was mentioning earlier that how ANF beat, right?
Yep.
And the first question I had in my head was, who's buying ANF, Abercrombie & Fitch? I know it was a hot thing.
You're too old.
It was a hot thing back in the day.
Yeah.
But then I'm just like, yeah, like who's still buying it? It's the same stuff, just the name has kind of lost its luster a little bit. So I'm curious, were the expectations really low that they beat, or were they actually like selling really well? And it's interesting.
I think it's an expectation thing, to be honest with you. I think it was just some of these retail names were just so beat down that I feel like that's the answer to your question. But if I had all the answers, you know what I'm saying? It does look like turning this thing into a bull would have been the wrong idea as the market does continue down. That reminds me, though, because we did have ANF. We did want to go long Abercrombie there, and that's obviously continued its move to the upside as well, but not that much. It stayed up here, but here on the minute chart, we're still dancing around. So I think that right now we're into something that I don't mind, man. I mean, we have a decent spot here. We have Amazon long. We'll see if that can continue to work. We have AMD long as well. That's 10 cents in the money. So I feel like there is some opportunity here for me for this play. So let's just wait to see when and if that comes through. But right now, AMD, a nice downside move. We'll see if we can catch some of that bottom. We are long right now on this name. I feel like it's a little smart to get something out at 67. I don't even have an offer there. So let's do that right now. 72.65, let's call it. If it comes back up into some of these levels, we'll definitely take that trade. We're still holding on to the Alibaba short. That seems to be working, and I don't have anything else on right now. So as of now, those are the trades that I'm looking at. I like this Amazon long, and again, just if you guys are with me for now, like I want to look at that 90.50 area. So let's just see if it hits that. It's a big move to the downside. I thought Amazon, based on yesterday, and this is why, like, don't at me for the sticky note. I said I liked the long breaking through 94. That didn't happen. So now you regroup, you relook at the stock, right? And I said to myself, if I like 94 long, then when this move comes in here, I'm going to test it against 92. All right. So when that came through, simple break. There's not even any real levels here at 92. We take it out because we do not want to experience this. Instead, now we wait, and we're going to see if we can make back, which we're very close to doing that right now anyways, make back what we lost. Like, we're already in the money, 12 cents right now on this trade. We'll see if it can work to the upside. And you know what does work? Bang, let's go. There's AMD, man, out at 65 for another 30-cent winner. Put that one on the board. We're going to go 2 for 3. Small loser on Amazon. Nice win here. Small win on AMD and a monster on Alibaba. So far, so good here. Stick with us, and hopefully you'll do okay.
Yeah, I see you guys in the chat talking about this name. So I'm like, what's the hype here? PALI? Okay, I see it, guys. It started off at what, $2.50 just underneath, and now we're already at $5 with the halt. Okay, I mean, based on right now, projected open is 507, so a few cents above where we closed. I also don't know what time we closed. I got to take a look at the halt page. 515. So it's starting to move up here in terms of the projected open, the theoretical auction open, or the price. So 120,000 shares at 510 is supposed to be the projected open. We'll see. That changes as we get closer to the actual open. But this may be the way to go in a market like this. I'm surprised at the amount of volume we're getting actually at the open. But in a market like this, if you're going to make a move, momentum, and you're looking for momentum, that's probably the direction to go in. With these kind of names and these kind of moves. Brennan.
For anyone who missed it on that Palisade, there was a fast track designation that came through from the FDA on that. This number up here, though, a little bit more important, I think. 1.3 million shares on the float, guys, for PALI.
Okay, yeah. So it's a float name there. It's going to be a little bit lower on the float size there. So watch out for your longs and your shorts. I mean, when you get squeezed out like that, liquidity just becomes a huge problem. So liquidity is the name of the game. And today, there's been a lot of games being played in this market, including a lot of shorts hitting right now. But we found it. You mentioned there earlier, you were like, we got to find a long. And I was like, I think we found one. And honestly, guys, bang for AMD. Bang again for AMD, and spin some money for Alibaba. Right now today, it's a $2 win for us still on Alibaba as we have that short off the sticky note. So right there, we did the work on Alibaba. Thanks to Brendan. He talked about some Chinese ADRs. We were like, oh my God, we got to add that to the sticky note. We did that. Big win for me on it's basically my whole day is Alibaba right now. But we've just done some more damage right now.
Oh my God.
On AMD. I'm just hitting these just to get the juices flowing here a little bit, right, guys? Let's get some entertainment here. I hope you like those. We're going to get some more on that. But there goes AMD. What I'm talking about is those little gifts there. There it is, a nice little move upside for AMD. We talked about, remember when AMD was down 0.1%? So we've already made 0.6% on this trade, and there it goes again back up to the upside. We're having a pretty darn good day one more time here today with these plays. So Amazon, my first target, almost got hit there. What? Was 44. Okay, we went up to 33 there. Looking at this Amazon bump, we probably should have done a little bit better on that trade and gotten a little bit out on that. So we just should have noticed that there was some support here at 30. What am I long at? 05s. Come on, Sean. That's being a little greedy there on that Amazon trade. So let's put one offer now at 30. Get it out. I'll cancel my 45 and give myself a little slap on the wrist there, because if we're going to lose 40 cents there on Amazon, we should be willing to make back 30, at least on part of it, especially if we're going counter trade here on AM. There we go. Come on. Come on. One more penny. Oh, no, we were waiting at 29 there for Amazon. Life of a trader. We've said that a couple times now. You miss by a penny, you win by a penny, but either way, we need to drop some more news. What's up, Brandon?
Dell as well, another earnings name, guys. DEL, back to the upside. LL, I should say, 2% here. Volume just coming back in. 42 was that high initially, right at the open there. Big move aftermarket. This thing was down here in the pre-market doing nothing, like nothing ever happened. So Dell back to the upside here on a decent forecast, it looks like.
Dell.
Michael in there buying everything up there. Michael Dell.
Yeah.
Okay. In there buying it up. So congratulations to anybody that's joining Dell. Dell's been pretty good ever since that came back to market. I do remember trading that. So I don't trade buyouts or anything. It's a little too slow for me. And honestly, I don't have the heart to watch like my whole month get wiped out in one move. So I'm not going to trade buyouts, but Neil does. And I remember when Dell actually went private, that was one of the best buyouts to trade. There was so much volume on Dell. So for me, that was an amazing name back in the day. It's been now public for a couple of years, but that was absolutely fantastic when he himself, with a consortium, brought that name back private, and then brought it back public again. Probably made couple $1 billion on that move. Congratulations to anybody that was there as well. All right, so there's Amazon. We already took that out, so let's go register ringing again right there. Oh, I don't have the register. Do you have the register on yours?
I have nothing on mine.
Oh, you have nothing on yours. That's great. Okay, so I'll just keep on hitting those. Here, we'll do this one. Cash cow today. Some of these trades have been really good. So thanks to everybody for watching. People are saying Pally wow again. All right, did it open up and halt again?
No, it went all the way north of 6 and then came right back down.
Jeez. Okay, so if we're going to look at a 20-minute chart here, obviously there's going to be nothing unless this goes. There it is right there. So a recent name just brought to market up to $3 right there, and starting to go again. Watch out for that 340. I mean, that was the break level, right? The minute you broke that, nice upside move, top wick there. That's a short all day if you're able to be on that stock and grab that. So whether or not it's a short now, I don't know, but watch out for a 640. You take down 640, I say punch long. I mean, if everyone's going to have the same outs, that's a problem, right? So watch out for that move there on PALI, but 99 problems. And you know what, guys? Trading really ain't one right now. AMD, 70 cents in the money. Our boy Amazon starting to go back up to the upside. This is now 40 cents in the money. Our Alibaba, which we only have 10% left on Alibaba, this one's $1.70 in the money. So we're at the highest spot we've been at obviously all day here, and we're pretty happy that you guys are joining us as well. So thanks for joining us today. There goes AMD all the way to the upside right here again. Nice move, man. I like this stock. I like this stock a lot. There goes AMD. Let's go. Hit the sirens, Fahad. It is time to get ready to rock and roll. Watch out for those steps, man. They're pretty steep there, Fahad. Don't want you to fall down and hurt himself. Me and Fahad are going to the Raptors game tomorrow.
Okay.
The thing is that I think that he's going to possibly once Kyrie and Durant see this guy in the audience, like we're only a couple rows away from the court.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if potentially he gets offered a contract on the spot.
I mean, it's Fahad,
there tomorrow.
So I can see it being being offered to him. Like, you know,
that's what I'm saying.
Like, comes down and be like, hey, I saw you.
That's what I mean. Like, you're here.
Yeah, you're here.
Like, no need to even shoot a ball.
No.
Because I'm sure Kevin Durant and all those guys watch Trader TV Live. That would make sense to me. So they know about the folklore that is Fahad. So personally, I don't know. I'm a little nervous, to be quite honest with you. You know how to switch? We could use you maybe on the board. I think you might be a hard pass on that.
No, yeah, I'm a hard pass.
Yeah, you're gonna stay trading.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna
all right.
trade.
Well, that was pretty funny right there. So, all right, let's go, guys. Yeah, folklore. Bears versus Bulls like that. That's a good one. Folklore. I don't know where Fahad went there. I don't know if
he went to call up the jury, see if he can get a contract done.
Jerry Buss, who's of course passed away. Jeannie Buss with the Lakers right now. You could see right now, good trade, man. We'll just hit the bang again for that on AMD. That stock really got going there. A nice dollar. We've had a $2 winner on BABA, now $1 on AMD, and we're looking to take some more damage here on Amazon. Amazon's bouncing off this 50 level. I think I'm just going to take a piece out. If Amazon continues to rip up, guys, you know what? You guys hold it if you want. I'm surprised at the weakness for Amazon today. I am going to take a piece out right now on AMZN.
Yeah, I was paying attention to this market here, the S&P, as it was coming through 60. I was like, or through 70. I was like, does it look like we're getting strength here? I mean, this is the area to find strength if we are, but man, is it weak. Yeah, the NASDAQ obviously down big time, but S&P was holding up well, and now even on attempted buys, it's starting to catch some sell-side action. So remember, I'm long here in the futures in the mid-70s, so this could become a problem for me if I don't get the support that I'm looking for through this zone that can actually extend. If they're starting to respect the volume that's up here, so at the top end around the 72, 73, 74 area, and we're not respecting any of the buying anymore, that could become problematic. So I may cut this trade a little bit earlier, but for now, we're going to stick with it. Give it a chance to catch this bid in this zone. If we can get that bounce and maybe start checking into the 74s, 75s, we have a chance. If not, this may have to be cut early and we'll just walk away, take the hit. I mean, we've taken 2 hits already. PG in the money, and then S&P or the futures still waiting on the ES to kind of decide how it wants to play through the zone. There's a chance for it. If we're going to do a bounce, it's got to be through here, this 65-ish. If we get below 65 and start working 60s, we're going to have a problem. But this market, still, this is what you're going to deal with. So, in a day like this, when things get quiet, it's all you can do is, if you're in a position, is wait it out. There's nothing else to be done. You can't overplay your hand. You can't do too much. So if it takes time, it takes time. That's all it's going to be. And I mean, we're waiting for some more trades. I'm waiting for the market to stabilize. And once I get the indication that we're back to the bid, then I'm going to go back to picking up some more longs. But for now, I'm just going to back off to keep these 2 names that I've got here and see if we can't actually get a move.
Okay, guys. Just checking out here. What's my wife saying here? Oh, wife sends me a kiss. I don't need to tell everybody that. I was like, hopefully everything's okay. All right, we did get out of, so maybe I don't need to bring those flowers home today. Yes, she didn't hear what I had to say. No, I'm just joking. All right, so I was just listening to what you were saying there, and I was sort of thinking the same thing. The market's just figuring itself out right now. Looks like we're just getting a nice little bump up here, though, in the market right now. I took a piece out of Amazon at 91.20, so I took the 15 cents there. Wasn't sure if it's the right. I'm still not sure if that's the right play. Obviously, it's not, as Amazon comes right back up to 91.50. Did we just get something right there? Richmond's Fed comes out. Fed just came out. Not Fed, sorry. Manufacturing index just came out. -9 versus 10. So a little bit better there on the Richmond Fed manufacturing index. Brendan, if you do have anything more than what I just said, come out with that. But that just broke. So I just wanted to see what was going on there. We all look at sort of similar news stories there. So there goes Amazon. Richmond Fed index -9 versus 10. If there's any light on that one, let us know, Brendo. But that seems to be what that play is right there. And you know what is saying hold the damn beer right now? How about AMD, guys? We are now $1 in the money for advanced micro devices as that continues to make a move upside. We're going to take a piece out at 25, man. This is how we trade. Even levels, like when we get to 25's quarters, well, 25 would be a quarter, half, things like that is what we look for. So we are going to play this Amazon AMD level right now at 73.25. We just bumped up to 30. Hopefully we get a little bit of a move upside again here. And there we go. Did we get it? Yes, we did. So we just got that 25 fill right there out. There it is. So nice move out there for me on AMZ and AMD with $1 in the money on AMD. Amazon still 50 cents in the money, and Alibaba's $1.30. I think we just need to look at AMD. Geez, I think we need to get out of Alibaba though, man. I mean, It's on its way back. Yeah, you know what? Let's just hold out. We only have 10% left. I don't want to get out on a market ripping up here, so we'll hold out for some hope here on Amazon, on Alibaba, that we can get a better short. Wow, AMD, man. Every day your boy learns something, and that is never question the strength of AMD when it gets beat down early and the market pops back up. Like, that is, honestly, I've seen it so many times. If the market ever gets hit down and you think you're barcoding like this at the bottom here, and again, Arun talked about this, I talked about this, look at this bottom level right there. You good, Fahad? Okay, good. Right down there, did you hear what I talked about, you getting offered a contract there? I already spoke to Kyrie. You already did already. Oh, damn it! See, it's already happening, man.
But you know what, though? I think one of the viewers said this, and this is exactly what would happen. He said that Fahad would turn the contract down because he wouldn't want to embarrass all the other players, and I agree. I think that is exactly what would have happened.
That's the right answer, Fahad. Yeah, he ain't leaving Trader TV Live. He ain't leaving the family. Although, if he turns down a multi-million-dollar offer, I will slap this man so hard in front of everybody at the game. So stay tuned for that. Check out basketball highlights on your local sports center tomorrow night, as you may see fans battling each other in the Scotiabank Arena. All right, we may get slapped around here if we don't throw it to Brendan, who's been waiting patiently at the big screen.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. The link at the bottom of the screen there. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here we go. Green board to show you here this morning. Good look to start things off for a Tuesday. S&P 500 up about 0.5% right now. 0.46, 0.72 there for the Dow. You can see small caps struggling a little bit. NASDAQ struggling. Yeah, a little bit as well. 0.1 for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. Back to the downside. If you joined us at 8:30, we were discussing a whole bunch of things, including Bob Iger making some changes already at Walt Disney. Best Buy, yeah, nice forecast heading into the holiday season. And Tesla with a good look as well. Back to the upside this morning. We tested below that low from yesterday, and looks like we're trying to get higher right now, guys. Testing 170, back to the upside for Tesla. Back over to you.
Yep, this market is turning around. It looks like it's trying to. You know, this is an unnecessarily sensitive move to this Richmond Fed number. Like, Richmond Fed is, this Richmond number, manufacturing number has never been something this big.
You know why? I think it's because it's just another one of those indicators that
it's just a
CPI
quieter
is
market
coming
too,
back
right?
in.
So we're moving quite well, responding to this market. So I mean, responding to this number being a little bit better. So any sort of small good thing is now a very good thing. So this market's responding accordingly, and we're getting the move. Remember, we're still long here, so hey, you want to give me some more of these numbers that are going to go like this? I'm all for it, because we took a nice little ride down here, and now we're back to flat. But again, this is not about me trying to play trying to get back to flat. I'm trying to play a specific move, and that requires some patience here. I am still looking for 80, so I'll start making some moves on the stops once we get above 80. If we get above 80, if we don't, we just we stay with what we have. But for now, the move is to play above 80 and then make the adjustments. Patience. That's all I can really say. Brennan.
Grinder, guys, just popping up here, halting to the upside on a volume spike on volatility, it would appear, for this one. GRND, 14%. Look at the volume coming in here. Halted upside right now for Grinder.
I like money.
You like Grinder, you said?
I said I like money.
Oh, like money. Yeah, I was going to say, okay, let's check out Grinder. This is funny because we didn't even trade this yesterday. What is the symbol? GRND, right, okay. All right, GRND, must be a New York name. All right, let's go over to Grinder. Yeah, oh, wow, okay, yeah, there, I mean, as Brendan said, of course, halted. I don't know why I was surprised there. It's because I saw that 111. I was like, no. But there's a nice little move there, upside for Grinder. We've seen this name obviously go absolutely ridiculously hard the last couple of days to the upside there. Off of that, boom, moved it up to the upside there, 51, 52, 53. I don't know if you guys caught that. And then there we go, $23. I mean, I'd look at this 24 level right there to get back to the upside. But again, like, I haven't done any work into this name. I would imagine they're not really making that much money, if at all. I don't know if any of these, I mean, we can look at a Bumble, BMBL there. That seemed like one's New York, one's NASDAQ. This is, again, another one of those dating apps, I believe, anyways. Let's go. Let's refresh that. I remember they came with a lot of hype for them as well. They have a beloved CEO over there. But you could see here, hopefully, I don't know how long this thing will take to load, but I was going to say, I thought this was near its all-time low right there, and it is, and now it's starting to pull back down a little bit. So again, if you're going to look at Bumble here, you could see where they... Okay, this is going to just take way too long to load up here on this. But I was going to say definitely down from wherever their IPO pricing is. So we'll wait to see on that. There it is up here, $75. Tops out at 80 all the way to the downside. So again, I don't know how equal these guys are, but I would say just be a little bit aware of that grinder stock. It's obviously just being moved around here, social media and some of the float issues and things like that starting to go, and not an overly expensive stock either. Guys, look at what's happening on Amazon, man. This is why we talked about this, like never leave. Like you gotta stick with sometimes some of the things that you like in these names. There's Amazon right now. Oh, Canada, as we get ready to play Belgium tomorrow, Arun. That should be a fun match. Amazon right now, $1 in the money, back up there the upside. So lose 30 cents here, say thank you very much, take that dollar plus back on Amazon, and now it's starting to get back up to the upside. So we like that play. And we've also gotten out of our AMD. We only have 20%, 20, 40, 60, 80, 20% left of this play. As we're at the highest spot, like we said all day, we've done really good, man. Grinder should reach around Bumble. I don't know if that's supposed to be a joke or not, but I think that grinder is grinding to the downside at some point there. And I wouldn't hold longs. If you guys are long on that name, I think you get out on all this momentum, and then I don't know if it's an investable name or not. We'll pass on that for right now. So all right, let's go, guys. That's AMD, that's Amazon, that's Alibaba. We're in all of these, but we're looking for some more. Google, relatively weak as well. That could be a name that we look at.
Yeah, we can look at names, but right now you can look at any tech name, and that's going to kind of tell you exactly how this market wants to go. If you get tech rotation, remember, tech was somewhat in line with S&P, then went negative. Now it's right back to being flat, while the S&P has stabilized at that 0.45 area. So that's where we're waiting. We're just waiting for tech to come around. Once tech comes around, this market has a chance. But again, we're in that spot where we're not getting any help from tech right now. We are starting to see some rotation in Netflix and Amazon and some other big tech names, but it's not enough. We need some more. And this Richmond Fed kind of got this going, but it's not there just yet. So we're going to be patient with this. One thing I will say about the futures position is I don't want to stay here too long. Now I know that there's a ton of volume through here. There's 75 into 80s. If we can't crack 80 in this move to the upside right now, and we start to back off again, I'm just going to take the hit. If it's a 2-point, 3-point hit, I'll walk away from it because I don't want to stay too long in this zone that has some volume, especially with tech not coming around. So for now, I'll be patient with it, but we do need to get going above 80 very, very soon. If we don't, I'm not getting the help I need. That means I need to back off, and we'll move on to something else. But for now, we're just going to, oh, what did I get? Oh, damn. Okay, yeah. So we are going there. And Grinder opened. I actually picked up Grinder long on the open.
Ooh.
So spicy trading for me there a little bit. So it's not really going. I mean, the spread is there. But the reason I went for Grinder on the long, what is it, GRND? There we go. It's up $1. I mean, it's New York. There we go. We're along at 24 because that's where it opened. It's at 24. It's a 50-cent spread with 24.5 on the bid, by 24.88 on the offer. The reason I went for GRND is because if you look at the bigger chart, I actually was preferring to get this trade closer to here because at the time when I sent the order, it was actually closer to, okay, maybe I don't want to be in this. Okay, it was closer to this 22.50. This is where I would have preferred to price the trade. But the open came in at 24, a lot higher than I would have expected. But that's what happens when you try to play the open, right? So I'm still playing the support here underneath 22. But for now, it does look like it wants to come down a bit. And that's perfectly fine. If it starts cracking through these 22s, then we're going to walk away from this one. Brendan.
Just seeing Rivian pop up here, 1.5% right now. Tesla on a bounce as well, back to 29 here for Rivian. There was a note about China's BYD this morning, considering, at least there were some spy photos of a pickup truck apparently belonging to BYD, an EV pickup truck, but that had this thing down initially, but trying to get back to positive, guys, for Rivian.
All right. Rivian is what the heck happened to Rivian? Like, Neil and I were just talking about this yesterday, and I was like, yeah, every time Rivian gets to like $35, $36, I really want to short this thing. And you're going to see why here, obviously, on the daily chart. But I had no idea that it was getting slapped around, probably on Tesla and stuff like that. I mean, the EV space has really gotten hit. I had no idea that Rivian just dropped from $36 down to $28 right there. Wow. Okay, definitely missed opportunity on... Wow, look at Amazon, and I just tweeted that out, man. Never give up on your ideas. If there's something that you want long and you miss it early because of that early move, just don't give it up. Okay, so I don't know if we would have been long anyways, but look at this level here, 28. Oh, that reminds me of that Amazon long that we took down there. Look at that, man, 28. Yeah, definitely respected some of those bottoms here for Rivian. But look at AMZN as that continues. Hit the alerts one more time. You're getting up to the 20 period, or sorry, the 200 period here on Amazon. I feel like this is getting a little bit over. I mean, you always tell me to hold on to the trade, and I think we've done good. We've held on to a third of this one as it just went to 92.65 right now. So I feel like we did pretty good here. And I'm debating getting out, man. We're taking out some levels here. What about a drop back down? Like, if we fade out now and this market has already turned positive again, I think we could probably get away from this Amazon trade. It's bouncing off. I mean, if we can get a 92, I mean, here it goes, man. Let's see if it does want to take out this 200 period again. We're $1.50 in the money now, which is a good trade. We have back-to-back. So right now today, we have three trades. The only three trades I've made: AMD $1 in the money, Amazon $1.50 in the money, Alibaba $1 in the money. So every trade we've made today has gone at least $1 in the money for us. So it's been a good day, needless to say here today. So yeah, let's just keep the party going. Keep trying to get some of these longs, and then we'll just adjust it from there. So I like Amazon, and I don't think I'm going to cash out of this yet, Arun.
Yeah, and I mean, market finally doing what I needed to do. It only took an hour and a half, but hey, at least we're here. So these longs took a ride, and now we're above 80, and this actually helps me out in a big way. Actually, sometimes you need movement like this to actually set up the next move, right? So the fact that this came off as much as it did allows me to now bring my stop up. Right. Now we shouldn't fail here again. Like I said earlier, if we're going to find support, we're going to find support somewhere between 65 and 70. We found support. Now we got into the 75s. We should not fail there again. Now we're not failing there again. We're breaking out. So we should not come back through here again if this is truly a long. So now it's up, this trade I started an hour and a half ago is 7 points in the money. Great. But it needs to extend and it needs to get going because we took as long as we did going down unnecessarily because tech was dragging it down. Now tech's back in the positive and you're starting to see this futures market move up. And that's what it takes. Sometimes, like especially in a market like this that's quiet, I've been saying this all day, you got to be patient. And sometimes it takes time like this. This is an hour and a half. That's actually on the shorter end of time because there's been trades that may take a few hours to develop. At least the way I trade anyways. I think I got to clarify that. At least the way I trade may take a lot longer than typical trades. So in this case, the fact that it went down opened up the trade for me a little bit better than if it were to just continue up because then I wouldn't know where to put the stop. So this is a great thing. I am looking to take some out in front of 90 if we can get there. That's where my first target is on this trade, and we'll just kind of manage this through if it were to continue. If it doesn't, let's just say it comes back, right? You got to think about multiple scenarios here. If it works, what's my options? And if it doesn't work, what's my options? Well, like I said, we should not fail through here again. If we do fail through here again, then there's a problem there that I don't want to deal with. So let's just walk away from the trade. That'll cost me about 4 points. That means I'm giving up profit, fine. But at least show me that we're going to fail before I walk away from this trade. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. We're going to leave some targets close to 90, see if we can't get that. We've still got PG. I've walked away from Grindr. Grinder's still going too. I walked away from Grindr because I was priced too far away. Remember, when I got in, based on the projected open, I was looking to get in close to 22 and change, 22 and a half to 23. I got filled at 24s on the open. I wanted no part of 24 fills. The risk is too high. So I walked away from it, took 40 cents, called it a day. Back to the futures I go. Brandon.
This move in Bitcoin trying to get going again, guys. Back to session highs, it looks like, for Bitcoin right now. Here is Coinbase up 5.5%, just tested the same session highs. Silvergate as well, trying to take out the highs right now around 25.75.
So we might be wrong on Coinbase, but we did talk about why we like Coinbase versus why we don't like Coinbase. Okay, so I don't know, man. Right now, I mean, I'm liking the way this market's going, but I mean, we are now $2 in the money on Amazon. So yeah, about that. I'm gonna put my stop now just because of how much this name's going to the upside here. I still believe in it, and I still don't mind holding this long. But I'm gonna take profit if we break below 96.60 here. I just feel like 50s. I don't know. We could hold it back to 50. I don't know, but I don't want to give it. I just don't want to give up any money on this move. It's been such a good move. So let's go 92.60 as our out there for Amazon. We're definitely respecting. Oops. We just got out of Amazon there. I don't know. I must have put the wrong order in. So we'll hit alarm on that one. My bad on that Amazon trade. It just came out. So I put the wrong trade in there to get out of that, but that's all good. We are now out of Amazon. It looks like we got out at the high rate now. We didn't mean to. So if it does fade back, you know, my out was going to be this 50 or 60 level. I must have just put the wrong value. I must have put 91 or 93 or something. I don't know. I'll double check with that keystroke. But again, we did not mean to get out, but we are out there of Amazon. So, all right, good trade. Hey, I mean, good trade though. No matter what, we're going to talk about that. That's a $2 win there on Amazon. So we'll take it. I can't believe I'm disappointed in that. All right, so a name that I go right over to right away because we are looking to get short on something here would be this guy, Disney. We talked about Bob Iger. I think it's way overblown here. Exactly like how good he is going to be for this company. I mean, let me rephrase that. I think he's going to be good for the company. I just am nervous, of course, about the direction right now for Disney and where Disney's going. So that's the issue that I have with these guys. Losing over $1.5 billion on Disney Plus is not great. And then they came out and said, hey, not only did we lose that much money, we also have no plans on making any of that money back anytime soon. So, you know, to me, not a great look for Disney today. So again, negative catalyst there for DIS in the last couple of days with their earnings report. Big time disappointment, but then saved by their former CEO coming back after a 2-year hiatus. I'm going to say no on that one. I think it still continues to go back down to the downside. So definitely a look here on a short for Disney. I would like to get it up to 97 and change there to look at that 200 period like we sort of did with with Amazon and getting out of that trade. But I think there could be a short here in Disney. I'm not convinced at this level. I did want to go over and look at Coinbase, but Disney, yeah. So let's short Disney if it gets to 97. That's going to be the play. We were waiting a lot higher than that, but I'm going to put an offer around 90. I'm just going to be patient. Like if we get 96, like 96.90 or something. Like I want to give this up to 97.20. So let's short it in here around 97. I'll leave the exact prices to you guys, but that's what I'm going to try to do. 97 short here on DIS.
I see the trade. I see that like 97. So it makes sense.
Well, you see it and I see it.
To take a look.
Then I like it.
At the short. Especially the reason I would agree with that is because we are above that high back on the 14th, 15th, and the 16th. We were kind of just topping out here around this 96, 97. So the fact that we're above there, we should find some support, you would think. But the fact that we're not bouncing as much as we are, I would agree with the potential short there. I would just be careful on the risk profile of a trade like this, because you don't want to get too aggressive and this ends up being a bounce and then it actually goes right back to 100, right? So there's a trade to be made there. It's just a matter of what's the risk on the trade when you do take it. And I mean, what do I have right now? I'm going to stick with the two trades that I've got, right? We got the futures, we got PG, which is doing nothing. What is PG doing? Why is PG doing this?
I just shorted Disney. I know we'll look at. I just want to tell people I shorted Disney. I want you to look at.
Okay, yeah,
PG.
you can see the board there. Sean's got Disney, and PG. I was going to say is just doing absolutely nothing. He's just going sideways when this market even bounced. I may just have to walk on this one too because I'm not getting any traction here on PG. But Brendan's got small cap recap, so there's got to be some other names that we can go through.
Hey guys, brought to you by Trader's Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Start back testing 3 times faster with Trader Edge. Back testing guide, you get a full strategy building course as well, a $470 value. There's a 7-day free trial. Check them out. Link on screen. Shout out to Trader Edge bringing you small cap recap. Here we go. ONCS was the big one that was a high flyer, if you remember, late in the day yesterday. Under under 1 million share float. So I took that break above 620 early on this morning in the pre-market. If you go to the daily chart, you'll see why. There was a nice move up to 680 was the top. It held then 620, 620, 620 all throughout the pre-market. So my plan was get long in front of 620 based on the fact that under a million share float on ONCS. It does break, so I did end up paying for shorts there versus 620. That gave you $1 back to the downside. So all said and done, going to be basically a flat trade. I'll pay some fees on this because of that loss. Building back into that long in front of 620. Did give you $1 back to the downside though on the short. PALI, tried this versus that high, 320 this morning. Glad, obviously, I got out of the way. When it did break that 320. You really got, when you're going to trade these small float stocks, you got to have a tight stop. 550 was the next obvious level on the daily chart. So I tried this again a couple times up here, but this thing's crazy. I'm going to stay away from it now. It is holding 5 as resistance, but 550 is really the top for PALI. Running out of steam a little bit here, guys. Back over to you.
All right. Just quickly here, a little bit of a cash cow there. I mean, that's what I was talking about. I saw in the chat there, people saying that, like, you know, a CEO change shouldn't spike that thing up 10%. I mean, that's exactly why we have Disney written on here as a short on the sticky note. It's exactly why we're short right now. And it just went down. I mean, we just got this trade, so I was like, you know what? If I'm going to cash out a half of this, because I only took it because I was like, you know what? It's not at a very good level here. Like, I'd like to get it bumped up, but just to start a position and take a little bit here, let's do that. So that's what we did on Disney. So we're just going to take out half for 20 for, were we short? We just got a 25 or 26 there. We're short at 42. So 42, 18 cents, 16 cents there. We'll take it now. Okay, now it's coming back down. So far so good here on that. We'll hit the siren alert for the trade here on Disney as that's coming in as well. So good trade on that short, a new position. We wanted the short. We should have been short up there looking at it, but ultimately we're still waiting for that 97. So that's my favorite trade right now, the 97 short, but it has to come in. So until then, we'll just hold this one. We're out of half already for that 16 cents there. I'm not proud of only taking 16, but it just fell so fast there that it was like, let's just get out of the way on that one. You know, Ford broke above. There's another name here, Ford. Just broke above 14 bucks today and has been sort of holding that level. So Ford looks pretty good here at 14 as well. Here's the level to look at on the 20-minute chart. And I hope you guys are, like, yesterday we had a crazy good day. And today we haven't lost on anything today. Every stock is going to be a green one. We were able to, like we said, we were able to make back on that Amazon trade. But Ford as well, breaking through $14 here today. But look what it's running into, a little bit of resistance here at 14.20. I think that's a little ridiculous that Ford can't go more than 20 cents, but in what we thought would be a pretty light volume day today. I don't know if the volume's good on the ES right now. I haven't really
pretty thin.
Looked. Huh?
It's thin.
Pretty dead. Okay, I was going to just throw it over to you, but yeah, pretty dead on that. So we're not looking overly excited here today too much about the market and the volume, but we did turn this bull. We had a request there. Shout out to Mark Knight there on the chat. He said, why don't you turn that thing around? So we did that. We put it into a bull right now. Let's see if that does anything to this market. If it does, then I'm out of this game because I don't think me turning that thing around does anything. But it's a nice move back up to the upside. And right now, the futures is what I'm getting at here. Bar coding at 11,600 on the NASDAQ. So we talked about the ES being positive today, which it is. It's a big move, 0.56. I know Arun's got the long there, so that's been holding out pretty good. But any thoughts on an out for that position?
Yeah, so the sideways move or the move after the open that kind of drew the dip allows me to move my stop up, and that's what I'm doing. If we get back through there, that 75, 74, 75-ish area, if we get back through there, I don't need to hold this anymore. There's no point, all right? The move should have gone, and I'm looking towards 90 and closer to the evens or the 4,000 mark. Not today, but at least eventually. But for today, I'm looking for 90s. If we can't get to 90 and we just come back through these 75s and lose any strength, remember, tech has already been weak. We're getting a move, yes, but we're not getting any support really from these tech names because the NASDAQ is still kind of boxed in here a little bit. So I don't need to stay too long in this trade if we're going to fail through these 75s again. I'm just going to walk away, call it a day, take the small hit, take the 4-point hit and just move away from this, because at that point, I'm flat. As you can see, PG went sideways, it did nothing, it should have gone, and I walked away from this flat. I covered the spread and the cost of the trade, but I'm back to only trading the futures, because right now I'm not seeing that many tech names, or not tech names, but that many stock names that I trust to support this rally, because they're either in the tech world, which means NASDAQ is still deciding what it wants to do, still boxed in, or we're in the S&P side, and S&P, some of these S&P names already are gone. FedEx, I was trying to bid into, FedEx, gone. PG, the other one, hasn't done anything. So you're either in the names that are already gone, or you're trying to catch names and they're not moving after you get them. So that's essentially what you're left with here. So I'm going to back off a little bit. We're going to trade on the futures and futures only. We're going to stick with these two positions, or this one position actually. This position here, the longs around these 75s. Give it a chance. 90 is the first target. That's a 1-to-1 risk reward. If we can get there, great. If we can't, no point in rushing and trying to make too many trades today. Like I said, be careful. Volume will start to quiet down as we go into the day, and it's not going to get any better probably until the close. So for now, we're just going to temper our expectations, put some offers out, see if we get filled on a run. And in that meantime, I'm looking at the chat, see what you guys are talking about. I'll look at some names. If there's some halts or some momentum plays that I can make, then maybe I'll join in on that as well.
All right, so the market is starting to go back to the upside here. I just put a new position on, so we'll go alert to that. We have Microsoft. So, I put the Microsoft short on. I just, it's pretty barcoding. It's lower than the market today. So I do feel like there is a potential here to fade this name a little bit, especially just given the market conditions right now. I think there's a good opportunity here to short sell Microsoft against this 243 area. So we'll average it. We'll get some more shares here. And we could be wrong, and I don't want to hold this one to the grave, obviously. So we'll try again here at 50, and then we'll watch out for this 80. We'll put on some more shares there at 80, and then we're going to give it up at 243 in case this market does go. But so far, so good here on Microsoft, the new position. And by the way, Disney right now, let's bang that one out as well. Down to 96 flat for Disney. Another 30-cent win here on DIS. Let's go over to Brendo.
We mentioned this one in the pre-market, guys, on that icon note. GME starting to get going here. A short position being accumulated by Carl Icahn in GameStop, but volume upside right now, guys.
GME back in the game. Okay.
Yeah, I had some Carl Icahn stuff yesterday on that as well.
Interesting. Okay. All right. While we're waiting for the market to do whatever it's going to do right now, because it's trying to go up, it's not really get going. It's at 81.5, stuck here above 80. Fine, do its thing. There was a comment in the chat that I actually want to explain. So it says something about risk-reward ratios, right? So the reason why I'm okay with 1-to-1 risk-reward ratios, and this depends entirely on the person. Obviously, everyone has a different outlook and approach. My whole thing is I go 1-to-1. Sometimes I even go underneath 1-to-1 because I leave it to the accuracy. Or if your accuracy is high, then going 1-to-1, you should be okay with it. If you're looking for 1-to-2, then you're looking for specific trades that reduces the amount of trades that you're going to take, and that means you're going to miss a ton of them, right? So I found that what's optimal for me is to catch trades that are at least 1-to-1, and I rely on the accuracy to cover the cost of the losses when it does happen. So I'm okay with that, but again, everyone's different. Some people like 3-to-1. Some people like, it's got to be a multiple instead of just a 1-to-1 payout. It also depends on how often you trade. If you're trading a lot, it's going to be very hard to find trades that are going to be 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on an intraday basis, right? So it depends on your style of trading, the time frame you trade, and your conviction or your approach and your strategy to trading. So everything kind of defines how you would set it up, but at least 1-to-1 I think is kind of at least a minimum requirement for an intraday trade. Obviously, when you're starting off, you want to go with the larger risk rewards, right? Because there's no point, you're still learning. So go with the larger risk rewards, and then you'll eventually get to a point where you start reducing that. And be smart about it, but you do start reducing that. So it depends on the person, depends on the style of trades, but just be aware that for me, I'm okay with 1-to-1 because I rely on the accuracy to cover the cost of the trade in the event that it goes wrong.
All right. Yeah, so this should be good here today. Yeah, good talk there. We still are net long AMD, which is good. But on an account, we just took, again, guys, like, I mean, Microsoft, like we just put that short on and then we just took 30 clean cents, about as clean as you can get there. And you know how long that took? That took 2 minutes. We took 30 cents on Microsoft, as now Microsoft is coming back in here to the downside. So a good short for us. Yes, let's go. Bang on that one for Microsoft as that makes a move back in to the downside. Let's go Softy. Nice move downside. Let's go Disney. Nice move downside. So some nice moves happening right here on the shorts, and we've got them all right now. And by all of them, I mean we don't have them all. Microsoft breaking lower here. Nice move downside one more time here. So let's see if we can keep on this train. Downside moves happening. Good job there for Softy. Where do we bounce? 66. I think we should take some of that out. So Microsoft right now taking down some 66s right here on Softy. So there it is right now. We're going to put a bid at 70, I believe, for Microsoft. So yeah, we will take that bid right now on Microsoft and then see where we go from here. So so far so good on that one. Futures coming in. I do have an AMD out, which should be hitting very, very soon. A break back down below there. The 50 period's moved up, so we're going to get out at 15 break, but that's going to be my target here for that today on AMD, guys.
All right, somebody was asking in the chat earlier my comments or my thoughts on NVIDIA. I mean, I like the idea of a long, but again, you're kind of, if the NASDAQ wasn't doing what it's doing, I would look at NVIDIA as a potential trade here on the long side right around these 155s. The issue that I have with any sort of tech names right now is what the NASDAQ is doing, which is boxed in action from the top to the bottom, 620, 630-ish at the top end. Bottom is about 540. Do you really want to go tech longs in the middle of this? Like, I would want some help from the index itself, from the Apples and the Teslas and the Amazons that are actually making up this index, and get this to the top end, stabilize. At that point, I would want to jump in on pullbacks in like NVIDIA and all these other names, right? So it's like NVIDIA looks good on the chart, but there's no strength here in the index that's backing it. So I'm just like, even the S&P long, I'm kind of on the fence with. But we're going to wait, be patient with it. I know crypto's moving. I know Brendan's got the crypto update there for us.
Hey guys, let's get you up to date on what's happening as far as crypto markets. Back to the upside, nicely, in fact. We went red to green and then some on the 24-hour period for Bitcoin. We'll have a look here in a second. But the bankruptcy trial getting underway today as far as FTX is concerned. That was the latest note that came out this morning, 1.2 billion in cash reserves. If you rewind to yesterday, we learned that, 3.1 billion is owed to the top 50 creditors. So that math doesn't work as far as I could tell. Anyways, here's Bitcoin back to 16,200 at the high there. We are pulling back ever so slightly right now, but testing some of these highs from going back a week or so ago for BTC. As I mentioned, back to green here on the 24-hour period, 16,162 currently. Ethereum did go positive there as well, 1124 currently. Nice to see finally, after a week-long sell-off here, more green numbers. XRP 4%, 2.5 for Doge, 5.5 for Matic. 0.4 there at the bottom there for Polygon. But positive day, guys, for crypto markets. Good to see.
Yeah, nice little rally back. And one thing that we have ignored, first of all, Microsoft going back up to the upside. We'll have to, the market's starting to go again here, as it's been a pretty flattish day. I mean, we had a good move early and then not much late. So we're going to watch out for that. I still am bidding Microsoft near the bottom here right now. So on that crypto news there, Coinbase, again, like completely left this one to die, and I haven't really looked at it. So, but look where we're getting into. We talked about where we'd want to get this name short. So Coinbase is coming into a level again. The problem again with shorting Coinbase is that you're really tied to the coin. It seems like anyways. When Brendan says there's a nice day in the crypto market, look at Coinbase up 7% right now, trying to close gaps. So I would say this is a good short. So I'm going to try to put something on around this level and see if we break out through 45. So 44.70, 44.80, something like that on a short for Amazon or for Coinbase. Amazon. We should start to reload some of our Alibaba. It's come all the way back up. This is a level that we talked about earlier. But again, in a ripping market, we've already cashed out the majority of this trade. So far, so good here on Coinbase, on Alibaba. But it's right back to a level that I want to short, 77. So let's put on another trade here for Alibaba and try to grab this short, even right now, into 77, guys. There we go. We're short now. We just got a 68 fill on Alibaba, so let's see where it goes. That is, 76, 67 right now short on Alibaba. There it is. So we'll put that on against 77. If it takes out 77, we're gone. This is a strong market right here today because it's bounced off the bottom. I don't know if it's going to be strong now, but it seems like it wants to sort of respect some of those bottoms. So we'll see if we can get that right now with Alibaba. Shorted here. We'll take a little piece out, but we're short again here in Alibaba. And let me just zoom in just to see where that's 76. Yeah, okay, 76.50. We'll take a piece out. Oh, it's coming in right now again. So we'll take something out here, low 50s if we can get it. Ring the register on that one and watch out for 77 break. I just don't want to be in it. If it breaks 77, we'll get out and then we'll watch it top side 77.50. But for right now, I like the risk to reward on this play for Alibaba.
Yes, this market's not doing a whole lot, so I'm gonna.
No.
There's you guys are in the chat talking about stop placement. My 2 cents on stop placement. Okay, so the way I play stops is, you guys are right. It's hard if you rely on yourself to just be like, okay, it's time to get out. It's hard sometimes to just punch out to actually hit the key. So I have 2 things. What I do is I put on a hard stop, well below where my actual mental stop would be. And then when it gets to the point where I've got to start working my way out, I work my way out. But in the event that the market's too fast, or there's some news, or I'm just very stubborn for that moment, at least there's a forced exit there. And that's kind of my approach is I'm protecting myself. I'm giving myself the chance to get out on my own, but then I'm also protecting myself against myself by forcing an exit if we get too far from where I'm supposed to get out. So that's just kind of my approach to it. The reason I do this is sometimes
look at Disney.
There's a lot of wicking through, especially at obvious levels, and the last thing you want to do is get caught in something like that. Sometimes you want to give it a chance to see how it reacts and whatnot. So this allows me to kind of be flexible in seeing how this level is reacting. If I don't like it, I should be getting out. And if I'm like, oh, let me just wait a little bit more and it just continues going down, then I'm forced to get out, right? So that's just kind of my approach on it. It's kind of, I find it to be a little bit more flexible. But again, it's just, regardless of how your approach is, have a stop out there for your trades because it's always there. What happens if news comes out, right? And you're not fast enough to react. At least that way you're getting out quickly instead of just holding on and wondering what happened. So I think it's just having a stop out on your trades. 3 things you should always have on your trade. When you get in, you should have a target in mind, profit target in mind, and a stop loss, and then figure out how you want to manage after that. But at least have those things in place once you get in, or before you even get into a trade, and then go from there and let the trade actually work itself out. But for now, damn market, this is, you're not getting any help from this market. Tech is back to being flat, 0%, and this thing is coming back into 78. Yeah, again, like I said, 75 and change should be where the support is if we're gonna hold up. If we don't hold up, I mean, I'm probably going to go flat. We've still got 20 minutes on the show. I might be flat for a while after this. If we don't,
say it ain't so.
If we don't get some support here through these 75s and change and bounce, then we might be going into a quiet market. Well, we were expecting that, but it might be a little bit quieter earlier than we were expecting.
I just want to say one thing. Market be damned. Right now, it's about trading the right names. Arun looks obviously at the futures, looking at a little bit of a bigger picture. But look at this, man. We just put on Alibaba. We just put this trade on right there. So look at this short 70s. We just put it on. We put it on right there for you, right? So 76. What did I say? 68. We got 76, 68. Out a piece at 50, out a piece at 30. Tank City is in the building. Remember this, we just tweeted this out as well. Follow me at TraderTV Sean. We just tweeted this trade out as well. Well, we put it on for you, but look at this Disney move. Remember when we put Disney on? 90s, remember this, Arun? Like, look how much this has fallen. Although the market's given off some now, this is now $1 in the money. We have 4 trades, all 4 trades we put on today all went at least $1 for us. And we're doing it again. We're just putting on another one right now as Alibaba goes crashing down another level here. So, I mean, you want to talk about an NFT this, boom, boom, boom. I mean, you know, reloading, this is what's happening right now in this market. It's a good trade today. You just have to have the right names. And honestly, look what I've made money on. We have Amazon's on here. We did not trade ANF. We have Disney on here as well. So you got to find the right names. We have a video coming out about exactly that. Look for the right names and you shall be rewarded as long as they move in the right direction. All right, Brendan, what's up?
There's a big volume spike here, guys, on Meta. It was initially higher, then faded that back to the downside on what appears to be this. This is theleak.com, suggesting that Mark Zuckerberg may resign as far as next year, or as early as next year. So just be aware, there is some volume coming in on what appears to be that note from the leak.
Yeah, this is why CEO moves matter and the stock reacts, is because the vision for the company changes when a new CEO comes in, right? If Zuckerberg leaves,
might be a good thing.
A lot of people may see that as a good thing.
I see that as a good thing.
You know, everyone sees it differently, and that's why when you have like Disney changing its CEO, they did well under the previous CEO, and now he's coming back to you know, and they're expecting things to change a little bit in that direction again. So that's why, like, you know, company changes, executive changes, the CEOs I understand, but sometimes some of the other stuff, like a CFO, if a CFO, like if they make a CFO change, I've seen some stocks run on a CFO change. I'm like, why though? It's just financial accounting. Am I missing something here? But yeah, CEOs I get. The CFO part I'm not sure about. Maybe I just need to do a little bit more. Maybe you guys can tell me why a CFO change would maybe move a stock in a big way.
CFO change?
CFO, yeah. Some stocks just go crazy just because the CFO was changed. I'm like, CEO,
well, I mean, if you got one that cooks the books, you know. Then
all right,
maybe,
we'll go to Brendan over there at the desk.
Good story, Brendan, that Meta one.
Yeah, still keeping my eye on this. Back to the upside now for Meta here, guys. Trying to go back to green. Let's get you caught up on the S&P 500. Meanwhile, a number of earnings names moving around here so far today. This is the consumer discretionary group in the S&P. That's DLTR. Dollar Tree down 10% off forecast that was not good. Best Buy offsetting that, almost offsetting that, 9.7 to the upside for BBY. So consumer discretionary names among the strongest. Banks doing very well today as well. The entire group here positive on a bounce back for some of the yields I noticed back to the upside today after a choppy session yesterday. Tech stocks, meanwhile, down here, not really doing a heck of a lot. They are positive on the session, but we typically see this group higher on this board. PayPal, I noticed, was downside again today after a big move yesterday as well. More earnings. A in the healthcare group, A and WAT reported MDT 5.8% as well. Downside, energy stocks and materials, both nicely strong, 4%, basically 2.5% up to 4.5% for energy producers on a bounce back in crude oil after a huge move downside yesterday. So nicely green across the board here, 0.62 guys for the market. Back to you.
Yay. Market, can you keep it up is the question. Specifically the NASDAQ,
yeah, the
can
NASDAQ
you keep it up? That's the one that's important, because that, to be fair, the way things are weighted in these indexes, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, that's the big three, and those control a decent portion of the index, of the NASDAQ index itself. I think it's like 27 or 28% together, just those three. So, I mean, if we can get some help here from those names and some other tech names that go along to round up the top 10, we can get going on the NASDAQ. But again, NASDAQ boxed in. If we can get above, I'm looking at 650 here on the NASDAQ. If we can get above 650, we can probably open up a little bit. S&P trying to do its best on its own without the help from the tech side. But right now, if we can get some tech help, it can get going in a big way to the upside. But it's Friday. We might have a drift type of situation where we're going up a few points every hour, if that's the case, if we are going to go up. But it could be a very slow grind, and this may take all day if it is going to go. But be patient with it. You know what market you're dealing with when you know there's a holiday coming soon. So it's an expected situation. So just be patient with it. Let it play out. If you have longs already that are priced in well, great. If you are looking to get in longs, control your risk. If you're looking to get short, be smart about it. This market can get slippery fairly quickly in both directions. So just be patient is all I can say.
All right, we're being pretty patient here with Softy. We just got a reload on that trade up into the 50s. So now I'm bidding actually 21 to get some out. I don't know. Let's just get some out right now. If we can get some out in the high 20s, that's a good trade. We just shorted right there, exactly 50. We were waiting for that, or it's 48, 49, something like that. So that's a good little short there, hopefully anyways, for us on Softy. Oh man, we just could have had a little bit of profit there. Now back in. I did get nervous on Alibaba. Alibaba broke back above. I don't really know why we got overly nervous on it. We probably should not have. Alibaba broke above there. Ricky Bobby broke above 76.10 there. So I got out. It broke above the 200 period. So we're still in this. We're still in a quarter of this trade. 25, 25, 25. So still in a quarter. Looking to see if we could test VWAP and lower. I mean, there's a reason why I'm still short this name. Look at the market going up. Look at Alibaba going down. So right now, that's kind of the trading that I try to look for anyways when this kind of trade throws itself to me. So we'll get out of Alibaba if it takes 77 to the upside. Microsoft. All right. So here we go. This has been the first trade that we've put on. Well, anyways, we got out of it. We got out of 2/3 of it there. But now is the real trade. So that's what I want to talk about. Now we're short. You can see we're now short 55. So this could be our first 50-cent hit here today as the market, Arun. I know you're long, so great job on that one. The market's coming back now to the upside and trying to break higher. You guys, we turned that bull around a while ago. So right now there it's going back up to the upside. Let's see if it takes out some of these levels. We're short Microsoft. We have our out, like we talked about that before. We never take a trade where we don't have an out. So our out's going to be 243, which will be about 50 cents against, or 40 cents against us. So that will suck. We'll give a little bit back here as it looks like Microsoft is finally joining the party here. It was weaker than the market, but now it looks like it's picking up a lot of steam here and going back up to the upside. So getting out of some of these trades, man, like getting out of AMD there. It broke lower. That was our target. That was our out. Getting out of Amazon as well. Good out on that one. It broke lower, tested VWAP again, and now making a move back to the upside. I'm short Microsoft right now, so I'm not going to short Amazon, but this isn't a bad spot there to look short. I only have 2 positions, and I can manage more than this. You guys know that, but I don't want to go double short on 2 names that can absolutely rip up. I could lose my whole morning double short now, so we're not going to do that. We're going to hold out for Microsoft, see if that works, but we are going to remember that Amazon still relative, well, no, I was going to say still relatively weak. No, it's made its move back upside as well. So NASDAQ carrying this trade right now. All these names that were weak are now getting more aggressive than the market. So be very, very careful with this. I might just piece some of this Microsoft out earlier than expected, but hopefully a pullback down to 50 gets us flat.
Yeah, this market going up. I don't know if I said that. Maybe I wasn't clear. I said something about holidays. Yeah, it's not Friday today. I mean, it's Tuesday. Maybe I was wishing it was Friday and I accidentally said that. But yeah, no, it's Tuesday here. But remember, markets got closed. U.S. markets are closed on Thursday, and then it's a half day on Friday. So the show will be still running until 1 p.m. It's an early close. So 1 p.m. Eastern time is when the market closes on Friday. So essentially, you have a 3-day week and then a half day after, stuck wedged in between the weekend and a holiday. So volume probably should be lighter there as well. Okay, with the way the market's moving up, time to take some profit. This was a nice run, so here we go. Starting to work our exits here. We got some 87 quarters out. Do we top? Yeah, 87.50 is the top. We got some 87 quarters out.
Wow.
I got another offer waiting in front of 90, locking a little bit more. Let's see if I can get that on screen. No? Okay, well, I got some more waiting in front of 90, and then this was the target for the trade, right? So if we can get above, there's my other exit now. Now we're just gonna let the rest ride out and see if we can actually extend past 90. Remember, stop on this. We had no reason to get back below here. Once we got going, there's no reason to come back down, so the stop is still gonna stay the same. Profit's been taken out here, so now I'm risk-free on the entire trade. And let's see if we can actually just keep going and just chug along here until maybe 40. 4K sounds nice, why not, right? Let's see if we can get 4K going to the upside. I mean, that's a big ask, right, in this market. But if tech can go, let's take a quick look. Oh, here we go. This is what we're gonna need if we're gonna take a look at that 4K, is tech to the upside. Now, if this gets going, if this can stabilize above 650, then we have a chance to actually make a move. So here we are starting to set something up as we get closer to lunchtime, which is really weird. But yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock, 10:50 right now. As we get closer to the quieter period of the year, of the day, is when this market makes a move to the upside. So I'm taking some out. I've already taken some out in front of you guys. I'm going to manage the rest. Come back in the afternoon. I'll still be here. I'll probably still be in this position. Given how things move in markets like this, but we'll see. We'll see how this market plays out, but now I am risk-free on the entire trade. And remember those losses from earlier, the Netflix loss and the Amazon loss? Yeah, all that's been covered. I just needed the futures win. All that's been covered, and now we're just kind of let this ride and see if we can't take this a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's great, man. I mean, that's what we're doing, man. This is what, you know, Arun and I bring to the show. Like, you know, we're knocking it out for stocks. This guy's crushing the futures. I mean, you know, we're not just losing on something and then saying like, you know what, we'll get the next one. We're actually focusing on a lot of these trades that we've had on for you guys today. And I just feel like, you know, I mean, besides this Microsoft trade is 50 cents against me and looks like it wants to get out through 243 here, just continue to move up. So we're going to be out of this one pretty shortly. But I want to thank everybody for watching one more time here today as we get ready to wrap this up. If you haven't done so yet, man, hit the like button. This has been such a great show, and I want to thank everybody one more time for being here. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and definitely join us again. Here goes Microsoft. We're about to get out. 243.10 break. There it is. We're out of Microsoft, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that negative trade. All good. Didn't give back our day. We said we wouldn't do that, and we didn't. Well, let's just look at Amazon. Ooh, Amazon up to 93 again. Does this market want to come back down? I guess that's going to be the ultimate question. All right, Brendan, give us Money Talks, actually, 10:50. What's up?
Hey guys, bit of a reversal underway as far as the US dollar is concerned right now. Back to the downside, helping out a few other currencies so far today. 0.42 right now for the DXY, 107.4. It was positive early on, but back downside here on a daily time frame. That has all of these back higher on the day, including the euro back to 103, almost 102.8 there for the euro. The Canadian dollar as well, 74.6. More data out this morning in Canada showing a little bit better than expected on the retail side of things. 118.7 for the British pound, up about 0.5%. Same story for the rest of these top to bottom, including currencies, or Bitcoin, I should say. Cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple, guys, on this board, all positive. Back over to you.
All positive, you say? This afternoon is going to be very interesting because if this market, let's just say, now, we're leaving the show, at least the midday show is going to take over, but we're leaving at a very big inflection point, right? We're leaving as this market's working 650. So we're going to come back in the afternoon when we come back for the 2 p.m. show. This market's either going to reject this 650 and we're going to be back down towards the lows, or we've stabilized above 650 and we're probably going to be running. So it's going to be quite the come back for the afternoon show, and we'll definitely see. Come join with us and see how this market plays out the rest of the day, because it's going to be an interesting one given how 650 is the inflection point, and we're right here, and we're at at 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock as we go into the end there, and we'll hand it off to Prad and Prad and somebody else there as we go into the midday show. I mean, if you've made your money, take it easy. Go have a go. Come back. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Take it easy. You're going to New York soon. Take it easy.
I gotta learn that, right?
Take it easy.
Oh, you know what? While I have you guys about New York, what is the one thing that I gotta try in New York? Food-wise. Like, what's one thing I have to try with a specific location? If I see it enough times, then I'm gonna add it. Like, that's one thing I'm huge on is like.
I mean, do you like smoked meat? I mean, there's Katz's Delicatessen. That's
okay.
But that got pumped up. I think that was Sex in the City or something. There was like a big. Anyways, I just don't know if people in New York can tell me if that is. We have great smoked meat here. I know you've been to Montreal.
Everyone's saying pizza, but give me a location. There's so many pizza places. Come on, guys.
Nah, there's only one in New York. No, I don't know. Yeah, no, there has to be lots of pizza places for sure. Yeah.
Dollar pizza? Yeah. Dollar pizza?
Don't get dollar pizza, whatever that.
It's gotta be a dollar pizza. That's the thing about New York.
Yeah. Prad over there. Prad, 4 more minutes, you can have the mic, okay? But Prad likes the dollar pizza. I agree. I think you need to have the folding. Oh, and we won't spoil it too much for you, but we do have a new host. We're going to try out some new blood here on the midday show, so get ready to rock and roll with Prad, and then Sharif will be coming in on the second half. So pizza, yeah, anywhere in Brooklyn, people are saying, but you'll be fine on that one. Make sure you guys...
I'm writing it down, guys. I'm taking it seriously.
Yeah,
I
know.
Pizza.
That's what I'm saying. So Joe's Pizza, apparently. But the thing is that, yeah, we'll figure it out. Dumbo in Brooklyn. I don't know. I don't know how to react to all this because there's so much fly-in right now.
I saw John's
Katz's Deli, I've already said that.
I saw John's of Bleecker, I believe, and
Luigi's
Sal's
Pizza. At some point, I feel like we're going to be getting trolled. Because it's like going to be like Luigi's Pizza, Mario's Pizza, Mamma Mia's Pizza, Papa John's. Don't go to Papa John's. You can get pizza here. John's in Bleecker, apparently.
Yeah, I saw that one quite a bit. So
that one's gotten John's. There it is, another one. I don't know if it's the same guy putting it over and over again. I don't know if it's John
it's
himself.
Different people.
But
it's a bunch of different people.
Big shout out to everybody there. We love everybody. Thank you so much, and that's kind of cool. I like that look. Ask the people that know the best.
Yeah,
that's the best thing to do on that one. So shout out to that. Okay, Amazon, nice move down, man. We did short down. We can take out one more piece there at 82 if I can get it. Holding up the whole damn market there. Another piece out at 82. So Amazon, good short against 93. The reason why I'm getting part out, we're only out 20% now, is because of where my actual out will be. It will be right here at 20. So if we break higher, that's a 20-cent hit or so on Amazon. So as it pulls back down, we will take, I'll put a bid here at 70, we'll take a 30-cent win. So we're getting out of 20% here for 20 cents, putting it 1-to-1 risk, right? 1-to-1 risk to reward. Let's see if Amazon pulls back more. The market just went for a jog. It could easily come back down now. So we'll see if that can come through and make all of our dreams come true with an Amazon short. And please don't be dreaming about Amazon shorts. There are much better things to dream about. But right now, nice little move to the downside, including pizza at New York would be a good thing to think about as well. All right, it's still going, man. The pizzas are still going on. So Arun is taking note there, and I'm glad that you have the Pixel. You've gotten rid of the BlackBerry. So that's good. Neil's still a BlackBerry guy. So, all right, Tesla back to positive as well. Tesla's bouncing around 170. That should be a trade for the midday show as well, as Tesla's now near 170 again, now up 1% on this beautiful move in the market. All right. One thing I want to look at, because we do have earnings to talk about, my Zoom call, I was waiting, and it's on the sticky note here, for 71.50. It got down to 71.90 and then popped for $3. So we missed this one by 40 cents, but I think patience is key when you're talking about earnings play. So let's go over to Brendan and see what we can trade tomorrow off earnings.
Just trying to find the place that we went to in Dumbo, Arun. I think it's called Cicconi's. Best pizza I've ever had. Cicconi's in Dumbo was amazing. And you can get one of those cool Instagram photos of the Brooklyn Bridge as well while you're there. It's just down the street. Anyways, here we go. More retail earnings to get to tomorrow. JWN, GPS to highlight earnings tomorrow, guys.
All right, I'm just getting some more.
I'm still taking, sorry, I see the
trading
names.
stuff.
I'm still going through the pizza list here.
Oh, you are? Okay, okay. All right, let me go through this name here. John Deere's, obviously a great bellwether stock. We've talked about that. If you want to get something in the industrial space, something that will probably be hit with China, but could rebound a little bit. I can't see what else is over there. Guess and Nordstrom. So off of the move of A&F today, we wanted to go long near $20 on Abercrombie, but let's go to New York name, Sean. We're only trading NASDAQ names, it seems, these days. But there's A&F, huge move up 14%. The volume really hasn't been there. It's only 4 million. Well, it's 4 million shares, but pretty good movement off the open there. Started touching some highs before fading back in a little bit. So we wanted to get this long if it ever came back to 20. So I could see Gap making a similar move. They did grab a new CEO. I think it was after last quarter. It feels like it was about 3 or 4 months ago. And then this is what's happened to their stock since then. It was about down here, man, when they got a new CEO. I remember it was $8 or $9. Strong move in the retail sector. When you have a move like this and you're up 50% in about 3 weeks, you know, that to me would be a fade. So I don't, again, we saw Abercrombie go to the upside. I could see Gap doing the same thing tomorrow, but big move upside for retail as that continues to work. All right, the only position we have on, we have 55 cents of the money on Alibaba. We got stopped out on our Microsoft. Where is that right now? Still flat. And then the big trade that we have on right now is Amazon. But before we throw it over to the big show, let's go see with Brendan one more time.
Quickly, guys, on DWAC here, starting to move on some volume. Looks like this event might be getting underway. Remember, there's this investor event, was supposed to start at 12, but might be getting underway now. There's a couple of news outlets reporting that they do have the votes to not further delay this shareholder vote on the combination with the Truth. So here's DWAC on volume, guys, starting to head higher.
All right, good opportunity here again to trade that name, as the biggest fear for us on that, Neil and I have talked about this over and over again, is the fact that they could get, not delisted, but back down into SPAC form, which it is currently is. But if they de-SPAC and they don't want to go forward with it, then remember, everything has a $10 value associated with it. We just reloaded Amazon right here and took another piece out at 85, and that's where it is right now. So another reload at 93 and another 15-cent win. I'm actually going to take another piece right now at 86 if I can get it. So there it is. We're waiting to get that fill. There it is. Finally goes down. Now downside for Amazon. Let's bring it back into the 80s where we'll be waiting. But so far, so good here. What a great show. Thanks, Arun, for coming through again. And you'll be joining me again back here at 2 p.m. But for everybody, thank you so much. Make sure you hit the like button one more time as we get ready to wrap this show up. So for everybody, thanks, Lucas, Fahad. Great day. Thanks, Brendo, again. And there's a new host on the midday show. But let's go to the original OG. It's Trader Prad with the midday.
It is indeed time for the midday market movers mayhem. I'm your host, Trader Prad, the constant. But today we got a little bit of a change in the host. We got Obi, one of the trainees. He's been on here for about what? 3-ish, 4-ish months. Yeah, so, love hanging out with you so far. Glad to have you on the show today. We'll get deeper into who you are, how you started trading, what's your journey, and so on. But we're going to start off with a couple of our market moves that are going on at the moment. We got what's the S&P 500 up 0.64%. NASDAQ, which was down on the day at one point, now up 0.42%. UVXY down 3.52%. So the market keeps on going down. I'm currently looking at Best Buy. Best Buy yesterday was a pretty good short for me. And I thought, with earnings report coming out, Best Buy most likely will pull a Argentina and lose the earnings report over here. But indeed, they pulled a Saudi Arabia instead and beat them on the earnings report, ripped it to the north side. Here's Best Buy today. And even Jim Cramer in the morning, I go through Twitter. I was going through Twitter and I saw Jim Cramer tweeting, Best Buy might short squeeze today. So I was like, oh, inverse Jim Cramer effect. Maybe Best Buy is a 6 short today. Thank goodness I stayed away from the shorts on this one because this stock just can't stop. Got anything for us, Obi?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of watching soccer, but I know everybody's talking about it. But speaking of famous people in big positions, did you hear about Carl Icahn?
Yeah.
He's holding this huge GME position short still. He said he started around January. How far has GME come down since then?
I mean, GME, after split and so on, if you think about it, still holding around the $100 mark. So GME still doing some pretty crazy stuff over here. And their balance sheet, I think, according to, this is not my DD. Keep in mind, this is not my DD. This is the Reddit DD that I'm about to quote. So maybe take it with a grain of salt, obviously. But the GME over here with still about $1 billion on their books, I think, in cash, which is pretty good for a company who's still in debt. Overall, GME over here today with the positive move. Anytime anyone comes out, we saw the catalyst place in Citron. Citron announces a negative report on these meme stocks. These meme stocks squeeze. Another day, some other company or some other investor comes out with saying, "I'm short GME. Let's see what GME got." GME goes crazy to the north side, and today happens one more time. So I think if you are an investor, no matter how big or small you are, you want to be quiet about your short position in GME, because if you talk too much out loud, the chances are these apes will come for you, and you are getting washed out at that point.
Yeah, I think Citron learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
I remember the guy coming online and he was apologizing to everyone, and he really had second thoughts on making his short positions public. And he was like, oh yeah, from now on, we're just not going to disclose our short positions. When we have them, we have them. So yeah, hard way to learn.
I mean, that's the market, right? The market is just a whole story of hard ways to learn, but you got to pick up and keep on learning from those mistakes. If you don't learn, then you get Melvin capitaled. So just don't go out there getting Melvin capitaled. Focus on yourself. What emoji are you clicking over there? The fail one?
Oh my
Don't
God.
get SBF. Don't get Melvin capitaled. And then just focus on protecting your risk, ladies and gentlemen. At the moment, I got to do that because I just punched into a long on AMD around 73. Did I put 70? Yeah, 73.61s or so. AMD brand new long, and I've been actually battling this long a little bit. AMD negative stock for me, but I've also been playing TSM. TSM longs have been absolute monster for me today. I took the breakout long of 82 and you know, best out around 83, so $1 per share winner. Still in that position, 88 cents in the money right now, while the market's actually pulling back. You see the S&P 500 pulling back from the higher days. NASDAQ also pulling back a little bit from the higher days. Would like for NASDAQ to bounce from the pre-market highs and S&P 500 to return to the north side again, but after testing somewhat these ranges highs that we just now created not too long ago. So hopefully we do continue with the overall long theme in the market today, because I am positioning myself for that long move, and we're going to keep on looking for opportunities. Some of the opportunities that maybe we could quickly look over at the watch list over here and look for, it's going to be American Eagle, ANF. Sorry, not American Eagle. Abercrombie and Finch. Thank you. A little bit of a confusion over there in my head, but Abercrombie and Finch is what I wanted to say. A random surprise or a big surprise beat on their earnings report because of the you know, people going back to work, people going back to more events and so on, with COVID decreasing and the restrictions around COVID decreasing. People obviously want to look nice if they're going somewhere. I had to buy a lot of clothes ever since I had to be on the show over here. You know, got to look nice for the show. If there's like, you know, not a good thing over there overall. So Abercrombie and Finch gaining traction from the decrease in COVID cases, and then you also have a couple other companies who actually lost growth, such as Zoom today coming out with the earnings report also, and ZM on New York, on NASDAQ, there we go. Zoom coming out with their earnings report. They did beat on their earnings report, but they also announced, or not announced, in their earnings report, there was a clear decline in the growth for this position today, and Zoom absolute to the downside. I think it did trigger SSR at one point. Right now, at the high day ranges where we are on Zoom, it's already down 7%. So a good chance that the stock has already triggered SSR for the day. NASDAQ and S&P 500 showing us a little bit of a green candle on the 5-minute chart. So we're hoping that green ends up paying us money on the AMD longs.
All right, I just want to go back and talk about Abercrombie and Fitch. I actually took a trade on it this morning. I saw that whenever it did have earnings, they have significant volume the day after. There's usually either an opening drive or an opening flush that you can play off the pre-market levels. Anyways, I got short. I don't know if we can see the chart.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, yeah. So
the actual show is on that middle screen.
Okay, all right. So as you can see, I got short here off of these morning tops, but I got wicked out, stopped out, but it seems to have continued in the direction that I was thinking. Yeah, that was my ANF trade for the day.
That was a long or a short?
I had the plan to short.
Right.
But it does have a little bit of a spread. I got wicked out, stopped out, and now I'm just waiting for the price to come back. If it comes back, I'll take it again. If it doesn't, then the trade is gone.
Understood. Yeah, the trade didn't work out. You had it planned according to your levels. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You know, not 100% of the time do we get what we want from the market. And that's the beauty about it, right, Obi? That's the beauty about the market. Brendo just now shared an article with us in our work chat about the Apple car. Apparently, more rumors are floating around about the Apple, I don't know if it's self-driving or not, but the Apple electrical car that's been talked about for a while now. So here's Apple, positive on the day now. I believe at one point we were red, if I do remember watching it being red at some point. But now, here we are above 148, 0.5% to the north side for Apple. We love watching Apple succeed at all times. At least I do, because I have it in my long-term account. You know, gotta love stocks that are actually helping you keep your portfolio alive a little bit. Part of that is also Intel. Intel buying the stock at the dip of the at the dip of the CPI number was absolutely free money for me, $25, and now coming to 30 once again. I believe Intel is still having a lot of negative catalysts and issues around these $30 area, not able to break out of it. We gotta wait and see what happens over here in the market. Oh baby, AMD, let's go. Money. Market moving back up north. AMD now 30 cents in the money after losing pretty much all day on the stock. Now we're at a new high a day. The candles are a little cluttered. Let me show you this better. There we go. Got stopped out over there. Now on the third try, we're actually in a decent winner as AMD pushes back towards $74. So I'll tell you what the plan was. The plan was to take the breakout of 73.60. I missed out. So I punched 73.80, giving it the stop of 73.60. And that would trigger every time, stopping me out of that trade. So I figured, hey, stop punching 73.80. Just punch 73.60 if your stop is 73.60. That way you could get that 2:1, 3:1 risk to reward trades that you like to look for. And now all the losses that we had before on AMD wiped off by this one trade, which will, I mean, I don't know if it will continue going to the north side, but we would like for it to. Something that scares me is watching the NASDAQ market right now. Look at that rejection at the high a day, pulling right back to the downside for the NASDAQ market, which is the tech market, and S&P 500 getting ready to do the same. UVXY still stuck at the lower days. Maybe UVXY actually bounces around these $8 area to go back to VWAP, at which case the market could easily pull back. S&P 500 currently holding a beautiful trend to the north side. NASDAQ a little bit whippy. Kangaroo move for the NASDAQ. Looking at anything?
Yeah, I was.
You're setting your thing up. Go ahead, set up. I'll continue over here. Looking for more opportunities in the market, as always. You know, we're day traders, but you got to be patient when you're looking for opportunities and time it perfectly. Currently looking for a pullback in the market, so maybe we could look for stocks that are already weak on the day, that are pulling back with the help of the market going north, allowing us to short a position around previous resistances. So I'm going to quickly go to my trade ideas scanner. If you use code TraderTV30, you can get 30% off until Monday. That's a Thanksgiving offer coming in from Trade Ideas, partner with Trader TV Live, the #1 show and the #1 scanner out there for traders. So go get your subscriptions, and you'll be able to use awesome tools that we use over here on a day-to-day basis. According to that, apparently Airbnb, but this is around 10:48, and now we're at 11:13, so I don't think that one's really that valid. We're going to move on from that pick, but MDT, what is MDT? MDT popping on the scanners, Medtronic, apparently it's a Irish stock. Is that an Ireland flag? Come on, please. Yeah, it is an Ireland flag. Okay. MDT, Ireland stock, 3.97 relative volume, 6 million shares traded on the day, down 6%. And earnings was November 2nd pre-market. So today, earnings, I'm guessing negative earnings. We can check that really quick over here using TradingView. What is it? It says earnings was green for the most part. It had a surprise on the earnings, but lost on the revenue. I'm guessing they guided lower, or they forecasted a little bit under the expected for the next quarter or the current quarter. Hence, the stock is down 6.2% and continuing to get beat down. Usually, you see a trend with these earnings stocks. Either to a positive side or to the negative side, and the trend is constant rejection of VWAP or constant holding of VWAP. That's something that I'm noticing right now on MDT, all the way from pre-market going into regular trading hours. We're seeing a rejection of VWAP. So if this stock by any chance pulls up to 78 above VWAP, I want to be max BP short. Well, maybe not max BP, but I want to be short on MDT to the downside. And if it does pull back to VWAP, we could take a test entry over there. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ still trying to pull down and not really move up the way we wanted to. So maybe time to deleverage a little bit more on TSM around these ranges so we don't get stuck with all of our size going right back to 81.80, which is where our stop is. Our stop is quite a bit of a way out. We have $1 per share pretty much stop to the downside. I think that's a pretty decent stop for me to not worry about my position at the moment.
Yeah, I think you have a good look there on the market starting to slow down. Some of my charting here, I see that there's resistance from yesterday's highs and from a couple of weeks ago that we're trying to test, the 398, 399 area on SPY. And 245 on large caps like Microsoft. I'm waiting for the prices to get into those areas to look for sellers to start stacking up against the buyers so that I can potentially take a position. But yeah, I'm just waiting for the market to see if it exhausts off this level.
I love it. Market is trying to exhaust, sadly, as you said it. So I think you might have the right read also, Obi. Just make sure that we can look for the right opportunities to put the beating in. Right now, quick little glance at my scanners to the left side. I'm also watching the Mexico-Poland game. So, if you see me glancing a lot over there, it's probably because of the game's on. But a quick glance to my left side, I've noticed that Disney's actually down on the day, and it's a nice price, $95. That's a level that we have remembered, I think yesterday also coming into play. 95, 97 over here. That resistance kind of stands out. 95 at the moment is almost in the range of these highs, not the tail highs, but the candle body highs. Let's see if 95 actually holds up on Disney, which had a positive earnings report. Sorry, not earnings report, which had a positive catalyst yesterday. And actually, the CEO, I forget, was it Bob Iger? Bob Iger apparently already making changes and undoing a little bit of the changes that the previous Chapek, whatever changes that Chapek made, he's already undoing those changes over there in Disney, trying to bring back order for especially the entertainment and the distribution licenses and so on. Ooh, I have something cool to show. I'm kind of sad that Neil's not here at the moment because this one would have been perfect for Neil. This is the Disney Swarovski crystals, Swarovski crystals collab that they have going on right now. It's pretty sick. If someone wants to buy me this for Christmas, I'll love you forever. Come on, pull up this. Maybe I can show it to you this way. Star Wars X Swarovski crystal collection. This baby Yoda right here, $600, man. The Swarovski crystal baby Yoda.
Money.
I want to collect it. What do you mean why? I'm a Star Wars fan. I want to collect it. There's a Obi-Wan Kenobi. What's that?
Start with some plush dolls.
No. Plush dolls. No. We don't do that. We do straight up diamonds, baby. Diamond encrusted jewels and all of that. So if anyone wants to get me this for Christmas, hey, you know the office address, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, if you're a fan, money's no object if you really find value in things you love,
Hey, I don't check my bank when I'm swiping, but when the thing says $600 for a little baby Yoda, I think I might have to check my bank account at least 3 times.
You just gotta swipe that black card, bro.
Swipe the black card, the platinum. Yes, sir. Looking at any trades, my friend?
I did get into this Amazon short here. It was working for a while, but it's again nothing crazy. Again, I think I'm trying to chase the move when it's not really there. So it is small size, but we'll see what happens. Again, we're still looking for this market to pull off these levels.
Yes, sir. Market currently holding these levels successfully, though. Let me pull up, or let me just make this chart a little bit bigger for you guys at the moment to show you how the NASDAQ market is holding the pre-market high, surprisingly enough. Well, maybe not surprising. I mean, look, the Apples are green. Your Microsofts are green. I think Amazon's also green on the day. Let me just quickly go verify on that. Amazon, are you green today? AMZN. Yeah, it is now green, closer to the $93 area. So the tech basket's clearly doing better than it was yesterday. If you guys are not signed up to our watch list, the Trader TV Live watch list, in here, you see how Brendo starts off the sentences by recapping how the market did yesterday. So coming off of a straight negative showing, Monday futures are coming off of the Monday futures showing. Today market is slightly higher and doing better. The market yesterday, S&P 500 down 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 1.1%. So clearly we're a little bit turned around on it. But I just would like to take this chance right now to show you guys. Let me see if I could duplicate into a free floating window. Yeah, awesome. So now you can see this is the volume today. TQQQ with only 75 million shares, and we're about to be at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Usually around 11 o'clock, you have more than one 3 times leverage ETF doing 100 million shares. You usually have TQQ, SQQ. You have your 3 times leverage ETFs also for chip stocks, or maybe sometimes you'll see your XBI based stocks move up, your Lab U's and Lab D's. But today, your Lab U only doing 23 mil, SOXL only doing 41 mil. So a little bit light on the volume end over here for the overall market. And if you also pull up the NASDAQ market on the long-term chart, the daily chart for NASDAQ, look at the range that we're in. Well, actually, NASDAQ moving a little bit better than your S&P 500. S&P 500 in an absolute range for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days in a row. This is the definition of insider week, right? And you can expect this going into tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think we do have a little bit of a catalyst to move the market around. I think it's FOMC minutes, right? Yeah, so we have FOMC minutes tomorrow. That will move the market a little bit. Thursday, obviously, we have the day off with the American Thanksgiving. And then Friday, we have a half a day. So a lot of people just taking a little bit of a vacation. They're taking their time off. But for those of you who are not taking the time off, you probably are looking for what stocks are being talked about on the social media places. So let's send it to Brendo for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, an improving board to show you right now as we head through the midday here. A lot more green on this than we saw in the pre-market. In fact, with this one jumping off the page right now, MMTLP. The other side of this, MMAT, obviously. This one OTC, this one on the NASDAQ. Take your pick, just different class of shares there, if you missed that in the pre-market, with our friend Jeff Mendel from OTC Markets. Tesla, back green as well. Amazon, back green as well, as far as sentiment is concerned. DWAC on watch here, regardless. Again, this event coming up at 12 o'clock, apparently, the investor meeting. Apparently, they have the votes. There's some volume coming back into DWAC, so we'll keep an eye on it. COSM, Coinbase, positive as well. And then we get a whole bunch of downside moves. Zoom, XELA back on here. There's that Luckin Coffee as well on OTC. Disney, AMC, the other side of MMAT, and SoFi as well. Notable names negative today, guys.
Got a question and answer going for Obi. Can you keep an eye on the questions? Yeah, I mean, let's see where the questions over here. Let's get to know Obi better. Got a question for him? Ask it below. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, guys, if you have questions in here, make sure to ask us questions. We'll dive into a little bit of the Q&A session. You're only here for till 12:30, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we can dive into it a little bit now. So Obi, obviously you've been here for about 3 to 4 months. How did you start your trading career at Day Trade the World, or even before that?
So I was trading for a little bit before I came here. My trading journey starts off in 2019, where I was studying for school exams, and I didn't know what the markets were, but a couple of friends were into the markets, and I think weed stocks were going crazy at the time. So I started looking into stocks, I started looking into the market, and I was just like, dude, why should I spend like 4 or 5 years grinding, studying, when the risk to reward of grinding and studying the markets is just so much more? I don't know. I think I really strongly feel that way, and that's what pulled me towards the markets, and I've been slowly making my way learning. 2020 was crazy. There was so much volatility. lot of moves. I feel like jam-packed within the COVID volatility. We're like 4, 5, 6 years worth of trading. There was so many movers, there's so many things. But yeah, I found that in Toronto, this was one of the only real trading floors, and I was looking for traders with more experience, traders who have been profitable for a long amount of time. And I came here to learn from them and for the environment.
That's awesome, man. Awesome. But that's actually amazing. So we'll dive into more questions, but I think Brendo right now has some update for us.
Just watch Meta here, guys. The policy communications director for Facebook discrediting this earlier report that Mark Zuckerberg is set to leave beginning of next year. Again, it was the leak that reported that initially, beginning of next year, Mark Zuckerberg would resign. Andy Stone, who it looks like is the policy communications director at Facebook, discrediting that report now.
Zuckerberg to leave? Come on, this is his baby.
Yeah, I don't think he's leaving.
That's probably someone who had a short in that position and is watching his short get blown out. So now let me create a rumor to help my position out a little bit. And guess what? It's still getting blown out over there. So I will believe it when that alien comes onto the news channels himself and says it out of his own mouth. Then I'll believe it. Until then, I don't know about that. He loves his company way too much for him to leave. But then then you can get Bill Gated on. You can get your shareholders to come in and be like, yo, leave, or we will kick you out. You can get absolutely Bill Gated. So that could happen.
Yeah, you never know.
But that's a long way out. We don't have to worry about Zuck leaving anytime soon.
Depends on how how Metaverse goes, right? If Metaverse goes to the ground, then I think the shareholders might have something to say.
I'm very bullish about Metaverse, but Metaverse is not just Facebook Metaverse or Zuckerberg's Metaverse. I think Metaverse is basically the internet. That's how I'm bullish on it. I don't think no one company is going to own it. So it could, in return, kill him. But Metaverse is still going to be existing with or without Meta. That's my opinion on it. I think it's just an extension of the internet, and it's just like going to a different web address instead of what most people are thinking it will be. But hey, I don't know the future. We'll see where that one goes to. If you guys have more questions in the chat, feel free to ask your friend Obi over here about his trading journey. I think someone in the chat actually asked a question. I'm trying to scroll up a little bit over here. Let's see. Question. Yes, one question for Obi. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Okay, more than one question in there. So we'll start off with the first one. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hopefully on the journey to being more consistently profitable.
Okay, that's obviously a great answer. So, but like 5 years from now, do you see yourself still being on this floor? 5 years from now, do you see yourself owning a floor? 5 years from now, do you see yourself having a YouTube show and rivaling with Trader TV Live? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I think for
Sean's like, no.
I think being a trader, it's very all up in the air. You never know what the markets are going to be like. You never know what volatility is going to be like. You never know how you're going to improve and change with those changing markets. So I think that I'm still going to be trading. I think that's I'm pretty confident in saying that. But I think other than that, everything's up in the air.
Right on. Fair enough. Fair enough. What is your greatest weakness, you think?
Adding to losers.
Adding to a loser. So that's a pretty bad weekness. That's something that everyone should try and get rid of their system, obviously. But if adding to a loser, if that's in your system and up to what point to add, that's fine. But if you're adding to a stock infinitely and you're crossing your rules and your limits, then that's kind of like, hey, what are you doing? Fix your game over there. That's not the right way to go about it. Let's see what other stuff we have in the chat. People are actually, has Obi graduated yet? No, he's on the path too. He's been here for 3 months or so. He's still learning the systems and the ways to climb the ladder. And I could see him climbing the ladder. I make fun of him all the time saying he's a doctor, which he's not. But I make fun of him saying he's a doctor. if you did good in that field, I think you can easily learn the right discipline and the methodology required to succeed over here too. It depends up to him at the end of the day. Let's quickly go back to the market over here as we are getting a pullback on some of our stocks that we are long, such as AMD. AMD pulling back to our average price. I did add more to my position. Basically, whatever I got out of AMD, I added to it. And I'm waiting for TSM to pull back to 8250s, right around where it curled back to the north side the first time it came off. So 8250s, I'm waiting for it to come down there so I can add to my position. But I'm also watching the NASDAQ market like an absolute hawk. If NASDAQ breaks this range consolidation and goes to VWAP, I don't want to be fighting AMD and TSM around where they are. But, on a quick glance, I could add all the way to VWAP. So that is something I could possibly do, which is add all the way down to VWAP. And then if VWAP gives, I might take a little bit of a wiggle room past VWAP. And then if that breaks, I'm out of that trade. So just laying out my trades out there for you guys, just so you know what to look for. What is Prad, long or short TSM? I'm long TSM. I'm long AMD. I'm bullish on the market today. I know it's hard to believe. I have a little bit of a red shirt on, but I'm long. Let's see, a few more questions coming in from our producer, Justin. A few more for you. Let's see, do you play chess or are you a gamer? What?
I am definitely more of a gamer. Chess is not bad, but
chess is a game too, so I don't understand that question. So are you a gamer in general?
Yeah, I would consider myself a gamer, yes.
All right, sweet. We got another gamer on board. Favorite all-time stock and favorite all-time cryptocurrency?
I might be a little biased. Favorite all-time stock, I want to say Kodak, just because it's paid me well in the past. And what was the other question?
Favorite all-time cryptocurrency?
Cryptocurrency, Dogecoin for sure.
Dogecoin,
for the same reasons.
We got a fan of Elon in the house, baby. Let's go. The Doge for the win, baby. Let's go. How small of an account did you start with if you traded with your own account before?
I think I started off with a couple $1,000s.
Yeah, it's almost like almost every person does. I started off with my first few thousand.
That was gone right away. That was gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, blew it up pretty quickly.
I think I have paid my fair share of market tuition.
Let's go. I mean, you're not done yet. You're not done yet, and
still paying market tuition.
You're still going into the future. So don't get that thought process out of your head. But that's the beauty about it. All those tuitions, as I put it into the world out there, a lot of times, the first 4 years are university. Yeah. The first 4 years in the market are university. All your losses are tuition. All your wins are your exams that you passed. After 4 years, then think about actually making real money. After 4 years, if you're thinking about becoming a millionaire, even making $100,000 in the first 4 years, you could possibly do it. But I would say that's a wrong way to think about it. So maybe think about it a little bit differently. Are you more small cap, large cap futures, or options?
So funny thing is, when I first started, I was more like small caps, small to mid caps, low floats. I would go crazy over low floats, anything from like 25 to 10 mil float. But I learned very quickly that that's a good way to get chopped up and squeezed. You get squeezed only so many times before realizing, I shouldn't be in here as a short. Right. So like learning things the hard way. Nice. Amazon's finally starting to pull back. But yeah, now I'm focusing a little bit more on large caps. I was doing a little bit of options before coming to the floor here, getting myself familiar. But again, I'm still learning about options and option trading strategies. I can't really sell options right now, but I want to learn the strategies so I can strategize against those who are.
Right on. Yeah, that's awesome. I love it. Always learning, always growing, and that's where you want to be as a beginner, intermediate, or advanced trader. A couple markets right now around the globe are coming to an end, specifically European markets. So you know where we're going to. We're going right back to Brendo for the European update.
Hey guys, just waiting for a few final prints to come through here for the European session. But as you said, coming to a close for a Tuesday. We are positive on the day. throughout this market landscape here. Just waiting for a few more of these to end the day with their final prints. But there you go. 1% for England to the upside, 0.37 there for Germany, France 0.4 to the upside, Spain 1.6 leading the way. Positive day, though, following North America, guys.
Positive day for the European markets. That probably means positive day for the company that I hate the most, which is Ferrari. So let's quickly go check out what Ferrari is doing today. It is actually up on the day, 0.33%. This is on the Milan market that I'm looking at. Race is also on the New York market, which continues to trade past Milan's hours, and that's the ADR anyway. So we'll see, but way less volume if you are wondering about trading race at the moment. Quickly looking at my scanners, once again, Trader TV 30 to get 30% off on Trade Ideas platform. If you not many chances you're gonna get 30% off on the software. So if you want to use it, go do it right now. Let's see what the market's looking at the moment. Obi, can you give me your take on MULN?
Sure. Let's pull up some MULN. That's isn't that like a penny stock?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not too comfortable trading penny stocks, but like if it moves, right? It looks like it's been breaking down supports since forever, just in a perpetual downtrend since it seems like last month. But yeah, I don't really know what I would really do with this ticker. 23 cents, not really my taste. But yeah. What do they really mean when they say, "Give me your take"? Like,
I think they're just asking for like your opinion on it. Like, okay. What would you think about the company? Do you see any levels that are interesting for you or anything? But as a day trader, I think your opinion is pretty valid, which is I can't trade it. It's a penny stock. It's kind of impossible for me to trade, especially, I mean, maybe this is not as impossible for you to trade, and it's probably better because I want people to remind that, you are a trainee. That means you are on a $50 shutdown. You're not allowed to lose more than $50 a day, which is pretty hard, guys. Imagine you only being allowed to lose $50 a day, and you have to make $2,000 in an X amount of period. And if you don't do it, you're kind of kicked off the floor. For them to be able to do that, and our minimum share sizes allowed to take on our platform is 10 shares. You're not allowed to take less than 10 shares. And if you're on the Toronto Stock Exchange, you're not allowed to take less than 100 shares. Imagine how quickly you could lose $50 on one trade so easily, right? So a lot of the graduates on the floor here that you've already met, Ian, Luca, myself, Max, Spencer, these guys have all graduated on that system and have proven to make some money on that system. So it's not an easy thing to do. But if you think about it, it's if you trade your penny stocks, your MULNs and so on, that have decent volume on it throughout the day, 60 million, 100 million shares, I think you could manage your risk a little bit better on these. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But I stay away from penny stocks. I'm done graduated. I don't have to worry about that process anymore. So thankfully, I think there's better stocks out there for me to put my risk on a day-to-day basis. Currently, where I'm putting my risk on is TSM when it's coming back down to that $80 to $50. So reloading on TSM, also reloading AMD near 73.20 if it does pull back down there. I did tell you I plan on reloading around VWAP if AMD does go down. And semiconductor ETF or semiconductor stocks in general, we're on our watch list today. If you are not signed up, once again, you're making a mistake. Actually, no, they're not on our watch list. I'm thinking about Chinese ADRs on our watch list. And for some reason, I thought it was the chip stocks that we had on there. Look at this Millennium Falcon that's bejeweled out, man. Come on, you're telling me you don't want to have this on your desk somewhere, or even this Obi-Wan Kenobi? Come on, I want one of those.
I want one of those Obis.
Exactly, that Obi-Wan Kenobi. Imagine you have a light shining under through it. Swarovski just lit up. Come on, bro. That'd be insane. Market right now, though, having a nice little pullback to the downside. 50-period EMA coming in for the NASDAQ market, and same with the S&P 500. Both of them still positive.
Yeah, it's a nice, we kind of called that exhaustion or that pullback off, and it's starting to look like Amazon's coming off those highs. It tried to, it was a very nice, like a V shape, out the open, you come crashing down, and then you reclaim all that price, and now we can't get it back above, right under the 94 area resistance from before. We saw that this area also exhausted yesterday, so I think I'm feeling solid about this Amazon short here in this area. But yeah, we'll let it ride and see where it goes.
Yes, sir. Let it ride. Let it go. We'll see where it wants to move towards too. And right now, AMD with a nice move back up to the north side. We are only 5 cents in the money now, but look at the buying coming in on AMD. You gotta love that. That was 1,000 shares on a liquid gateway, 2,000 shares on a liquid gateway. Send it, baby. Send my stock to the moon. I'm still down 30 bucks a share on my long-term account, but who cares about that at the moment? We'll care about our day trading account, which is thankfully on the green side, but we want to make more money. So let's keep on looking for those opportunities. Be that hunter, be that sniper, looking for those juicy deers coming into our what are those things called on top of a sniper rifle? Zoom? A scope. Thank you. I was thinking about binoculars for some reason.
Come on, bro, aren't you a gamer? 360 no scope?
Yeah, you're right. 360 no scope. That's true. But I was gonna say binoculars for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. But those scopes, we want those targets to pop up in our scopes, and we can use platforms such as Trade Ideas to give us some of those targets right into our crosshairs. And currently, one of those stocks that really stands out on my green scanners is NVIDIA. I mean, we're already long 2 chip stocks. Why not go check out the 3rd chip stock over here? NVIDIA up 3.6% on the day and near $159. A new high a day coming in for NVIDIA. Monster move for this position today, all the way from 151 to 159. Come on, NVIDIA, you monster.
Yeah, going back to what we were talking about before, where you were like, the graduation process on the $50, after coming to the floor, you really realize that you can't hold positions a couple $100 against you. Every entry and every trade has to be very calculated and precise. I feel like that's a necessity to really be on this floor. What do you think?
Sorry, I'm focusing on, for some reason, my trades, it says no positions, but I have 2 longs on board. So I'm going to have to figure that one out. Thank you, T Trades, for pointing that one out for me. I do have trades on. It just says no positions for some reason. What was your question?
No, I was just saying how we were talking about the $50, the risk management, right? I was saying after coming to the floor, a big change, like being a trader off the floor and then coming on and seeing the different style and the different methods of trading, it's a lot more precise. You have to be able to manage your risk in a much more precise way.
100%. Yeah, you got to be very calculated. I say this sometimes on the show, which is for most of you who don't have those risk systems that we do on a prop firm, for you it's time in the market. Right, because you could keep on averaging to a loser. As long as you know your trade setup, you can give it a little bit more leeway room. But for us, since we are so restricted on how much money we can lose in a day, and if we lose more than that, we're shut down. We're not allowed to trade for the rest of the day, and you have to fill out a form that says you're shut down on the day. Why were you shut down, and what made you shut down? How could you improve on that? Nobody wants to fill that form out these days, so everyone's stopping themselves up before even getting shut down. That's a system that Brankos and Greg implemented. So big change over there on the floor. Just different ways to help people not really push it to that level, because if you do get shut down before 12 o'clock, before 4 o'clock, and some trade shows up, you not being able to take that trade makes you feel like an absolute loser, because you're watching people around you win, but you're not allowing yourself to take that trade. Yeah. So because of that, just think about how precise and calculated we have to be with our entries as day traders, especially on a prop firm. Right, so it changes your whole thing. You will hear a lot of traders on the floor say, when I used to trade at home, I used to do this, I used to do that. But the second I came to the floor, I had to change everything. I had to take my whole notes and throw it in the garbage and relearn how to trade. That's something I also said on my Be the Trader interview when he interviewed me for his podcast. I was like, I came into the floor with my little experience. They said, yeah, take that, throw it in the garbage. We're going to retrain you how to trade all over again. So that's for sure something that happens when you're joining a floor such as ourselves. And you yourself could open up a floor if you wanted to. As long as you're not in America, you could open up a floor using Day Trade the World office's funding. And to learn more, go to DTTW.com or email marketing@daytradetheworld.com.
Yep.
Go for it.
I kind of lost my train of thought there for a second, but let's.
Any stocks you're looking at?
Yeah, didn't Best Buy have earnings today?
They did, yes. They came out with
what they're doing.
Better than expected, I believe.
I was actually looking for a short on this out the open, but yeah, it seems like it's just pretty much sideways.
Looking for the chat right now. Prad, why is your board empty? Oh yeah, I have to take a position, or not position. I have to take a quick entry and exit, so our board will update. So I'll do that on AMC with 10 shares really quick. Bang, and then bang. There you go. My board should update automatically, and there you see I have my 2 longs and my 2 no shorts on the board over there for you, and no real trade even made on AMC, so don't have to worry about that one for myself. Let's go back to what NVIDIA is doing, because that one was really interesting for me. The market pulled down to the 50-period EMA on NASDAQ, but NVIDIA burst out to make a new high a day. So now if the market bounces and goes to the north side, does NVIDIA actually take out 159 and keep on ripping? That's going to be something to take a look at. I see someone in the chat saying, Brad, remember saying Best Buy will go out of business in the future? I will still say that. I will still stick to my words. I'm not going to back out of that. But you can hold me to that, though. I will still say Best Buy will be shut down in 10 years or less. Mark my words, 10 years or less. Best Buy will be completely shut down. It won't be operating anymore. It will be the next Sears. It will be the next Future Shop if you're Canadian. Mark my words.
Bro, Best Buy bought Future Shop.
I know. Somebody else will buy out Best Buy, and they'll close it down. That's what my point is. So it will be. It'll be shut down, man. Look, people will directly just go to Amazon to buy their computers, or directly go to Dell or anything else. Like I was also talking about Foot Locker the same way. Foot Locker it also came out with positive earnings. Was I wrong on the quarter? Yes. But will I be wrong in 10, 20 years when everything goes to the meta world? And are you really going to a store to buy something? No, you're strapping on a helmet. Right, you're strapping on a helmet. You're going into the metaverse. You're going to a Foot Locker in the metaverse, and you're then trying on a shoe in the metaverse, and you're saying, "Oh, I like that, buy that," and that's going directly to your house. So what happens to all these brick and mortar stores?
They're gone.
Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen. Mark my words.
You're saying the world is going to become like a Ready Player One.
Exactly. It is going to happen.
That's the move. I wish, man. Growing up, like watching TV shows about VR, virtual reality,
Yeah.
I always dreamt of like, if the world would be like this, it would be so cool. It would change gaming for what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Crazy. You have a VR headset?
No, for me, I've been saying this, for VR, it needs to be really advanced for me to be even interested. Like if I'm
a full body suit and everything.
Like everything. Like if I need to feel the wind, I need to feel like if like a dog like walks by me and sneezes, I should be able to like feel how close that was by audio, by like anything. If a person walks by me, I need to feel the wind of them walking by me. Like I need to see, unless I'm fully immersed, and can't find the difference between real life and strapping on the helmet, I don't really want it until then. And I know that's like 30, 40 years out, so I'm not interested until then. But I might just buy a headset, because I do know that they have these new features now where you strap on the headset and you can sit ringside UFC watching the fights ringside kind of. So that's something that I am interested in.
It has some practical applications right now that could really push it. Yeah.
Looking at anything?
Nothing right now. Still in this Amazon short. Let's see if I'm just seeing if it can come back towards the low of day, or even near that intraday low from before. The momentum does seem to be like a little bit heavier on the sell side. But yeah, that's really all I'm watching right now. Abercrombie and Finch I was, but it still hasn't come back to a price where I'd feel comfortable shorting it again, so I'm not really looking at that. But yeah.
Metaverse shoes stay in the metaverse. No, that's not how you're thinking wrong. Metaverse shoes will be think about it this way, right? You can build your avatar the exact same way you are right now. That means if your shoe size is 10.5, then your avatar shoe size is 10.5. You go into the metaverse, you try on a shoe for a 10.5, and then you look at yourself in the metaverse, and then you literally go, oh, I like that. Click buy, and that gets shipped to your house in real life because everything's connected with your headset, your credit card, and all that. Just think about it, man. You might think I'm talking out of my butt at the moment. The chat might think I'm talking smack and just talking out of my butt absolute nonsense. Hey, more power to you. But I think this is where the world is heading towards. I could be wrong. I've been wrong a number of times in my life. If Best Buy doesn't go bankrupt, hey, I'll be wrong one more time. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
What's up? Nothing? All right, you're nodding your head a little bit. I was wondering what it was about. I think we're going the other way after COVID, the other way. Yeah, I mean, in terms of going back into the offices, thankfully right now that we are in the offices, the markets are kind of muted at the moment. That's why we're just talking about random stuff. We'll look for opportunities going forward. Best Buy at the moment pulling back to $78 almost. We're at $78.59 on BBY. Let me pull up Best Buy over here, which has had a pretty good job. I mean, remember the trend I told you, or not the trend, the pattern about a stocks having positive earnings report and it continues to hold VWAP to the upside, stocks having negative earnings report and it continuously rejecting VWAP to the downside. One of those stocks happens to be Best Buy over here. We were talking about MDT earlier, the Irish stock. Now we're talking about Best Buy, which is the opposite direction with the positive catalyst. Keep in mind though, Best Buy is a highly shorted position. Let me just quickly see how high of a short flow Best Buy has. Short flow for Best Buy is, that's not it. That's not the short flow. Where is it? What? Trade Ideas used to show short flow, but it doesn't anymore. Oh, there it is, 3.52. So it's not as high as I thought it was. So not sure why Jimmy Boy on CNBC said BBY could short squeeze today, because the stocks that actually short squeeze have at least 15 to 20% or higher short flow on a normal day.
Yeah, what did you find as a short
3.5.
Yeah, that's what I found too. Shortsqueeze.com, that's the one I like to use. It gives you a bunch of other stats too, but
yeah, feel free to show people the website, man. Show them your screen, show them the website.
Yeah, right here.
Talk about like how you use it. Educate them a little bit.
So there was a time in the market where a lot of the runners were just heavily shorted names. Like that was like the trend in the market. So this website started getting a lot of traffic during those days, and that's where I discovered it. They've improved it, but all you got to do is type in whatever ticker. For example, we can see how shorted Tesla is. Right, and it'll tell you percent increase. Well, it doesn't show how much percent float here, but let's see something heavily shorted. Oh, GME doesn't show up either. What's a heavily shorted ticker?
GME,
AMC. I just looked up GME. It doesn't show. It's not showing.
You can check out BBIG. You can check out.
Wow, nothing. Bed Bath.
Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond.
Okay, there you go. Bed Bath. Bed Bath. 40% of the float is shorted, right? So, again, good resource, quick data.
All right, where are we going to? I see people in the chat saying ACB, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla should be a highly shorted stock also. I mean, what is it? Billy Goat's got like a $500 million worth of short going on in there. So
Yeah.
Billy Goat obviously killing it right now on that short position. As Tesla is suffering with recalls, Tesla is going through a lot of problems overall. Their stock price currently plummeting to the ground. Our boy, the Italian stallion Luca, did mention that 166.66 is 500 pre-split on Tesla. So that's something that we're going to keep on waiting for to see what happens around those levels. I don't think that level came into play today. What did it come into play today? It did come into play today. Wow. You know, that guy's gonna be mad that he wasn't at work today in that case, because we actually bounced off of that $500 pre-split number. If you think about it, yeah, we broke it. Yeah, we went down to 166.17, but 166.66. Luca, the Italian stallion himself, has been waiting for that level for the past 3 weeks now, and I think catching along off of that level would have been something to look into. You only risked about, what, 50 cents to the downside? That never happened, so you would not have been stopped out, and you would have been in a monster winner to the long side off of that level. I wish I had an alert for that for myself, or you know, I would have been able to catch that trade, but we didn't catch it. We missed out on it, and Tesla is still positive on the day, even though it looks negative. It's actually positive on the day, and S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are curling back up north at the moment, which means our stocks that we are long are getting ready to maybe go back up north. We're going to take more position on TSM around VWAP over here. Give me more longs. And AMD, we're going to see if AMD can give us some profits. I mean, we're already 13 cents, 14 cents in the money on AMD. I would like a move above 74, waiting for NASDAQ to go back to high day and test it, waiting for S&P 500 to go back to the high end day and test it. Keep in mind, S&P 500 very close to 4K. There's a good chance that we just slowly inch towards 4K today, and then around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock when the power hour kicks in, then break the 4K area. That's just my expectation. 4K it has been a pretty strong barrier for the market for quite a while now. I think the highest peak we've had all of last week was 40.50. If you ignore that 40.50 peak, the highest peak is 40.10, 40.11, 40.12. So I don't think the market has too much of a move upside above 4K, and sadly, nor does it have too much of a move downside as we keep trading above 39.50 on the market for the S&P 500. Since we do have the futures expert on the floor today, what levels did you say on the morning by any chance?
39.55, now 39.75.
So 39.55 and now 39.75, those are the support levels, and any resistances? 4K, yeah, so same resistance level that I was talking about, the 4K, 40.10, 40.12 areas. We're waiting to see how the market behaves. The fact that Arun even moved his support from 39.50 to 39.75 kind of just goes to show how bullish the market might actually be. You know, I would have just left it at 39.50 because I'm a bear. I want the market to go down. But, you know, if he's moving up his support levels to 39.75 now, that's pretty much where VWAP is on the 5-minute chart for the S&P 500. Let's see if we do pull back to VWAP at some point. My guess is no, because we are holding that trend overall. Maybe we continue going back to the north side and test that 4K at some point. People in the chat saying Amazon, down, down, down. Okay, stop it. Stop being bearish about Amazon. Well, maybe do be bearish about Amazon because our buddy is short on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm still sitting here short on Amazon. Brad, I had a question for you. We were talking about Tesla. Tesla's been coming down pretty hard over the past couple of months. Do you think that this whole FTX debacle is playing a part in that selling pressure?
There is a good chance, but Tesla no longer has Bitcoin on their portfolio, so it should not.
Weren't they were accepting crypto for purchases?
They stopped that a long time ago. So they were accepting Bitcoin, but eventually someone called out Elon. They said, hey, for a company that's caring so much about car emissions and the betterment of society and you know, global warming and climate change, you accepting Bitcoin kind of negates that, because Bitcoin's burns through so much energy in order to transact a trade. So he realized that is a true statement, so he canceled that. He also dumped all the Bitcoin in Tesla, as far as I remember. So it technically should not move anymore with how cryptocurrencies move. We also know that Sam Bankman at one point wanted to invest $5 billion in Tesla, I believe. And Elon's like, does he even have $5 billion? And clearly now he has $0 as he's running around in Bahamas. And trying to hide from the police for the most part. At least that's what the stories are. But yeah, Tesla, in my opinion, should not be moving off the FTX nonsense.
Okay. No, I was just curious because I know they had some crypto in their books a while back. Just curious to see if that would have any effect in with the big things going on.
Yeah, I think it was
Whatever-
about like what 950 million worth of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, and I'm pretty sure they dumped it for about a profit.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. Whatever happened to NFTs, bro?
That's a whole different question, my friend. Thankfully, I never cared about NFTs, and I still don't. So, which means my money stays in my pockets. Well, that's a lie. My money goes to the bars, and it goes and lines their pockets. But NFTs, yeah, that's something I still don't understand, and I'm so glad I never got sucked into it. But right now, what's sucking me in is this AMD move, baby. Let's go! AMD to the long side. Hit that bang as AMD is right back to the high of day and actually creates a new high of day above 74. A profit target coming in, and we're still holding a good chunk of our size on AMD. Some size is actually popping up on the ask over here, 74.10. But 100 lots, 250 lots. I don't really care about 250 lots on AMD. I think we can easily wipe out that level like that and just keep ripping to the north side. And now they're actually adding more size on it. Okay, maybe I should care. Now it's 381 lots on that level, and they're bullying AMD right back below 74. You bullies, get away from AMD. Give me profits above. Since I did see that size and they are bullying the stock a little bit, the smartest thing would be to take some more profits at these levels and hold some size to see if we do break out of that, above that level. And now notice how that's seller is chasing the stock down. That seller went from 74.10 to 74.02, which means they really want their fill. They really want their fill, and they're willing to take a worse price than they previously were. So now they're bulling that position. I'm going to take some more size out on that and protect my profits. This is what's happening right now on AMD for me, but we're going to send it to Brendo to see what's happening everywhere else.
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on how North American markets are shaping up here. Remember, keep my eye on DWAC. There are some comments coming out of this event from the CEO. We'll see how this plays out, I guess, over the afternoon. As far as the shareholder vote specifically, that's going to be the key. Goes for DWAC, but trying to get back to the upside. Here's the market right now, 0.77 for the S&P 500, the Dow 0.84, Russell, all three of them in positive territory. NASDAQ as well, nicely green on the day. If you joined us pre-market this morning, we were talking about Walt Disney a little bit further. Yeah, Bob Iger announcing a whole bunch of restructuring plans already. Plus his salary was disclosed, $1 million per year for the next 2 years, plus $25 million possible on performance bonuses. Best Buy, nice forecast from Best Buy and Tesla back on watch off of those Chinese number. There it is. 0.5% back to the upside right now, guys, for Tesla. It's been kind of a choppy sideways day, though. Back over to you.
Choppy sideways day for Tesla, sadly, but the market's doing a little bit better. I mean, yeah, we're stuck in that whole week's range, well, 2-week range now, but I'm not going to complain. At least we have a little bit of a direction. It's not moving around and kangarooing around like it did yesterday, where the longs are working and the shorts are working, and everyone was confused. At some point, people got trapped. So we're happy that kangaroo move's not coming in today. We got a beautiful one direction move coming in for the north side at least. ZM heading back to the high of day, apparently, says chat. So let's go check out what ZM is looking like. Here we go. Zoom near the 100-period EMA. There is a pattern with negative, well, I don't want to say negative earnings because Zoom did have positive earnings. The only thing negative that stood out on Zoom was the lack of growth on that position. I mean, what do you expect? COVID cases have been going down. The Zoom only popped off because of the need of being in virtual classes, the need of having virtual meeting rooms, and apparently they have wonderful security, which I don't buy at all. People were breaking into Zoom meetings with the code and so on, which was so easy to do so, and their user interface is not bad either. But in my opinion, man, Zoom can easily be wiped out of the world over here and in the technology space by Google, by Microsoft, even by Discord. Like, just wait till Discord really starts going crazy out there in the world, and right now it's already pretty big. Discord's already bigger than Zoom in my opinion. I think we need to check the numbers though. Just wait for Discord to take over Zoom, and I can't wait for Discord to go public. They were about to get bought out by Microsoft at one point. I'm so glad that they didn't sell to Microsoft, because anything Microsoft buys goes to zero.
Like ATVI?
Like Skype?
Oh yeah, Skype was
Like
Let's
Halo?
not talk about Skype. Oh. I mean, Halo wasn't so bad.
It went to 0.
The game was pretty good.
Like Gears of Wars?
Yeah. So
Everything-
what's your favorite game to play?
My all-time favorite franchise is always God of War.
Yeah.
PlayStation, God of War. That's the only game that I actually went out and bought a PSP. Like I was never into PSP, but the only game I wanted to play was the God of War PSP exclusive version. So I went out, bought a PSP, bought my God of War for that, played it, and sold back my PSP. Never played it again. I'm a big God of War fan. There's a new God of War coming out.
They're
The
coming
last
out on
one was
PC.
insane. Yep.
Yeah.
There's a new God of War coming out. The last one was absolutely insane. Yeah.
Is it?
It's already out? Ooh,
The one
maybe
for
the
PC?
Ragnarok or something. Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So I can't wait to try that one now. I'm a big fan of that. That's my most favorite franchise. What's that? You can play it on PC. No? Okay. Well, we'll have to figure that one out. Well, how about yourself?
I don't know. I've played a lot of games, but when it comes to a favorite, I can't really pinpoint one. But recently, I've been spending a lot of time playing Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Yeah.
Okay.
Car soccer for all you FIFA fans out there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket League's a tough game, man. It's not an easy game at all, especially if you're a keyboard and mouse player. It's a really tough game. You need like a.
There's no way. There's no
I
way
know
I could play with
I know
KBM,
people
bro.
at the high level with keyboard and
Oh,
mouse.
of course
Yeah.
they are. They're professionals, but like that game is meant to be played on a controller.
Of course.
right? You're maneuvering around in like three-dimensional space, like your 2D keyboard. That's not gonna cut it.
No.
You need an analog stick. You need something.
Yeah, for me, Rocket League is too big brain. You know, I feel like you need to be a geometry PhD and
No, I don't think
so. In my opinion, because you're calculating angles at all the time, and I've seen those Rocket League gameplay in esports.
Yeah,
and these guys are
pretty
doing
crazy.
nasty tricks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
It's wild how quickly some of these pros really work.
It's way more exciting than FIFA World Cup. I'll tell you
yeah,
that.
for
That's
sure.
for sure.
For sure.
They're not running around back and forth and
They should
pretending
have
to
a
get hurt
Rocket
all
League
the time.
World Cup.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
One day esports is gonna be that big.
Yeah, I mean, it already
Watch.
is. It already is pretty big right now. Currently, guys, we're looking at the market. S&P 500 took out the high of day by NASDAQ took out the high of day, and SPY's pretty much at the high of day at the moment. Zoom still around $76, but more importantly, Best Buy. Best Buy at right now as we go into lunch hour. It's 12:05 Eastern Standard Time. As we go into lunch, we're pulling up to $80 on Best Buy, now up 12% on the day. Monster move coming in. Part of me was hesitant to punch the VWAP long 77 on Best Buy because we were under VWAP. It looked like we wanted to sell off and pull down to the 100-period EMA, so I didn't punch that long on Best Buy near 76.70. Missed out on a monster long for myself today. So Best Buy killing it at the moment, near $80, breaking clear ranges. I'm gonna have to pull up a chart over here on Best Buy for the long-term chart to see if we can find any levels to mark off. Looks like that $80 level stands out. Right above that $80 level, we have the $85 level, and then we have this $95 level. So pretty clean, even dollar level standing out for me. We'll have to wait and see how this 80 plays out for Best Buy. If 80 doesn't reject and doesn't pull back down, then I think the next easy number is 85. Anywhere from 80 to 85 to look for some tops on Best Buy. Not sure if I want to be gambling with the shorts on these positions today anyways, but we'll try it. I forgot that blind. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I have to go moderate the server real quick. Go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, have you seen any news on the CPRX? It's up almost 12% on the day, and it's the first time I'm seeing it right now. Up like it's testing 1750, up from 1550 open. I just want to see if there's any news related to this.
What are you looking for?
CPRX? I'm just looking at any reasoning why it's up 12% on the day.
Was it earnings date?
No, I think the last thing here I have September 29th, Catalyst FDA approval, but other than that, I don't see anything right now. But yeah, are any of you guys playing CPRX today? Because it's up a lot.
Today is the 21st, 22nd. Yeah, it says CPRX stock catalyst is hinting at an acquisition. So most likely a merger and acquisition coming in for CPRX. That's the catalyst that I see. Came out last night, yesterday at 5 p.m. We could click on that link maybe and we'll get a website right here. We do. Okay, Trade Ideas, I see you. Trade Ideas is too good, baby. Get your Trade Ideas platform for 30% off. Sorry, yeah, 30% off by using TraderTV 30. Hey, Michael Nass might need to start hiring me to start doing TV ads now. I'm getting so professional at it. TraderTV 30, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to get your own discount on that platform. But yeah, here's the catalyst for a CPRX. Blah 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 blah. Lots of text messages over here. Too long to read. TLDR. Just tell me what price you're getting bought out for. Come on.
1676.
That's what it's saying.
Is that what it says? I mean, it's trading above that.
It's trading above 15 right now. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, just a rumor. We don't really know what's happening out with this one. We're going to have to give it some time. Chat's saying DWAC right now. Wow, DWAC. You want to talk about it?
It's pushing towards that 25 test, but like, again, not enough volume on this to really convincingly take a trade here. But yeah, sure, it is moving, maybe on some residual short covering. Who knows?
DWAC gets holder approval for deadline extension. I'm guessing that's for the SPAC merger approval coming in for DWAC, and Brendo is nodding his head over there. Obviously, positive catalyst if these merger approvals are coming in for DWAC. You could also look for DWACW on the NASDAQ. These are the warrants that will not halt. For those of you who are scared of DWAC halting, don't want to get trapped by those halts, you could trade DWACW. Also, something that leeches off of DWAC every now and then, the sympathy play. It's going to be PHUN, Funware, also giving you the exact same volume bump to the north side like DWAC. So I'm pretty sure all of you guys are tracking these positions. Trump 2024 was announced not too long ago. We'll have to wait and see if DWAC has the strength to reclaim the 175 all-time high before the election date of 2024.
Yeah, either that or a DSPAC.
Either
DWAC
that or
goes
DSPAC.
What do you think?
Yeah, full port or go home.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if some of these tickers can make it that long, but we'll have to find out. But until then, whenever volume comes in and it's a play, I think there's going to be they're going to keep giving us opportunities over and over again. Definitely not something I would be invested in with a significant portion of my portfolio. That's for sure.
All right, what do we go into next, chat? Let's see, guys. As we only have about 20 minutes left with our new host today, Obi. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to throw it in there. Obi, I know you are a fellow Hyderabadi like me. Hello, now.
I do not speak Telugu.
You don't speak Telugu, bro?
No,
you
no.
ask me to speak Telugu all the time and you don't even speak it? How rude of you. This guy literally is like, you speak Telugu?
Once.
Nah, it's cap. You're like, you speak Telugu? You speak Telugu? Oh, I'm Hyderabadi too. And you don't even speak a lick of Telugu?
We were talking about Hyderabadi biryani and how all these other cultures flex their biryani, but the real biryani is Hyderabadi biryani. That's what we were talking about.
That's facts.
Right?
Hey.
Come on.
That is facts. If you're from Hyderabad, you know our biryani be slapping, boy. If you ain't had Hyderabadi biryani, I don't even want to hear you talk biryani. Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. We don't want to hear anything else. There's no other biryanis.
Exactly.
Everybody else is just trying.
Dum biryani Hyderabadi, exactly. The Indians in the chat are coming out right now. Shout out to all the Hyderabadis in the chat. Shout out to all my boys in the chat, all my girls in the chat. You know, we love every single one of you. And just the wide cultures, the variety of people in the chat every single day. I love seeing it, man. The most diverse and the best community in the chat, best community on YouTube. But one thing that does annoy me about this community just a little bit is the lack of like button appreciation.
Oh, that's
Look,
way
we
too
bring
low.
a new host for you, a brand new trader. We bring on other people sometimes just to show you different variety of traders that they are, just to show that there's not only one way to win. It's not the Sean way, not the Neil way, not the Arun way. There's also other ways to make it happen. And all we want from you guys is hit that like button. 2K likes already. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. But let's get it up to 3K. That's our daily goal. You know, YouTube sees the fact that we got up to 3K 5 days in a row, but the 6th day, the 7th day, the 8th day, we didn't get to 3K, so it doesn't boost the channel as much as to other people as it used to. So help us out. Hit that like button. For that 32% of you who are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button too, as that also adds to the YouTube algorithm. You see people in the chat who have green name like this one right here, Abhishek Desai. If you hit the join button, you see a pop-up box coming in with Brendo explaining to you exactly what it entails being a member of the Trader TV Live family. You saw the hoodie Arun's wearing today. If you want to rock that same hoodie, click on the logo for the YouTube channel, go to store, and you'll be able to see that merch right here. Where is that hoodie that, you have the hoodie or no, he does have the hoodie. I don't see where the one that he has. I think it's this one with the black instead of the white. So you can go check that hoodie out. This is the one that I usually wear that says, "I'd rather be trading," because, you know, I'd rather not be doing anything else other than trading for the rest of my life. So go check out our merch store, ! merch in the chat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for getting us to 2.1K likes. Keep on smashing the like button. Keep on throwing in the questions in the chat that you want to ask Obi, as we only have another like 10 minutes left with them.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. Anything, guys? I'm open to all the appropriate questions you guys may have, so fire away.
All right. You have anything you want to talk?
Yeah. Have you seen? When's the last time you looked at Lucid? Do you know Lucid is back at the SPAC price?
Yeah.
As of like yesterday. How crazy is that?
Yeah, a lot
This
of
thing,
stocks.
this thing was trading at like $50 at one point, 50, 60 bucks.
Yeah.
Back to SPAC.
That's just the nature of the market at the moment, man. That's just the nature of the market. A lot of positions are back to levels that you kind of want to be scared for. But what can you do? That's just the nature of the market. Do you guys think Lucid will hold 10?
Well, let's see. That is the shelf price. That's a SPAC price. But I do think that if it starts to break, there's going to be a lot of sellers beneath that price. I would say so.
We got a question saying, Obi, are you looking at anything long?
Anything long? I have to admit, I'm a little antsy on the long side. I have a little bit more confidence on my shorts. Right now, nothing really. I was short Amazon, but it kind of when it started to show some strength on the tape, I just covered my position because I had a strong inclination that it could retest that 93 area. Could have gone long there, but other than that, no, not really.
Someone in the chat said, Obi, do you like Pepsi like Prad? You're lucky that I'm in a good mood today, because that would have warranted a 300-second ban for even putting Pepsi and Prad in the same sentence.
I'm definitely a Coke person.
The only time you can put Pepsi and Prad in the same sentence if you put does not like in the middle. So make sure you correct that next time, okay? But so Obi said you're a Coca-Cola person.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so
Coke or Dr. Pepper.
That's the only way to go. Unless, you know, sometimes it in your thumbs up slaps too.
Okay,
Thumbs up does
yeah,
slap.
yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Thumbs
Same
up does
company,
slap.
I think. I think Coca-Cola owns that.
Coca-Cola owns thumbs up? Are you sure?
I think so.
I don't think so.
Something like that.
I don't think so. I think you might be capping on that one. Let's actually quickly go check
it out.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Who owns?
Thumbs up Cola. Indian manufactured brand of cola, blah, blah, blah. Oh, snap!
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's a belated products. Oh, parent company,
Parent
Coca-Cola
company. Yeah, there you go. Parent company.
Snap.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, that's why it slaps. That's exactly why it slaps.
It's
Makes
pretty
sense.
much the same thing, a little bit of different flavor, but you know.
Exactly. Pepsi is so much better, in my opinion, says Siobhan. Look, it's okay. You just don't have developed taste buds. You know, some people have developed taste buds. Some people don't have developed taste buds. You know, I can't hold you fault for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. We're still watching this exhaustion, it looked like it was coming, but we're headed back towards testing that 4K area, 400 on SPY. So really reserved on holding back my shorts here into this strength.
Market making a new high, but looks like NVIDIA actually curling back under 159 for some reason. NASDAQ is making a new high. S&P 500 making a run for the highs at the moment. AMD at the highs. TSM at VWAP. So I think I'm going to take more shares of TSM over here, add into the stock that had positive catalysts almost well, it did last week, but I'm trying to say almost 3-4 days ago. Positive catalyst and has been trying to hold up the range above $80 for so far on TSM. Going to add a little bit on this trade. AMD already in the money, 40 pennies, but I would like more money out of it, so I'm holding that position to see how much of a bigger move can we get as the NASDAQ market keeps on inching higher. The S&P 500 market keeps on inching higher, but something that stands out is this bottom chart over here, UVXY, trying to go up north. So if UVXY is going up north, I'm expecting the market to actually curl back down and pull back down. And if that's the case, that means TSM could go lower. That means AMD could start coming back. And that means NVIDIA could be a good short risking the high a day. So let's just wait and see over here what the market wants to do. Waiting for the market to really whisper to me the music that I want to hear. Either it whispers to me go short or it whispers to me go long. And then based off of that, I'll make my decision and we'll just have to wait and see exactly what direction the market wants to go to. Do we pull back down or do we keep on breaking out to the north side while UVXY is going up towards VWAP, which is a pretty inverse move coming in over for the market.
Yeah, I think Apple looks pretty strong. It's making new high of days, pushing for that 150 test. I think if it continues this way, it might actually get there. So yeah. Markets look like they're going to show some strength into this area right now.
DWAC is fun. Yeah, oh, how fun it is to trade DWAC. I remember making that tweet when DWAC went absolute haywire with a little bit of pun for the fun. PHUN. Oh, how fun it is to trade DWAC. Well, DWAC is not sadly. DWAC is thankfully fun again at the moment today as it's marching towards $24. So look at this stock. Obviously, positive catalyst coming in for this position not too long ago. We also got something about Amazon over here. Amazon Alexa is reportedly responsible for $10 billion in expenses. I mean, yeah, duh. They're wasting so much money collecting all this data, listening to people talking about random nonsense, and they have to swift through this data just to find the couple information that they want to hear through. Imagine how much resources that takes. So $10 billion of money being wasted in 2022 alone over Amazon ALEXA. I almost said that word out loud and woke up some of your listening devices. Alexa, play Despacito. Hi, I got you guys. But no, currently AMZ and man, getting beat up. So not only are they getting beat up by ALEXA, they're also getting beat up by Rivian, which we know that's been a little bit of a painful investment for Amazon, for Ford, and what was the third company that invested in Rivian? No clue? Was it GM? It was GM, right? It was GM and Ford, then they both backed out of it, I think, if I remember correctly. So we'll just have to wait and see how Rivian will maybe in return help out Amazon in the near long run. Look how the market's now pulling back. Looks like that idea with the UVXY going up north, which means the market should technically go back down, and it is happening that way. Thankfully, we did take some profits on AMD before it stop telling my ALEXA to play Despacito. All right. I had to get you for once.
Kevin here in the chat is asking us to review or go over Zoom. Zoom?
Sorry?
I said Kevin in the chat asking to go over Zoom here. Let me just pull this up. Yeah, Zoom's been a pretty wild ride since its IPO. If you guys take a look at that, we're revisiting back to almost back to all-time lows here. So I guess you can look for maybe buyers to start stepping in if they're there. If they're not, then sure, we can easily see below 60, I think. I think this trend is pretty significant. This is the weekly chart. If you look, it probably confirm on the daily and the monthly too, that there have been consistent sellers on this name since its pop. What do you think?
I mean, I'm not a fan of Zoom. I think Zoom can go to zero for all I care, honestly. But that's just my opinion. You know, I'm more bullish about companies that are not solely dependent on one thing. Like, for example, Microsoft has the same software, Google has the same software, Zoom only has one thing, and they're not even doing that one thing really good.
It's like a passing fad.
They're half-handing it, right? So like they're not doing a great job at the only thing that they do, and hence I think other companies out there could easily just wash them out, throw them in the ground, and just bury them 6 feet under. So that's my opinion on Zoom. In the long run, Zoom could revamp their business by coming out with better software and more software that could help out enterprises, like come out with a Trello board. Maybe do you know what a Trello board is? That's when like you have multiple columns, and in one column it says to do, in one column it says currently in progress, in one column it says completed, and the last column says to test. This is how a software lifecycle for a company goes through. First, your project manager makes a ticket saying you got to create a login for the website. Then a developer takes that ticket and says, I'm currently working on it, meaning they're coding it. Then an artist also takes that ticket and says, I'm working on it, meaning they're creating the UI for it, right? And then when those two things are done, you move the Trello board. So if they create more things for enterprises and companies to run their company better, then there's actual value in Zoom. But you only do video calling and you don't even do it that good, I'm not bullish about you. Yeah. That's my opinion on Zoom.
No, I do think that it's just they were in the right place at the right time for when they came. They got rid of. I mean, Skype. A big reason for that software to fail even harder was because Zoom came in and took over the game. Yeah. But now that everyone's kind of
Skype failed before Zoom even came in.
Yeah, it was on its way out, and it just Zoom came in and just kicked it out the door.
I'm surprised that company's still alive. Like Microsoft's still wasting resources and money keeping Skype running.
Yeah, I don't know. They're holding and hoping, just like
me with Palantir and SoFi and DraftKings and AMD and Apple and Intel. And Bitcoin and Ethereum and Cardano and everything else that I'm doing.
If you bought anything in the past couple of years, yeah.
Hold and hope, baby. Pray, punch and pray. Currently, market is pulling back, which is exactly what we expected it to do with UVXY going up. I guess that short on NVIDIA would have been nice. You know, you were only risking 50 cents if you punched into it, and you're already getting a nice move to the south side. But it's a little hard, though, to punch short onto a stock that's already absolutely booming to the north side today. But you could have, as a day trader, as a scalper, you could have looked for that 2:1 trade right away and take profits on that 2:1 trade. AMD still hanging out above 74, even though we saw those sellers come in not too long ago, which is perfect. I love seeing that. I want the buyers to keep on fighting those sellers and take it to a new high a day. Maybe we do see 75 and 76 coming into play later on, but right now, as the market's having a little bit of an issue to march towards 4K, maybe we don't see this happening. So, Prad, do you feel the same way about Docu as same as Zoom? Yes, I do feel the same way about Docu, but we'll keep that one aside for now. Go ahead.
DocuSign. Okay. Someone in the chat was mentioning DraftKings. I just saw that yesterday. They had, or like last week, they're pretty down on their earnings, and I saw the news. They're down because of unauthorized money withdrawals from their platform. Have you heard anything about that? Yeah, I was reading on the news.
I'm cashing out right now, bro. What do you mean?
Unauthorized money withdrawals cause selling.
300,000 or more. That's about your account.
I can't cash out?
I don't know if you have 300 in there or more.
$300 or more, you can't cash out?
1,000.
Oh, $300K, yo, that's soft, bro. That's soft. No. Markets are pulling back, though. So, yeah, continue with your story. What were you saying?
Oh, nothing. It's just that the news was that they have unauthorized money withdrawals. So
Wow.
whatever's going on with that. But in terms of stock price, it's just looks like consolidation underneath this 15, 16 area for now.
Yeah, DraftKings and these gambling stocks are also having issues with the regulators and so on in some of the states. Most states don't want these guys to win at all. They want to keep their money within themselves. Brad got SBF'd. Yeah, I'm getting SBF'd over here. My money's being moved to Bahama Mansions, man. Come on. Oh, crap. DKNG, what are you doing to me? No, thankfully, I don't have 300K in there, so I'm not too worried about it. Just a quick update about the Mexico-Polish game, guys. Still 0-0, 66 minutes in. So this game might just end up in a tie over here. As the markets are pulling back, someone in the chat just donated $5 for us and said, thanks for the UVXY tip, Brad. Quick short on the SPY because of that, brother. Let's go, Charlie. Charlie with the quick little scalp on the SPYs with the help of the UVXY trade setup that I just pointed out. So congratulations out there for my friend Charlie. Let's quickly go into super chats. Actually, we only have 2 minutes left over here with our friend Obi. Obi, you have anything you want to say to the chat? You know, how did you experience your first day on the show? Did you enjoy it?
I think it was great. It was a good experience. Getting warmed up to the chat is very nice. The setup initially, my setup wasn't the same as back at my desk, so I had some trouble setting it up. But other than that, I think it was pretty smooth. What did you guys think?
Awesome, man. I for sure loved having you on over here. We're hopefully more future visits from you, Obi. Continue, keep on killing it, smacking on the market over here. And soon enough, you know, graduations in the near path, hopefully on that one for yourself. Would love to see you once again, as I said. Is it time to, yeah, it might be time to let you go here, my friend, as I am going to dive into super chats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Obi, a brand new trader on the floor. He might come back on later in the near future, so hit that like button if you enjoyed him. Even if you didn't enjoy him, hit that like button. Let him know that you didn't enjoy him by hitting that like button, and then also let him know that you enjoyed him by hitting that like button. That way, I kind of get the like button pumped up either way, baby. Let's go. Time for some super chats, guys. Tuesday super chats. Draper family with a $10 super chat. Let's go. Great show with excellent information and insights. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it for that awesome super chat and the message to let us know how good we're doing over here. We appreciate the love and support. Willis Silverstone with the brand new membership. Welcome to the family, Willis. What you talk about, Willis? John Morse, new member also coming in. John, welcome to the family, John. Trader TV Live family loves all the new and the old members who keep on renewing their membership. Even those who don't renew their membership, it's an optional thing. So we love every single one of you who come in and support us day to day. Buried by Ghost. For some reason you said ghost, and the person who talks about Ghost and the Goat is actually coming on very soon. What was that saying again? Buried by the Goat? Giving up the goat, giving up the ghost. Yeah, that's what that was. But Buried by Ghost coming in with almost $3 super chat, talking about MMAT. MMAT is a stock I remember trading yesterday below $1, but I wanted that move towards $2 on that stock. I missed out on that move towards $2 on it. But today, though, looks like MMAT holding that $2 bottom, getting ready to keep on marching to the north side. I see people also talking about MMAT soon enough to go to being $10 or so. I don't know about that one just yet. We do have some levels over here that we have to go towards. I think MMAT has to go test $3, then $4 if we really want to see anything above 5 or 6 coming into play. So we're going to have to need some patience for this position. MMAT yesterday was doing a ton of volume. Today, only 15 million shares compared to yesterday with 1.84 relative volume, though. So still decent relative volume, but a little bit muted on the move side for MMAT. Let's head back towards the super chats over here as Sharif is logging in. Louis V. Balankan. Hopefully I said it right. I'm trying to pronounce it properly too for you, but I think I kind of butchered that, so I'm sorry if I did. €5 coming in on the 15-minute chart. Is that a hammer candle on the UVXY? Possible reversal. UVXY on Amex on the 15-minute chart. You set the super chat at what time? You sent it at 950-ish. So let's go to the 15-minute chart here, and let's look at the 950 candle. That's the 10 o'clock candle. This is the 950 candle, 945, 1050. Is this a hammer candle anywhere?
No, that's not a hammer.
So our candlestick pattern expert just said that there is no hammer candle over there. So I'm going to have to say Nepa on that one for you, my friend. I stole that one from Sean over there. You know, I'm learning a lot from Sean, not just how to be a trader, but also how to host our viewers, you know. Next thing I got to learn is how to be an amazing family member, then an amazing father. I saw those pictures of those little Toronto, bro.
Slow down on the father.
The little Toronto thing was sick,
Hey,
man.
man,
Yo,
he's
where'd you
coming
go for that?
He's coming back from India.
Young in Dundas? I'm going to India. I'm gonna get married soon. I'm gonna learn how to be a good husband, a good father, all of that, you know, all of that. Yeah. Hey, if I can't win the joke, then I might as well join the joke. So I might as well join it at the moment. Coming back to a couple super chats over here, then we'll throw it back to your main man, Sharif, who's in the hot seat, ladies and gentlemen. Rohit, $2 euros. Can you guys check out Dollar Tree? Sharif, can you go check that out? Because I'm a little winded out.
I'm not ready.
Okay, you're not ready? Okay, we'll check out Dollar Tree over here. Keep on going for Dollar Tree. Let's see where this one's moving. There should be a NASDAQ stock. Dollar Tree did come out with a negative earnings report, sadly. I have been watching this 150 level. We can't get back above 150 for some reason, and even if we do, it's not too far above 150. VWAP rejection throughout the day, all day for Dollar Tree, and actually triggering SSR. SSR is a mechanic in the market. When a stock is down 10% or more, it triggers I said mechanic again, right? It's a mechanism in the market.
You got it.
But it's not a mechanic. It's
No,
not
no.
It's a mechanism in the
it's not a human
market
being.
that triggers when the stock is going down 10% or more. And basically, it's harder to short the stock. You can't short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher, like it is right now. It's going higher. So if you want the short fills on Dollar Tree around these prices, wait for it to go higher, get your fills, and then maybe we can write it back down towards the lower day. It's a little bit muted, though. The move is very muted. We're getting a nice solid range being formed on DLTR. It's a mechanic of the market. Yes, exactly.
All right, I'm just about ready here, guys. Thank you for having me back. It is so nice to have, that extra half an hour to be able to actually just focus trade. But, I love being on the show, obviously. But it's a welcomed, one-off change. I guess that's how I'd put that. I've been looking at a few things today, guys. I've been looking at PALI, P-A-L-I. I've been looking at AEO, which is American Eagle Outfitters. And I've been looking at Meta. I've been on those three stocks. That's what I've been trading. PALI is that one that was kind of, that small cap crapper that I like to play. Let's pull that one up. PALI. It is a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. Currently trading at $5. Had this one a whole bunch of times in the pre-market. Look at this move here. Right after the open, halts up twice, and then that this is what we call a hammer candle or a reverse hammer, whatever that's called, the reverse hammer candle. Look at that, huge wick up to $6.40. But guess what? The close, the open of this candle was $5.40, and the close was $5.20. So that huge tail up basically is a candle of a reversal candle, they call it. And then essentially what happened was it consolidated all the way back down to VWAP. But this one would have been a great VWAP buy and hold, because that gives you actually two opportunities initially to get in at 4.25, and then maybe a little bit down the road get in at 4.35. So a couple of VWAP bounces here, and then you had a couple of outs. I mean, even if you didn't want to hold, 5.25 was an out, and then almost 5.50 here, a couple of pennies in front of that. That's an out. Up 130% on the day. This one, if you didn't get cut up on it by, this was really the only area really to get that I can see you get cut up. Otherwise, it's kind of been trending, right? Within a range, you're able to establish that range, kind of play off the 50 period and play off VWAP. So this one gave a number of opportunities. Like this one, I like it continuing going into the rest of the day. Oxy, I just flipped here. This one was not on my radar, up almost 4% today on the news that Saudi or OPEC Plus is not intending to increase that production. So yeah, that's rallying on that. I had that one just yesterday, and that's why it's on this chart. But let's pull up AEO because that's the other one that we were talking about. And I believe that is a New York stock. Yes, it is. And this one is obviously an earnings play. American Eagle reporting this morning. Brendo is telling you guys about that, and then that being talked about, I believe, on the morning show. So look at this one. Has a big move right at the opening bell, and it's been holding VWAP above that for the majority of the day. But look at this opportunity here. Dip right into VWAP. So if you had been looking for that VWAP trade, you were rewarded.
Oh,
and
snap.
the beautiful part about that is that it was VWAP and the $15 bounce. The whole dollar level, I like that, especially when the two are the same. It kind of confirms the move a little bit, confirms the trade. Or as, I don't want to say confirms because that's the wrong word, but it gives you a bit more conviction behind the trade. That's the word I'm looking for.
Guess what I'm short right now?
What?
Man U.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're public. I forgot about that.
You know what happened?
What happened?
Ronaldo's leaving.
No, I don't want to say no-ish, but like
Is.
obviously he's leaving.
Yeah.
He went on. Did you see the interview?
No.
Oh my goodness, you have to watch this interview. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of names that you're not familiar with because you're not in the soccer world, but it doesn't matter. He makes some big indictments in that interview about how Manchester United was being operated. I guess that's obviously going to have an effect on their stock. Let's keep it stock market. Bradley, how's that Man U trade working out?
Yeah, we're waiting to see if we can take this lower day, move to the south side even more on Man U. So Brando putting in our work chat, Man U, that Ronaldo is leaving, which I think should push the stock to the downside, but it also could push it to the upside because they're going to end up saving a ton of money by not having to pay Ronaldo.
Yeah.
So that's also a possibility. So just got to be careful with this one to see where this one moves to. Prad, reading yesterday's news. Well, I'm reading the news that Brendo put in the chat over there to see if it moves the market or not. It could be yesterday's news. Listen, I'm just picking the news that's being offered to me at the moment. Another news that's being offered to me at the moment is Sava offering. SAVA apparently having an offering coming in. Didn't they recently have another offering? SAVA?
I don't remember. I can look it up here because this one will show me splits on the chart. Let's move to Sava and then go daily. And then there we go. No, I don't see any offerings here. Would have showed me.
So we're good. I think I'm thinking about a different position over there. Sava today down half a percent overall. Currently around VWAP. We did get a big volume spike off of that catalyst for SAVA. People in the chat talking about PSNY. That is Polestar.
What? It's moving?
Not sure.
Yeah, it's up almost 10% on the day, Bradley.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a look at this one. Okay, so let's bring in this chart, the Oxy chart, PSNY, and it's a NASDAQ stock. Yeah, $7. It's up 9.55% on the day, so let's say 10%. Nice little move here. Oh, this is the 3-minute chart, by the way, for those who follow. You know, typically I use a 1-minute chart. Let's flip to the 1-minute chart here and zoom out just a tad. Yeah, so nice little move off the open. Let's see if there's any breaking news. Nothing from today. I don't see anything from yesterday either. So nothing that I can see. Maybe Brendo can let us know if there is, but I don't see it on my feed. In either event, it's given you a nice opportunities to take trades off VWAP here, but you may have gotten cut up if you had taken the dip off the 50 period. Look, it had held the 50 period quite well since the open, and then it had a break here, but holding VWAP. So this one continuing to trend up. I think you have more opportunities for this one going forward, especially if you take any dip trades. Look for the 50 period at that 704, maybe that whole dollar level at 7, and then obviously down to VWAP here at 686. That's how I'd get into this one. I wouldn't be buying on breaks, Bradley.
Dell at the moment absolutely launching. What didn't they have a little bit of a mixed earnings report? They said economic factors were hurting them. They said shortages were hurting them. They also saw a big decline in growth because of the whole COVID situation. During COVID, they saw a big increase in demand, but after COVID, a big decline in in demand overall. So they did beat their earnings, if I remember correctly, but they also guided lower. So Dell was down in pre-market about 1%, but now up 5.3%, 5.4%, making a new high a day while the market's actually pulling back down, which is surprising to me. So something's going on over here with Dell that I really can't wrap my head around with. So what we can do is look for levels. Something that stands out right away is these highs that Dell is exactly at the moment, near these 43.30s. Look at this candle high, 43.50, let's say, is that candle high. I'm ignoring this candle tail, just looking at the body, you know, kind of like selective bias over here by ignoring the tail. The tail will be coming in what am I trying to say?
What?
The tail of this body will come into point for me if the stock is pulling back towards 45.
Come into play?
Coming into play, thank you. Yeah. If it pulls into 45. But right now, as we are around this range high for Dell at the moment, I think we could see some barriers coming in for DELL and have it pull back down. But also, if that barrier does not come in for DELL and we actually break out of 43.50 to the north side, then I think we could have a move to 45 because the lack of positive earnings catalyst and everything that they were talking about, their earnings report was negative in there. They are still up 5%. So if this wants to rip past 43.50, I think we could see 44 or even 45 coming into play today. What is your dollar goal amount? I've talked about this before on a normal basis. It's for me, it's based on shutdown, right? So it's different for you traders at home, and you don't have where you don't have a system based on how much of money you're allowed to lose on a day. With the shutdown system that we have over here, as long as I aim to make my shutdown every single day, I'm happy. So that's my daily dollar goal.
Yeah, no, I like that. I kind of just, exactly, I base it on how much I want or how much I'm willing to risk per trade, and then that's more of a micro assessment on the bigger picture. How many trades do I want to have today, or how many names am I looking at? So how do I distribute my risk amongst those trades that I'm looking at? So you have to have a bit of a structured way, especially with a shutdown or a tight one at that. That's kind of what I mean. I'm long Pally. Again, it's not my favorite entry, sadly. I mean, I probably would have like to have gotten in maybe in the low 5 teens. I'm long 524. I'm looking for the break of this peak here, specifically that 530 level. If we can break through there, and then it looks like we have top wick at 550, but the close is below that 530 area. If we can break through 530, I'll start taking some profits. I'll start looking for the approach and the eventual break of the $0.50. That's how I'll trade that. There's clear resistance at that $0.50 area, especially look here, the initial move off all the halts. Even though it wicked above it, the close was below that $0.50 area. So there seems to be a lot of resistance at that $0.50. If we can take that and we take it decisively, I think we've got some good possibility, you know, to even break through 6 and maybe even 7 on this one. This one's got legs, and look how far above VWAP it is for the moment. I mean, like, we're not exactly in the most liquid time right now. Look where it's trading relative to VWAP. So it's almost about $1 above VWAP. That's really good. That's signs that I like. But then from the other side of the coin, that's a big distance that it can retrace for these longs, right? Because then you're looking at where the support levels are. Well, the support levels obviously are at that 480 area, and then obviously VWAP around a little bit above 450. So the fact of getting long here, you got to be on the lookout for possible long retracements down into one of these levels. That's the other side of the coin. So that's the long on there. I'm currently like 3 pennies out of the money. Not too worried about that. My stop, by the way, will be the break of 5. I'll give it a little bit below 5, but the idea is to have it around 5. I may put it in the mid 490s. PSNY, that viewer that asked about it, yeah, good on you. Look, we're trading near day's highs. Looks like day's high is 715 on that. We're trading at 711. So this one, continuing to stair step up. What else we got on? We were watching AEO, American Eagle as Outfitter. This one, volume dropping off a bit. It's not really it's not really descending in terms of price, but it's not really doing anything at the moment. A lot of consolidation sideways. So we need volume to come in one way or another, Bradley, for this one to get going. What's Best Buy up to?
Someone in the chat saying, where does Best Buy go from here? I think most likely rejecting 80 for the day today and then pulling back to VWAP and just trading between VWAP and 80. But I could be wrong on that too. We could maybe get a break of 80 to the north side and then keep on extending. Go test that 85 top. But we'll see how 80 plays all over here on the Best Buy stock as the markets are not really able to extend themselves past the high day. We keep seeing a test of high day, but then rejection of the high day on the overall market. So I'm not sure if Best Buy has that momentum, the strength, the buyers to really take it past 80 just yet. Maybe after the end of lunchtime. We're coming to the end of lunchtime very soon. It's already 12:47 Eastern Standard Time. Around 1 o'clock, lunchtime comes to an end, and then maybe we see some volume coming in. If it doesn't at 1 o'clock, maybe we see it at 2 o'clock coming in when the closing show starts with Neil, Arun, and Brendo, who will be on the show for you, covering the market for the rest of the day until 4 o'clock directly, and giving you all the trades and opportunities that they are looking for. Who on planet still wears American Eagle? I think you meant to talk about
I was talking about
ANF.
AEO.
That's American Eagle?
Yeah, AEO. Yeah, it's an earnings winner today. You know what? I haven't worn American Eagles.
Abercrombie and Finch.
Yeah.
Not a American Eagle.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, sorry.
ANF.
I confused the two.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, you're good. ANF had earnings report, but same thing. They're the exact same company at the end of the
Yeah.
day. They make the same
Same
things.
style. Yeah.
It's no difference. So you could get a sympathy trade on the back of ANF or AEO or vice versa for either of them. Amazon seems cooked out at 93. I like that. Cooked out. Let's go check out AMZN. Yeah, it's not able to really clear that 93 area to the north side. Same with the market. It's having issues at the high day over here at 39.90 for the S&P 500 and 11,660 for the NASDAQ market. Like Vans, Champions, and Converse. Yeah, I mean, look, everything's a copycat these days. There's no originality in the world anymore. Everyone just copies everything. I mean, look at music. 90% of music these days is just copied.
Sampled.
So,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I guess, everyone's got to add their unique touch to something that's already established. I don't know. All right, the AEO trade not going according to plan. Retracing now. Looks like we're 15 pennies out of the money. Not the greatest position to be in, but we'll give this one room. I've got my out in the 480s. So that is my plan on that one. I'm going to have a look at my scanner to see if anything new is coming about. I got ANF, that's Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, okay, what else we got here? AEO. So ANF and AEO both going. And that's what Bradley was just talking about. Nothing really showing up. What is this one? QRTEA. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. So nothing for me in small cap world. Let's look at the big caps. Bring in the big cap charts here. One moment. There we go. So this one, looks like right off the bat that Apple's the strongest of the bunch, just based on how far above VWAP it is. It's also near day's high. 41.36 where we're at. Day's high is 53. So Apple kind of leading the charge. Tesla lagging. Microsoft not looking as good. Google's got a case here, but the ranges on Google are always so small. Do you notice that, Bradley? Like if you're trading Google, you're gonna have to size up because some of these ranges they're just not there. Whereas on the others they typically are. Amazon. That was a good trade from this morning. That's kind of range bound. So not much going on in my world at the moment. Just kind of loafing on that pally trade, looking for it to curl above that 530, 540 area, and maybe into the $0.50, Bradley.
Right on. Looking for where trades can pop up and glancing at the scanners. Ooh, Unity is actually popping up on the scanners over here to the north side. Let's go check out Unity as it clears $33 for the second time of the day, but the first time. Second time to the north side. This was the first time it cleared 33 to the north side, then it dipped back under. Now we're right back to the north side above 33.
Bless you.
Let's see if we can actually get that rejection off 33 over here. which I expected to do so, and pull back to $32 or so on Unity. We're just stuck in ranges though, an inside day for the stock, so no real reason for me to look for an entry on the stock. But it popped up on the scanners. It's a stock that I've known to trade before, so a quick little glance at that stock to see if there's any trade possible showing up. TSM pulling almost back to 81.80, which was our first entry on the stock. Well, 82, 81.80. Let's see if 81.80 was my stop also for my long from here. So I'm going to give it the same stop over here. If 81.80 breaks to the downside, I'm going to walk away from that trade. Actually, just rethinking it, I'm going to give it up to the 100-period EMA. Currently, my average, I'm out of the money 35 cents, so that's fine with me. We'll see if we have to keep on adding to this trade up to the 100-period EMA, and then if the 100-period EMA breaks and goes down, then we just walk away from that trade for, sadly, a loser, but we still end the day with the positive on that stock. AMD still playing with the $74 area, but actually pulling back down now. So let me jump out of that trade, take my profits completely. And Manu not really going down when the market's trying to pull back down a little bit.
What was the news article that you mentioned about that? Did that come in today, or is that like
21 minutes ago? Brando in our work chat
No
said
way.
he's leaving Manu.
That is interesting, Ronaldo leaving. Yeah, that had to have been the case. I mean, I could not see him continuing another day there. He basically indicted the entire organization. Bradley, did you hear about Sam Bankman-Fried trying to organize a bailout even though the company had already kicked him out? So apparently he's in the Bahamas and he's trying to organize some funding, I guess, possibly is the right word for the bailout of FTX. And he's not even on the board. He's not in the management. So it's funny how he's trying to do that without authority. Interesting that one of the CNBS reporters, I think something Rooney, Kate Rooney or something like that, she went to Bahamas to interview him. And like he took an interview, but not on camera, and like nothing management, financial related was allowed. You were only allowed to ask like specific questions. And if you asked anything, he just wouldn't answer it. So Sam Bankman-Fried, I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously his parents are lawyers, but he's like lawyering up hard there. Why take the interview to begin with? So interesting news out of that. Just wanted to mention that because I was looking at crypto and that got me thinking. Dakota Andrew sending a $2 super chat, says Fed speaker at 225 and 445 bring volatility. Yes, do agree with you. Thank you for the super chat, Dakota. Yes, I don't know how many Fed speakers are scheduled to talk today. I remember Brendo said it in the morning show. I don't recall this person's saying 2. So we'll see what that brings. I remember I watched the Loretta Mester interview on CNBS yesterday as well. That was interesting. She basically, I think she walked the middle rope. She walked like tightrope. She stayed on the fence, essentially saying, you know, we're not done cuts. Like we're not done rate hikes. Excuse me. We're gonna continue with the rate hikes. It's just gonna be, you know, the fact of how aggressive we go up. And so the idea is when they're gonna stop. So people try to gauge, okay, 50 basis points this time around, maybe another 50 next time, or 25, and they try to build their calculations based on that. So they try to find out how far into 2023 she was starting to think that maybe rate hikes would be inappropriate. So she was dancing around that question, obviously. And then she also brought up another interesting point about not being an elected official. The fact that she is an appointed official, so she feels the need to come on and to explain to people constantly how she's thinking and why she's doing certain things. So Fed speakers, always in focus, and they're always market moving, no question about that.
Have you seen this video of SBF running?
Pull it up.
So SBF over here, this is in Bahamas, and then you see him. Who runs like that?
I'm not going to comment on how
Who
he's
runs
running,
like that?
but like, it's funny. Why is he running from cameras?
I don't know. Nah, that's SBF, bro. That's SBF. Look at the hairstyle. Look at the body movement. Come on, that's SBF. That's pure adrenaline. That's who runs like that, man. Come on, that guy's booking it. He's about to do. Come on. All right, fine. I'll kicking the guy down about how he runs when he's already down. Fine, I'll walk away from it. Routers, Ronaldo to leave Manchester United after criticism of the club. So that's an extension of the Man U stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah,
Brenda
you gotta
put it
watch
in our
that
work
interview.
chat.
You gotta watch it.
I'll watch it.
It's 2 parts.
DWAC, people in the chat are killing me about that run too. DWAC wins shareholder support for 1-year extension. So obviously that was the catalyst that came out earlier about DWAC that caused it to move up. But now DWAC, after touching $24.50, pulling back to the 50-period EMA of $22.50, waiting to see if this one can hold up over around these consolidation lows around 22.20, 22.50, and then maybe go back up to the north side. Just got to be patient, obviously. DWAC, in my opinion, has 2 years. Has 2 years to go back to 175. I will give it 2 years to keep moving around.
Well, Trump apparently is not going back to Twitter. That's what he says. I don't buy it.
He's already on Twitter, though.
I know, but he's not tweeting.
Oh.
Has he tweeted?
I think so.
The Trump tweet?
Not yet? No, Brando
he
says not yet.
He hasn't tweeted, and he said he wasn't going to tweet. And one can only assume that that's because he wants to prop up his own social media network, Truth Social, obviously. We'll see how that works out. I know that he's taking shots at Elon, and Elon's probably taking shots at him, but he takes stuff personally. I guess that's why. Anyway, it comes down to money with him, I think. Anyway, let's get off that. Let's get on some stocks. Jeez, nothing going on in my books right now. I'm seeing nothing. I'm in this trade on Pally. I'm out of the money about 15 pennies, 14 pennies. So this one is my out is in the 480s, like I mentioned. So this one, we'll have to wait. The good thing is that it's maintaining above 5 and it's far above VWAP, and it's not really retracing aggressively. That's the good news on it. The bad news is the volume's dropping off. The range is tightening up. So not looking good at the moment. What's the chat up to? Let's see some tickers in the chat here, Pradley. People saying MMAT. Let's have a look at that. Double MAT. Let's bring in the side chart. What's this one all about? Okay, so this is a $2 stock that, is looking like a buyout. So not my cup of tea, down 4.16% on the day. Let's have a look at the daily. The daily shows what? If it'll load here. Load. There we go. Okay, so this one's a former runner going back to May of last year. So it had a crazy time where it went up to almost 24 bucks. Ever since then, it's been kind of doing nothing. It's been a $2 stock. So this one, and I'll say since mid-October, ever since it broke down below the dollar, it's been curling up quite nicely. So look at this. We bottomed out here at 63 cents, and we made a high recently of $2.30. So nice little run up, I'd say, for the last month and a week or so, month and 10 days. It's been uptrending. So this one, yeah, if you're inclined to swing trade, this looks like a nice little move here, and not moving generally stronger than the market. The market's more of in a consolidation phase during that same period. So interesting. What is MMAT anyway? MMAT. Metamaterials. What are they all about? Come on down. Metamaterials is a developer of metamaterial research and products, non-fabrication, and computational electromagnetics. Meta's technology platform enables brands to deliver products to their customers in consumer electronics, 5th generation 5G communications, health and wellness. Okay, so I got it. $750 million market cap. Yeah, interesting. Nice little swing trade. Not much in terms of intraday volatility, but yeah, an interesting swing trade idea, Pradley.
Looking at Visa right now, continuing to go to the north side. Visa up 1.32% on the day, and currently near the high day ranges, 209 and slightly above 209. Waiting to see if Visa can continue its ascent that it's been on today. But looking at the daily chart over here, we're exactly in yesterday's range. A lot of stocks are actually going to be in the same picture over here, as they are just stuck in the inside ranges of yesterday for these markets. Sadly, NASDAQ and S&P 500 also in the exact same move over there. Ooh, well, looks like we actually have a catalyst from yesterday that I didn't even know about until I checked my G chat right now, the Google chat, which is G chat, the gangster chat. Office poker night coming in. Steve.
I heard
That's
December
big.
2nd.
Office poker
What
night,
kind of
baby.
poker do they play?
What do you mean, what kind of poker?
Like there's all the different styles of poker.
Strip poker, yeah, that's
I
the one
come
I'm
to
not
that.
coming to.
Yeah, I come to that.
But no, I think it's just a Texas Hold'em and no buy-ins, and we'll play. I think one table plays tournament style, one table plays cash style.
Okay.
Obviously, if you get kicked out of the tournament one, you join the cash one.
Okay.
Just rebuy in. That's usually how it goes. But it depends on who's showing up there and
I'll be
how they
interested.
want to do it, obviously. But yeah, poker night should be fun. Markets will keep heading up. That's the hope. I am positioned for the market to move up, which is my TSM longs, waiting for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ to maybe, the S&P 500 to maybe go test 4K and the NASDAQ to maybe go test 11,700 at some point today. Both of them are green. S&P 500 up 0.7% on the day. NASDAQ up 0.5% on the day. UVXY currently consolidating sideways around $8.09 and down 3.46. So watching all three of these market variables is to kind of position myself for a possible move breakout north on the overall market for us. Bang, NVIDIA short, says Comp. Yeah, that NVIDIA short at 159, I was talking about it too. I was just hesitant on it because the stock was so strong on the day. I was hesitant to punch the short. I think I wanted to short 160 instead of 159, but that risk to reward trade was just insane. I think you risked like what, 30 cents when I was talking about it for the high day break, and if it didn't happen, you would have been in what, $3 winner, $2 winner. So congratulations for anyone who did take it. NVIDIA at the moment pulling back down to almost 50 period VWAP, 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, but I can't see it holding up in front of 157. There is a sector in stocks that were very active yesterday that we didn't talk about a lot today. So Brendo is going to cover that. It's going to be the none other energy market.
Hey guys, yeah, back to the upside nicely, in fact, today for not only crude oil, but a lot of the energy producers, as we saw on the sector board. If you joined us this morning, 2+% across the board as far as individual oil stocks along with crude. A lot of people focusing their attention today on oil rising as a result of lack of demand instead of increasing in actual output from Saudi Arabia that came out yesterday. So we had a big move down, obviously, yesterday, but we end the day essentially flat over here, up 2% right now, trying to hold just below this 82 level. Yeah, all the way back to 82. We were down at 75. Huge move back to the upside over a day and a half, we'll call it, for crude, guys. Back to you.
Yes, Brendo, thank you for that. Just want to shout out to Polestar. Now we're looking at 11.5%, closing in on 12% on the day. This one's moving up. Is there a reason this one's moving up, guys? I mean, we have had a decided move up. I think, 75 cents, but it's a $7 stock, so not that bad. A big move on it nonetheless. Let's see if we can see any important levels that may come into play. Let's bring in PSNY, and let's flip to the daily chart. There we go. Okay, so we've been on a nice little run on PSNY. Let's say going back to November 10th, there's been several up days here culminating in today. Today being like one of the biggest since the 11th. Yeah, the 11th definitely was a big day as well, and that's after a really long rundown. Like, look how many red candles, and look at the trajectory of that descent. Like, that is one steep descent, then with an interruption here, moving up off that $4 bottom. Looks like we made like a 7.27 top. So $3 move off the bottom. Could be just, swing traders holding. I have no idea what the catalyst on this one is. But in terms of levels to the north side that we could encounter on this, looks like a swing trade to me. I mean, it is moving 11% on the day, but this one is like in a bit of a retracement, I think, off a possible bottom. So this one, interesting swing trade I'm going to add to my list to look at. So anyway, the level that I want to talk about was $8. You can clearly see that's the top of this peak here, and that's not too far away from where we're at the moment. So $8 definitely looking like a top, and then above $8, you'll have to say that there's that 10 and a quarter, 10 area. that's the next level that comes into play on that one. But you know, that's those are all August highs. That's August highs at 10.25 there, and then it's about $8 highs for mid-September. So those are where those levels come from. They go back to those dates. Looks great to me, though. I'm going to have to keep an eye on PSNY. Are they able to maybe produce more cars? I'm going to have to Google what's going on with this one later, Bradley.
Oh, wow. Oh, the game's already over.
Yeah.
Binance CEO, CZ, Changpeng Zhao, CZ, as you guys know him, is being a Grim Reaper at the moment. You know, he killed FTX with his tweets and everything. And now, guess whose door he's knocking on?
Who?
Coinbase. He's knocking on Coinbase's door by tweeting about Bitcoin holdings that Coinbase currently has, and Bitcoin currently going to the downside, sadly. Big volume spike in Coinbase. Coinbase plummeted from 43 to 42 in the span of 5 minutes, 10 minutes overall.
Yeah.
And now maybe we see it go even more to the downside. Thankfully, it is holding the opening bottoms, the bottoms that it created from the open. We are holding that at the moment. But you know, if CZ continues to be the Grim Reaper he's planning to be by killing FTX, then Coinbase, then what? Crypto.com.
How do you find this? Like, give me more of the story, if you don't mind. Do you know anything?
I'm
about
just
it?
reading whatever Brando puts
Yeah.
in. Binance CEO tweeting about current Bitcoin holdings.
Wow.
So if he's knocking on Coinbase's door, the next door is probably crypto.com, and then after that, who knows, right? So be very careful. CZ out here coming hunting for all the cryptocurrency moves. CZ attacking. CZ is low-key an ice-cold gangsta. That's hilarious. So obviously, the doors are being knocked. So here's the tweet that Brando, since you wanted more in-depth news.
You know how
so Coinbase custody holds 635,000 Bitcoins for Grayscale. This is the Yahoo article for it. 4 months ago, Coinbase, I assume exchange, has less than 600K Bitcoin. This is the other article, just stating news reports, not making any claims. Glassnode probably has more up-to-date data. So he's basically talking about cryptocurrency holdings on Coinbase, especially in regards to GBTC on pink sheets, which is Bitcoin Grayscale.
Right, and they were super mousy yesterday with respect to how much they had, right? They didn't want to respond. Who was asking them? Someone was like making an inquiry. I don't know if it was a reporter or whether they were like in a regulatory hearing. Or I forget completely. Maybe someone can fact check me on this. But anyway, GBTC refused to basically give a piece of information citing security concerns as the reason why that they weren't being compliant. So I think some people, you know, the industry is like kind of in survival mode almost, you know what I mean? Like a lot of them, they're worried about being squeezed out. You got predators like what you were saying about CZ trying to seize the moment, pardon the pun.
Market taking off right now.
Is it? Oh yeah, it's breaking through days highs, Bradley. Take it over, baby.
Market taking off. NASDAQ and S&P 500 both breaking the high of day. Waiting for TSM to start paying me some money. And MANU, not doing anything that I wanted to do. So we're going to punch out for this one on a loser. Lose about 10 cents.
They haven't been doing anything, just like they haven't been doing anything for the last 10 years. The last 10 years.
Talk your ish, baby. Talk your ish. You tell them.
One of the most, like, most despised team in addition to Tottenham is Manchester United. And that just goes back to a rivalry I had with an old law school buddy.
There was a time where I actually liked the team when Wayne Rooney used to play for him, and you know, all the All-Stars used to play for him. There was a time when I actually liked him.
Like the end of the 2008 to 13 era. That was basically
you will be surprised how many kids in India back then were big Man U fans.
I can believe it.
Big Man U fans.
I can believe it.
And they're still stuck with them ever since then, because once you're loyal to a team,
well, that's the thing.
You're stuck with them.
I mean, I can't flip-flop.
Yeah.
Like once I'm set, it's over after that. And, you know, I'm in it for the ride, whether it's good or bad or ugly or whatever. Guys, Pally, I saw someone in the chat ask me mention my position on Pally. Nothing really has changed. My long is 524. It's still holding that level. I'm looking for a break of 5. I'll get some out in the mid 480s, and then I've got a dip trade in case that happens and I get stopped out. I've got a dip trade set up here in the mid 460s above VWAP to buy that dip, that bounce off VWAP. So I've kind of made my little plan out there, and that is, again, in the mid 480s is my stop for the current long that I have. And then if it breaks that and continues southward, I'm going to pick up some in the mid 460s for a dip off VWAP. I've also got a profit taker set up, and that's in the mid 530s. I'm looking to take profit there, and that's just only a piece. I'm looking eventually for that break of the 550. That's the good level. The really good level is the 530 level, the more recent, and then you have the 550 level here going back to the mid-morning off that halt level. These are the important levels on Pally as I see it. PSNY just made a newer high. Let's pull up what that newer high was. Give me a moment here, PSNY. This chart shows it to me in exact amount. 731 is the new high. We're trading at 7.25, so we're really not far off the highs, 11.5% on the day. This one's continuing to hold that 50-period moving average quite nicely. You could have bought this one on the dips, either here around that 1030 area or back here between 1130 and 1150. Those were all dip opportunities, all of which were still above the VWAP level, so giving you that indication that it's still bullish and the trend has not changed. So PSNY continues to look good. I wish I could say the same for Pally. It's a no-go. So, but Coin just did a nice little bounce there off that 41.5, now trading over 43 off that CZ movement.
Yeah, nice holding of the pre-market, sorry, not pre-market, the opening drive bottoms. The 15-minute opening drive bottom basically held. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, what you can usually do, and this is a free setup for a lot of people out there that probably know this, but this is a free setup that you can use. So here, let's pull up Coinbase on this chart over here. This chart on the right side to the top right corner is a 15-minute chart. If you look at the opening candle right here, the 930 candle, what you can do is draw a line at the 15-minute high and the 15-minute low and trade the breakout off that 15-minute range. So it's called the opening range breakout. 5-minute, 15-minute, 10-minute, whatever you want. Some people trade the opening range breakout 1 minute, which I think is absolutely stupid.
It's not stupid. It's their style. I mean, if they can do it, kudos to them.
But a 1 minute range? Come on, man. The stock doesn't make a range in 1 minute.
That podcast that you were on, Be the Trader, he had a previous guy on there, and this guy was wired tight, okay?
Off the Addies.
Whatever it is, I'm not imputing anybody.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, he was wired. He was really highly excitable. And he spoke fast, he thought fast, he executed fast. And so that was his game. Kudos. You can do that every day and not get burnt out. Do it, brother. I just can't do that.
That sounds like a very, very intense lifestyle that I don't want to be in. Scalping the 1 minute. No, thank you. I'm okay on that one. But here's the opening range 1 minute breakout, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute. You pick what time frame you want to trade it on, right? So if you trade the opening 15-minute range breakout today on Coinbase, you would have had a little bit of a winner to the north side. And when it comes back below the 15-minute range, you just get stopped out and move on from that trade. Game over for you. You make your money. And then if it breaks the 15-minute range low to the bottom side, you get triggered into the short side. And then if it comes back in, you get stopped out. Game over. You move on. Notice how Coinbase is now stuck in the opening 15-minute range and does not want to break out to the high side, does not want to break out to the low side. So what you could do is wait for this breakout to go long, or you could go short here and trade it within the range and then cover here, then go long here, trade it within the range. When the range breaks out, either get stopped out or flip yourself into a long to go long to the north side. So that is a free setup over there that you guys can try to incorporate. Just keep in mind though, that setup is very easily algoable. By that I mean people can make algos for these setups very, very easily. It takes
This guy's freestyling words. I love it.
You know how it goes. They call me Little Dictionary. Little Dictionary.
I like it.
You could literally program this.
Randy's chirping you, bro.
Randy's chirping me?
Yeah.
Why are you chirping me, Randy? So you could take these setups that I was just talking about, the 15-minute, 30-minute range breakouts, code it in Python very easily. It's not that hard to learn how to Python and get it set up for yourself on your programs. The NASDAQ market almost up 1 full %, and same with the S&P 500.
Absolutely. PSNY continuing to look to print higher. Print 731 is the high of day. Look at this 2-minute retracement here. This is a thing of beauty. You buy off these levels. You're going to ask me, well, how did you know how to get on that level? Well, I would have put anywhere around the 7 period. And if you do that consistently, look at these pullbacks. If you were to use the 7 period here, you would have been rewarded for the majority of these. It's not an exact science. There are times where the 7 period is going to fail you, but it's just about how many times it's right versus how many times it's not right, and you just play those odds. That's basically the idea here. And look at that. We're just printed new high of days, 734. Did I look at daily levels on this guy before? I think I did, but I forgot what the daily levels are. Let's bring it back to daily here, see if I can glean any important levels. Yes, we talked about this $8 level, and then the 10 and a quarter level. Yes, okay. Quickly forgot about that. So we're still about, 65 pennies or so from that $8 resistance. That's plenty of time to make it up there. It doesn't have to today, but keep that $8 level if you guys are going to swing this one. This one is a swingable trade. Pally broke below that 5. I didn't get stopped out yet. I also didn't get filled below on my dip trade. It literally was 2 pennies above my dip trade. Don't you just love when that happens? And then it retraces back 50 pennies. That's part of trading. You're always going to miss some of these entries, even though you had the right idea. And that's what it is. PSNY continuing to print to the high side now. 740, and the volume picking up with Polestar, Bradley.
People saying algoable just added to my dictionary. Now I want to see if that is a word or not.
Oh, yeah.
Most likely it's not a word.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's not, but we can add it in.
We can check. Let's quickly go check if algoable.
No, Bradley, it's not algoable. Maybe like people try to use that as slang. What dictionary is that?
So it's a website. There's a website that says
I love how you
algoable.
that's the standard right now, eh?
No,
If it's on the website, it's gotta be legitimate.
There's a website, but look what it says: collective wisdom of real traders. It's about trading too.
That's awesome.
It's about trading. So the word algoable is literally being used for trading over here. Algoables.github is algoable word. What is the difference between? No, I guess it's not a word. But I think you can make it a word, right? You just put able at the end of it, which means you're making that word able to do. I don't know, whatever. Moving on. We're currently looking for the long on TSM over here. TSM going to the north side for us after holding the same bottom that I had my stop for the first long. My first long on the 82 break, I had to stop at the break of 81.80. Never triggered, and that same bottom holding. So would love to see TSM rip it to the north side for us. Currently only 10 pennies out of the money on that bad boy for myself. People in the chat saying Urban Dictionary. Yeah, you know it, Urban Dictionary. Can someone clip that face the Pratt did? Oh my God, I guess I'll see it on the Trader TV Live Discord. That's right. Go sign up for the Trader TV Live Discord, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely free. Tons of exciting conversations happening in there. People talking about their levels they're looking at for futures, for equities, for even options. And if you want to go have some fun on those conversations over there, it's hard to talk to each other after 4 o'clock. The fact that we don't have this show going on all day, right? So if you want to continue making those relationships and friends that you have in the chat over here and have those conversations after 4 o'clock, you can do so on the Trader TV Live Discord. Do ~Discord. Brad, stop making algoable happen. Not gonna stop.
Why? Why would you stop? Like, what is the harm? You keep going with that, Bradley. I'll support you.
Yes, sir.
We'll submit it to Webster's Dictionary. I'll write up a little dissertation as to why it should be on there. Guys, PSNY keeps printing newer highs. 747 now is the high. Look at that. Beautiful take off the dip here. 721 dip. That's 25 pennies. Move there. That's not nothing, guys. Up 15% on the day. And this one's got all sorts of legs going back almost 10 days now. It has been green the majority of the time. This is a great swing trade candidate. I want to keep saying that in case anybody is joining us anew. Coin is also in retracement mode here, just reclaiming VWAP, which is a good sign. Let's see if we can retrace back to the day's high. We were higher on the day, obviously, because Bitcoin was rallying all morning. Look at that, 44.44 looks to be, or 44.40 seems to be the high of day. But there is this area of consolidation around here, that 43.20 area. If we can break through this top here and start, going into the uncharted territories here between 43.20 and 44.40, I think we can see some momentum there, maybe a counter move. People, bulls coming in and buying the bearishness off the CZ news. I'll keep the 3 minute on this one. I've been going back and forth between the 1 minute and the 3 minute on this. I'm trying to wean off the 1 minute as of late. I've been trying to incorporate the 3 minute a lot more. It's a work in progress, but that's why you'll see me flipping between the two. Just want to give you a heads up on that. 757 is now the high of day. On pull start, up 16.5%. This one, I mean, I just feel like a dummy for not punching into this one. This one, I keep telling myself, oh, don't get in here. You're near the $0.50 level. It may retrace. Oh, no, don't get in here. You're too extended off the 7-period moving average. And then it keeps going up. So I keep giving myself reasons not to get in. And the stock keeps just telling me, yo, get in.
Get in, dummy. Yeah, that's sadly how it goes sometimes like that, man. The market tells you exactly what to do, and your brain's playing games with itself.
Sick of the market. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Hey, if you're not thinking about quitting at least 7 times, you're not a real trader.
Right? Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm glad you're a real trader, because if those words never came out of your mouth, I wouldn't trust you being a trader.
Right?
Like count is very underappreciated. We're actually losing the viewers a little bit over here. Why is he coming out? Oh, they're talking about him.
I think they're talking about what you were talking about.
He's not playing today.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so we got 3,800 viewers, and we only have 2.3K likes, which is actually good in ratio.
Week, though.
Slow week, a lot of people going on.
Week,
that's
yeah.
true. But let's get that like count appreciated a little bit. Those of you who have not hit that like button yet, scroll down, hit that like, and on your mobile app or on your PC, whatever you're on, scroll down, hit that like, please, and thank you. Hit that subscribe button too if you are not subscribed yet. Make sure that button says subscribed. For those of the people in chat that have a green name, they are members of the Trader TV Live family, and you can become one too by hitting the join button. It will show up with a pop-up window where Brenda will explain to you exactly what it entails to be a member of the Trader TV Live family. Gorilla Fish coming in with a renewal of membership, made a huge trade of ZM bottom.
Gorilla
Thanks, Sean.
Gorilla fish?
Yeah.
Huh.
Why?
Not two animals I usually associate together. A gorilla and a fish? Do you? Gorillas don't eat fish.
Just a name, bro.
I'm just asking.
Just a name.
It's just an inquiry.
You're frying my brain
It's
right
an
now.
inquiry.
That's just a name, man.
No, I mean it's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of it, but bears eat fish, but gorillas eat grass. I mean, I'm sorry.
Bananas?
They don't actually. I don't think they do. I think they're grass eaters. Gorillas. Maybe chat. Let me know if I'm wrong.
They eat leaves.
They eat leaves. Yeah, they're more like green eaters.
Yeah.
I think chimpanzees eat bananas.
Well, anyways, coming back to this one, making a huge trade of ZM bottom. Thanks, Sean. Sticky Note Nation, going to be a great holiday weekend. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. To all my American friends all around the world. To anyone out there in the world, actually, who celebrates Thanksgiving this week. Happy Thanksgiving to you. And may you go enjoy some great time with your friends and your family members this Thursday. And take Friday off. Take Friday off. Go enjoy your time off. Take a nice extra long weekend. Come back Monday refreshed and fully bloated from that turkey dinners you're going to have and smack the market after, right? AIIW, brand new member. Welcome to the family, AIIW. Love seeing you people all the time. Baby Buffet, are there any more cute women in Canada? What is this super chat?
You gotta read it before you read it out loud.
I know. Thank you. I'm a little bit of an anchor man on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Baby Buffet, for the super chat. But try to stay away from making comments like that. We have women in the chat. We have men in the chat. Some people might get offended by those messages. You might just get haters going in for yourself. Just be careful for yourself. Let's keep it more strict towards market or news or even fun comments for the host. Let's stay away from this one. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Jut on Top Gear. Whoa, okay. NVAX coming in, super chat, $2 super chat, $3 super chat, talking about NVAX. So let's go take a look at that real quick. That's going to be Novavax, NVAX, Novavax. Not too long ago was absolutely going crazy off of the COVID move, but now, wow, $17. Wasn't the stock at like $300?
Bradley,
yeah, it was $300.
Polestar is flying. I just want to let people know, but go ahead.
The stock was $300 during COVID and now $17. The reason why I'm surprised is because if you pull up mRNA is still doing pretty good. Like we're at 180 on mRNA, and not too long ago we were at 500, and NVAX just absolutely getting destroyed. Let's go take a look at Pfizer. Even Pfizer's looking good compared to where they were during COVID and now where they are. I mean, makes sense. Almost every vaccination that people have got was the Pfizer vaccination or the Moderna vaccination. Some people did get the J&J, which caused some issues, so they pulled those vaccinations. So Novavax over here, not really a big manufacturer.
Don't forget about that
AstraZeneca, OCGN, also one of them. So they all kind of didn't really pop off as Moderna and Pfizer did, and they all failed more than Moderna and Pfizer did. So Novavax today down 10%, which means it triggers SSR. The stock will now be harder for you to short. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher to give you the fills for the short side, and you cannot just take out the liquidity on the bids to go short.
All right, PSNY moving up like it's nobody's business. 7 3/4 high today. I've put a 790 short, and I want to front run the $8 level. The $8 level is a clear level on the daily chart. Here it is. We already looked at this. Look at the high of this peak here. Technically, the high on that day is 826, but look at where the open and the close are. Those are the more important levels to me, as opposed to the wicks. I look to the open and the close as the more valid of the levels. So I will give it more than 25. So I will give it more than 825. So my stop will be like 827, for example. So I will give it those 25 pennies. But that is where I want to get my short, that 790. I'm looking to front run this level in case it doesn't make it right up to 8. So that's how I'm going to play, or how I'm intending on playing. Why isn't this chart minimizing? How I'm intending on playing PSNY, Bradley. This chart is giving me technical difficulties at the moment. There we go. To move that. I don't know why it makes itself big there for absolutely no reason. There we go. So now we get off that. Let's talk about Pally. Man, it is just flirting around my dip trade and not really making its way down to the mid 460s. It's been hanging out in the 470s, 480s, not giving me that fill. I'm really looking for that dip near VWAP and then back testing the whole dollar level at 5 and then eventually to break, this 530 level. That's my outlook on this one. That's where I'm setting up my trades to kind of go around, but it's kind of not giving me. Buyers are stepping in. Let me see if I can identify a clear level. It looks like the bottom of this wick here is 466, and the other ones are 467 print. So it's really close to my dip, but not quite getting there, Bradley. PSNY now kind of retracing near that 7-period moving average. The scalper in me is looking at this and saying, all right, well, why aren't you buying these 1-minute dips, these 1 minute, like 1 or 2 minute dips off the 7-period? If you anticipate it to make its way back up to 8, you buy these dips, and then when it gets there, short it. So I am a little bit inclined to take a long here off that 760 level, off the 7-period, and then we can retrace. Oh, there it goes. It's going without me. No. Going without me, Bradley. Let's take half the size here. Yeah, and there it goes. It doesn't give me the opportunity. It just moved 12 pennies because I was slow on the gun, and that's basically the move I was looking for. Exactly what just happened right now. That bounce off the 7-period and then a move past 770. I guess maybe I'll wait for this one to come around.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Okay?
I'm a little gassed out right now.
All right, I'll keep going.
No, we're good. I'm just, the tiredness from the morning is kicking in at the moment. So my voice, my energy levels are all dropping.
Why? What happened?
Just exhausted. Exhausted. That's it. looking at super chats over here. So apparently, Ape Love Ape with the $2 super chat coming in. Pat McAfee talking about Fubo again. Run coming in. Almost put his name in the run over there. But run apparently coming in, question mark for Fubo. Yeah, I mean, you know, those type of questions I can't really answer. You know, I don't know if a stock's going to bring in the volume today just because someone's talking about it, or not bringing the volume today and bringing the volume the next day. So those questions are your guess is as good as mine, basically, right? If the volume comes in, we will see it on the scanners. We will talk about the position. If the volume's not there, then there's nothing really to be talked about. For example, look at the volume today on the overall market. This is your volume leaderboard. Not sure if I can make this a little bit bigger. Hopefully, you guys can see that. TQQ at the highest with 106 million shares traded. Then you have SOXL with 58 million shares traded only. SQQs with 55 million shares traded. Tesla with 55 million shares traded. The Pally that he traded with 43 million shares traded. So very, very light on the volume already on this market. Usually by this time, by 1:30, you see 3 or more 3 times leveraged ETFs making 100 million shares per day, but only 1 on this day so far. And you know, it makes sense. We are in a holiday week. The markets are dead at the moment. There is no volatility. The VIX is almost coming back to $20. But that being said, S&P 500 only 3-ish points away from that 4K level that a lot of you have been waiting for. We'll see if 4K does manage to break, and even 11,700 coming into play for the NASDAQ market, which is now up 0.9%. And S&P 500 almost up 1 full beautiful percent on the day today. So many traders will be wiped out from this move. Hey, don't worry about the other traders. Worry about yourself. Worry about how you can put the damage in the market and bring in the profits. Worry about what you can control in this market to bring you the money. You spent that time and that energy worrying about the person next to you. Don't get me wrong. I do worry about Sharif. I do worry about the homies behind me. But I'm more worried about my own trading. So worry about yourself. Don't worry about everybody else in the market. That's not your job.
Yes, sir. Both trades not doing that well at the moment. We took that dip on, what's it called, PSNY here. I may have jumped the gun on this one. I think I'm going to wait to average in, I think, because I did take a half position here at, where did I take it? 764. We're tracing back into the 750s. I want to see how it does around this 20 period, and then eventually down to this 50 period. I'll look to average in on either of those, just depending on how it's moving. But I'm looking for this one to continue to the high side, and then maybe reject off 8. So half position currently at the moment at 764, looking for possible adds below the break of 753, and then maybe at 740 or so, that being the 50 period moving average. Pally, with respect to that trade, that one still above my dip, hasn't triggered yet, but you know, it's setting up for a possible break through to VWAP. Look how many lower lows we're continuing to get. So you got to figure, you know, at least we'll get a wick, at least down to VWAP. My theory here is that we'll test VWAP and then trend back up. Obviously, I'm taking my precautions. The dip of VWAP here will come. Is that you?
Is that number your number?
It is. I'm looking for the break of this level down to VWAP for a trade long. So I'll just exercise some patience on that one. PSNY, they both need patience. PSNY and Pally Bradley.
Ooh-wee, FTX lawyers tell bankruptcy court. Hey, stop it. FTX lawyers tell bankruptcy court the company became SBF's personal fiefdom. What's that? Fiefdom? Fiefdom?
Fiefdom.
What's that?
It's like kingdom, but like a financial kingdom.
So it's personal
Fiefdom.
Bank account.
I think that's what they mean. Let me look that up.
So
It's
personal
fiefdom.
bank account is what it became. I mean, we knew that. They were buying condos and mansions in the Bahamas
Someone
to
exercise
have
control,
some fun over
like
there.
a feudal. It's a feudal lord. Okay, so it's like, you know, feudalism, like the system of feudalism.
Like
it's like there was capitalism, there was like
the feudal age?
mercantilism, feudalism.
Yeah.
So an area over which someone exercised control as or in a manner of a feudal lord, because like each area had like a lord, he governed
Yeah.
it, he owned the land, then you had peasantry on the land,
Yeah.
right? So that's basically fiefdom.
So all of his employees were his peasants,
We're
basically?
his peasants,
Wow,
essentially. Fiefdom.
that's one way to put it.
That takes you back to like undergrad. Jeez, who hasn't read that? Reading Machiavelli and like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke.
Why'd you have to do that for undergrad? Oh, because
Poli-sci.
yeah. Makes sense. I was gonna say in my undergrad, all I did is type out lines of code. Like, I never did this.
Yeah,
What are you
no,
talking
that's
about?
completely different. Yeah.
NASDAQ currently pulling back, guys. The same with the S&P 500. NASDAQ touching 11,700 and now coming down slowly. S&P 500 didn't really touch 4K, I think. But even though we're still coming off at the moment, waiting to see if this market's going to have a nasty pullback all the way to VWAP, or is this just a minor pullback and then we run towards that 4K area, break it, go test 4010, and then really reject on the market. Lots of variables over here to look out for. UVXY still trading sideways, just consolidating sideways at the moment. You would probably expect UVXY to start going up if the market's going down, but since UVXY is not doing that, I don't think this move in the market is a real sell-off event coming in. Once UVXY really starts popping up from this consolidation range to the north side, then I could be like, oh, there might be a real sell-off coming in all the way to VWAP, and we need to be careful if we're long anything and maybe look for shorts, but I'm not really seeing that. Neither is UVXY breaking this range consolidation to the south side, which would hint towards a breakout of 4K. I talked about this earlier. That's not happening either. So just patient, be careful. You don't need to go out there and gamble with the market when no real information is being given out to you. Once the information is being given out, like how Sharif was talking about Polestar, once the market whispers that sweet secrets in your ear, it goes, hey, go long right now, you have 30 seconds. Or hey, go short right now, you have 30 seconds. You better do it or forever hold your peace.
Yes, absolutely. Took a dip trade on Polestar at exactly $7.50. Looking for that whole dollar, half dollar hold. I also liked it because it is the 7 period on the 3-minute chart. I like that level, retracing off the 7 period. I feel like if getting in when the stock is extended off the 7 period is always a bit of a risk. I always like to get in closer to the 7 period. In the past, I've used the 7 period off the 5-minute chart to get in on some retracements. In this case, I'm trying to use a 3-minute chart. So that's the idea here. In the money on this one, not in the money on Pally, and not getting my dip trade. This is a frustrating state of affairs on Pally. So have to exercise more patience on that. There we go. Getting a nice little dip bounce here on PSNY. I'll exercise patience with that one too, but I am going to look to take profits now that my adjusted cost base is 757. I want to take out some in the 60s. So we'll go ahead, and we're in a full position, by the way, on this one. So we'll go ahead and take some at 65. So if it makes, I added, geez, I'm a moron. Second time I've done that. I've done that yesterday too, Bradley. Why do I keep doing that? All right, so we'll take some out here. Let's see if it makes its way back to 60. That was a bit of a fat-fingered mistake. Pally, frustrating me, Bradley.
Wow, Coinbase actually plummeting right now,
Yeah.
but I would have expected to do something else because CZ apparently deleted that tweet that he made earlier. So CZ deleted the tweet, and now Coinbase just plummeted almost 50 cents from where it was, or a little bit more than 50 cents. So be careful with Coinbase. This stock is moving pretty irrationally at the moment, going all crazy like. So yeah, be careful in my opinion. Beat Fanatic saying Best Buy puts. Positive earnings report. I'm not really sure if I want to be shorting the stock going into like a swing trade or anything, because it could pop up if the market ends up being green tomorrow too. But as an intraday, yeah, clearly that $80 rejection is playing out. We talked about that $80 earlier on in the day. I also mentioned if 80 breaks, we could expect a bigger move past 80 to 85 of highs or so, which is currently not showing up. So that $80 level, which has multiple highs. Look at this week consolidation, this week over here. here, this candle high. A lot of them just saying that 80 might be standing as a wall at the moment. But if we do see buyers stepping in and the market breaking out of 4K, the NASDAQ breaking out of 11,700 and real buying coming into the market, then Best Buy could maybe break out of that $80 area and keep on running up to the north side. Brad, do you think the market is bullable or bearable?
I like these new words that are coming into play today, bearable and bullable. Bearable meaning something completely different, like bearing someone, right? Oh, look at this, guys. While Pratt checks that out, here we go. PSNY moving up. We're getting 63s here on the ask. Let's see if we can get 64s. There we go. So will we get some out here? I have some to be taken out. Let's go. Oh, then I get some underselling, undercutting my my levels. Come on, 64s. You can print 64s. We're long. Adjusted cost base of 57s, definitely looking for a high of day break on this one. I think it's just a matter of time. I think it's just exercising patience here, just like I'm doing with Pally. But this one, really taking its time and making me sweat for that fat finger mistake. Thankfully, I only added 10% to my position, so I was at 100% position with the dip. Added 10% because that's what how much I was looking to take out. I was looking to take out 10%. There we go. We get 20% out there. So we get that fill at 65. Good trade, good out. Now the next level I'm looking for obviously is that 772 level, 773. Looking for that high of daybreak, and then I'll start scalping out aggressively through 7 3/4 for eventually that short that we want to take near the $8 level. This one will take time to develop, but thankfully, you know, good average down. My out will be at that 750 level. If it breaks through 750, I'm Gonzino on Polestar Bradley.
Just checking some things over here. Looks like one of our viewers is having issues with with messages. He's not able to send messages in the chat apparently. So just checking the logs to see if anything shows up. I'll check on it, Hugh, and get back to you on that. Pratt, Apple at 150. Apple, let's go check out where Apple is. Currently 150 coming into play. Yeah, 150 could be a short, but I'm not going to short 150 because that's literally diddling in the middle of the range for all the last week. I'd much rather short 152, 155 than short 150. We're so close to the bottom of the range over here with 147 bottom and then 150. There's a good chance 150 does reject, but I'm not going to diddle in yesterday's range or the whole week's range for Apple. But I see a lot of people who were talking about 150. It is a good, significant, even dollar price number from way back in the past. So you could most likely have some damage that you want to put in over there for yourself on AAPL, as the markets might be pulling back down, but what did I tell you? I'm not seeing a real move in UVXY. If UVXY doesn't show me what I want to see, then I don't think this markets are really pulling back. I think it's just a minor retracement. We're going to hang out in this range a little bit longer and then maybe break out for a bigger move north or a bigger move south. Just got to be patient, guys. You don't have to take every single trade out there. You have to just be perfect with your trades. Even though being perfect is not something that you can do. It doesn't exist. Perfection doesn't exist, but you can thrive for it just by being patient and looking for the right trades, the A+ setups and so on. Currently, DWAC pulling back to the 100-period EMA, $22, and having a nice little bounce off that $22. So it popped up on my scanners. Once again, TraderTV30 to get 30% off on trade ideas. This discount will last up till Monday. A Thanksgiving holiday gift for all of you guys over there. Make sure you go check that one out. Do !Trade Ideas in the chat to get the link to sign up for Trade Ideas. DWAC currently moving back up. TSM still out of the money, not doing what I wanted to do. And looks like AMD actually made a new high earlier on. So that kind of sucks because we were long 73.40. We jumped out at 73.90. And now we're looking at AMD coming back to 74 from the high of 74.22.
Yes, sir. Abhishek wants us to look at AXP here in the chat. So looking at the daily chart on AXP, it's decent. I mean, look at this. It hasn't retraced. These are the March 2020 lows, and you have your, early 2022 highs here, up at $200, and then we're trading at 150. So it hasn't retraced nearly as much as the market. It was down as much as $65 back in March 2020. So not a bad daily chart. Looking at a less macro picture, let's look at the 4-hour here and zoom out. So with respect to the 4-hour, it's obviously a little range bound, you know, with maybe a micro trend upward here. Look at this. We're creating higher lows. This is a 4-hour chart looking back to October. Then mid-October, we're creating higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So nice macro trend, macro trend here dating back to early September. So, you know, this is a swing analysis, that's why I'm mentioning this. But from an intraday perspective, you know, you don't really have much in the way of range. For $150 stock, the high is 155, and then there's a clear bottom here at 154. So nothing to speak of in terms of intraday trading, but maybe possibly a good swing trade. And that's completely just a technical analysis, not looking at the fundamentals at all. Don't even know what the company is, but just to entertain our viewers and to put some context, American Express, AXP. American Express, obviously, I don't have to explain what American Express, everyone knows what they are. I haven't heard them in the news lately at the moment. Nothing really new with them. If there is, maybe put that in the chat, but nothing too novel to speak of with respect to American Express. With respect to our trade on PSNY, still positive on this one. Looking to scalp 10% here out at 68, and then another 10% out at 73. It's holding the 60s. Our adjusted cost base on this is 56. So we've got some room to maneuver. And look at this pally moving back towards my entry price, but going up there without getting me averaged in. And maybe this is a mistake on my part, the fact that I really stuck to my guns about waiting for that retracement to 463 rather than, you know, just settling and punching in at 470. I'd be 25 pennies on the money on the average in. If I had done that, I didn't. Maybe that's a lesson learned for me. Either way, both trades looking better at the moment than they were previously. So good news to report on that. But this PSNY, I need to continue to see it make higher highs on this pullback here. Otherwise, this could be the start of a downtrend and possibly, you know, a retracement back to 7. We may not get this movement upward through the 7 3/4, and obviously if we don't get that, then we won't get the short off 8. So this one needs to continue to have legs. The volume's not too bad at the moment here. We're looking at the volume here. It's definitely a lot higher than it was midday, but not as high as it was at the peaks, obviously. So starting to drop off a bit, but decent amount of volume nonetheless, Pradley.
Okay. Looking at, let's see what we can find over here. Let me just hide that real quick. Market's still trying to go back up north. NASDAQ's continued to push up north over here as we only have about 12 minutes on the show. Looking for some trade opportunities for ourselves. At the same time, I'm trying to solve this issue. Don't see your name on the banned list. Might be issue on your end with YT. I'd say contact YouTube. All right, AMD still trying to push up to the north side. Why are you laughing?
It's funny how like you just have to sound that out.
Because I'm trying to do multiple things here, man. You know, like you see how busy my life is. I have to trade. I have to host.
And you got to deal with Randy hosting you.
Randy, and then I have to listen to what you're saying so I could carry off of that.
Yep.
I have to answer the viewer on the chat as to how he's having issues with YouTube. Like, come on, man.
You got a tough life, Bradley.
Easy?
I know, it definitely is not.
I'll go.
Randy's chirping.
I'll go. That's right. But more opportunities in the market. Cry. Yeah, I gotta cry also.
You're not crying.
Like, come on,
You're
man.
complaining.
You think this life is easy? It's not easy. But that's why I get paid the big bucks.
The big
baby.
money.
the big bucks. AMD at the moment, though, making me sad because I would have been able to make a little bit more big bucks on this trade, but missing out on that one. Waiting for TSM to go up north, but TSM struggling at the moment. Why is this up? Let me get rid of that and get my scanner back up there. On my scanner, currently a stock is popping up that we love very much to take a look at. It's Boeing. Boeing near the lower days. Trying to pop back up, though, at the moment after dropping and making a new low for BA. Already down 0.6% on the day. Looking for a possible dip buy opportunity at these range lows around 170, 171 or so. Waiting patiently to see if we can get along on that one. Let's see if we can look at the chat over here to see what the chat's going for. Pratty Daddy needs a class in multitasking. Hey, I'm already killing it, but you know, more knowledge and more education about anything is never a bad thing. Pratt is overworked, underpaid. Nah, man, I'm just having fun over here. Nor am I overworked, nor am I underpaid. I'm loving life as it is, but just a little cramped right now with everything that's going on. That's it. Hope Pratt gets paid at least as much as Sean. No. Sean's the OG. Neil's the OG. Anyways, we're not gonna discuss that anymore. We're gonna move past that. Polestar explain. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I've been asking for an explanation. I've been asking one for a while. Nothing's showing up on my feed, guys, for PSNY. If Brendo has any news about that, looks like a 775 high. I'm still long in the trade. You know that. I'm looking for the next piece out at 773, but I can't really explain why it's moving, nor do I really care. As long as I have good technical levels off which to work, I'm golden. Right? So, you know, it's a technical breakout. That's what people would call it, right? If you really can't justify it based on a news catalyst, we're going to term it a technical breakout. And it is what it is, and I don't care. So, looking to scalp some out. We're 3 pennies, not even 2 pennies now. There we go. Now we're seeing some buying. Come on, let's go, baby. 73's got to print. We're printing 73's. Can we get 74s? Because we got to cross. Oh, geez. 73 ends up being the top on that occasion. We'll have to wait. But this one definitely going in the right direction, printing the right way. Pally retracing through that 5 now, a little bit below 5 at the moment. But it went without us. We wanted that 460 dip. That would have been like 40 pennies in the money. So that one frustrating, especially since the fact that we're long 524, so we're 25 pennies out of the money. So Pally giving me grief, Polestar giving me pleasure. I'm very happy with how this one's moving, but I definitely want to stick to my overall plan, which is to scalp through the 7 3/4 up to 790 and then really start looking to get short at 8. That's the good level on the daily chart. You heard it here first.
A little bipolar over there, Sharif.
Hey?
A little bipolar over there, you know, pleasure and pain at the same time coming in.
Well,
from your
Pally
2
giving
different
me
trades.
trouble and Polestar is cool.
Ooh, that's a little cool. What's going on over there? Is that the intro to the next match?
Yeah, it is.
That's pretty cool. I like that. We're just watching the introduction to the next coming up soccer match for the World Cup. But yo, here comes the 4K break on S&P 500. Ooh. 4K now about to. I thought I saw 4K getting tested.
It's close.
Maybe not. It's close. It's close. We're also only.
Are you looking for shorts off that? What's your plan?
Whatever the market tells me. If we get a fail break of 4K, then I'll jump into some shorts. If we get a continuation with a volume extension on the overall market past 4K, I'll look for some longs.
So
I'm also
no bias.
Looking at NASDAQ.
You just go in, you trade what's given. I love it.
I got no bias, baby. The only bias is I want to make money. If the bias is about profits, where is the profits? That's all I want to see. Currently, though, 11,700, not able to get past that for the NASDAQ, and 4K still holding as a barrier for the S&P 500. I think some people in the chat have said another 4K rejection today, question mark. Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, we don't have too much of it. Only 5 minutes, 6 minutes left on the closing show, on the midday show with Sharif and myself. So make sure that we are hitting the like button. Only 2.4K likes today.
Is that oh yeah, that's not acceptable, guys. Let's go. We had a poll earlier. I don't know where it went, but we had a poll, and
I don't think we had a poll. That was
okay.
Like a
maybe that
comment.
was yesterday. Guys, that 773 level on Polestar seems to be an interesting level. That's twice in the last 2 minutes we've rejected off that. That also happens to be the high point of this peak here. So even though I don't see the size really reflected on the level 2, I do see it stalling in and around that area. So that makes me wonder if there is an iceberg at the 773 because we have not been able to break it. I've got my out exactly at 773. Unlucky me. But, you know, it's got to cross 773 in order to get filled. And so that's what I'm waiting for at the moment. Let's go back to Pally. Pally's still hanging around the same areas. This one is dead weight, as my buddy Max there likes to say. He uses that term all the time. Dead weight. Pally is dead weight. Pradley, frustrating the you-know-what out of me. And then basically the other stock I'm looking at here is Coin, and that is, you know, just hanging out above the 200 period moving average in and around VWAP. Haven't really been watching that. Don't feel too confident trading. Definitely looking for this out on 773 on Polestar. It's not happening. It's making me wait.
Apple has $10 million on the ask at the moment. That's about 675 lots on Apple ask at 150. And as the market is 11,700 and the S&P 500 is at 4K, Apple is also at a nice significant number, 150. I know I said I don't want to short Apple 150, but there might be a trade over here. If 150 doesn't break and we reject off of that $10 million on the ask, oh, never mind, spoke too soon. We broke it by 0.1 over there. And now Apple's maybe getting ready to go up north. I mean, they just wiped out that $10 million like it was nothing.
Wow.
And getting ready to maybe go up. Or was that a fail break of 150? And now we get ready to go down as the market might be pulling back. So now I'll punch short on Apple because we broke that 150. We made a high of 150.01 and then immediately under 150 on Apple. The high a day on Apple right now is probably 150.02, 150.01. There you go, exactly 150.02. And they just trapped people who had an order to go long on the break of 150. You just got dangled a carrot in front of you and you just jumped off the cliff in order to eat that carrot. And the last second, sadly, the carrot got taken out. Hopefully, the carrot doesn't get taken out for me over here on the short side.
You're good.
As I'm trying to build into the opposite side of the overall market today and the direction. The buyers are still coming in, but they're not really pushing well above 150. I think they're waiting for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ to really see what they want to do. If the NASDAQ clears 4K, then Apple most likely clearing this area too. But if NASDAQ rejects 4K if NASDAQ rejects 11,700 and the SPYs reject 4K, Apple most likely returning back down here.
Pradley, wouldn't it be nice if these moves were on our timetable as opposed to the timetable of the general market? Like, I want Polestar to fill on the 773, and I'm sick of waiting, bro. This needs to be done. Guys, start buying. Of course, I'm joking. I don't mean to actually say that. That's just tongue-in-cheek. Pally, yeah, it's in the same business, guys. We're flirting. We've been flirting below 5 the entire time, and we've also been above my dip. So, you know,
300 lots again on Apple coming back.
Talking about a tight range before I send it back to Pradley. He's just mentioning that size is coming back there on Apple. Pally has been holding me in a range for like the better part of the last hour or so.
Yeah, so previously we saw about 675 lots on Apple getting taken out on the 150 area, and now after climbing above 150 and pulling back under 150, another 255 lots came back on Apple, and they just took that level out right now. These 200 lots are not much. $10 million for Apple is not much. Like, Apple trades what, billions and trillions of dollars a day.
Yeah,
so like
I have
10
no
million
idea.
is nothing really. Yeah. But like the fact that size keeps popping up, especially when the markets are at such key levels, it goes to show that there are traders over here at the moment who want to take some decent size. There are traders who are trying to take 20,000, 30,000 shares of Apple short near 150, and they're probably not giving it too much of wiggle room. So if Apple starts squeezing to the north side and goes 150.10, 150.20, you can look for those 20,000 shares who just went short, punching out of that position, and you'll see Apple squeeze a little bit more, and create this whole beautiful move to the north side. So be very careful if you're shorting it like I am. Once I start seeing the tape light up with 20,000 shares punching the ask, that's my out right there.
You heard it there first, guys. I think that there is like all of 30 seconds left before we send it over to the afternoon show with the big kahunas. Sean, Arun, and Brendan, they'll be taking you through Power Hour into that closing period. But for us, you saw Bradley trading Apple, Coin, all sorts of stuff. You saw Obi on this morning. Shout out to Obi for coming on. It's never easy to come on. And yeah, it's been great. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't think Ian is on tomorrow, so I'll be on for the entire day. But just, yeah, wanted to shout you guys out. Take care. We shall see you tomorrow.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on what's turning into a nicely positive afternoon here. Remember, this time tomorrow, we're going to be getting the Fed minutes, minutes from the latest Fed meeting ahead of what's to come in December, the second week of December, the 12th, 13th, 14th. Get Fed meeting, get CPI, going to be a busy week in general. Here's how things are shaping up.